Hello PUBG Esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series is back with PCS6 just around the corner. As the finest teams around the world prepare for battle, it's time once again to learn about what prizes you fans can bring home with the Pick'em Challenge. Want to find out how to earn valuable esports points and free voting coupons? Let's dive right into it. There's a ton of new PCS6 esports items waiting for you to purchase and earn, starting with this tournament's premium items. Until May 6th, you'll be able to pick up PCS6 themed items for your own games and support your favorite teams while doing so. Each purchase supports our PCS6 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them via the prize pool. Purchasing PCS6 items will also reward you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. Buying gets you cool stuff while supporting the teams you love watching and giving you extra chances to earn even more. One change this time around. Voting periods for teams will be held separately, as regions face off during separate 2-week competitions. You can vote for Asia Pacific and Americas regions from April 6th until April 22nd, and Asian and European regions from April 25th until May 6th. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event of the Pick'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you get 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in the game, so plan your picks out and sit back while the EP rolls in. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon and bonus EP. First, tune into PCS6 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeeming the code fast enough will grant you another free voting coupon. You'll be able to grab 2 voting coupons from the first week of APAC Americas and Asia Europe streams, so don't forget to stay tuned as the tournament begins. For even more EP, make sure your Crafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels. Pick and Go puts you up against randomly selected players to each choose the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new Pick and Go game starts each match, so play often and win more. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the PCS6 Esports tab by clicking the PCS logo in the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational until May 25th. You picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop and plan out how to spend your soon-to-be oodles of EP. Once you've collected your points, come back and spend them on your favorite items. The shop will only be open until May 25th, and any leftover EP will be lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The first global event of 2022 is almost here. Which squads will claim victory for their region? Find out when PUBG Continental Series 6 begins on April 15th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
Hello everyone, welcome to the PUBG Hall of Fame. As a player dreaming to become the PGC champion, I'll give you a quick tour. Let's take a look around. As it contains the history of PUBG Esports, there is no better place to feel the atmosphere of PGC 2022, which will be held at the end of this year. Are you guys excited for the upcoming events? Over here, there's an empty space. That's for the PGC 2022 champions. But teams must prep for the upcoming PCS6, the first step in the road to PGC 2022. Let's take a closer look. APAC, Americas, Asia, and Europe. These are the 4 regions for PCS6 starting in April. From 2022, PCS will be held for 4 weeks. APAC and America kick off the first 2 weeks, and Asia and Europe take place in the following 2 weeks. We had 2 days of matches per week last year, but now we will have 3 consecutive match days each week so you can enjoy PCS6 even more. For 2022, PCS will be held under the Super Point rule, just like PGC 2021. In 2021 PCS event, there was a weekly winner with prize money every week, and the champion was determined by the total prize money at the end. From PCS6, the champion will be decided by total points from all 30 matches. Total prize pool is $1 million. This will be divided into the 4 regions, each having $250,000 as a regional prize pool. Prize money distribution differs from each region, so please check out PUBGesports.com for further information. Our special prizes are back this year, consisting again of Kill Leader, Insane Squad, and All PCS Team. You can also support teams by adding on to the crowdfunding prize pool by purchasing PCS6 exclusive Pick'em Challenge items. As PCS events are a necessary step in the road to PGC, teams will not only be winning prize money, but also be receiving PGC points based on their performances in PCS events. And only the top 32 teams with the most PGC points will make it to PGC 2022. As we take our first major steps towards PGC 2022, who will come out ahead at PCS6? I'm so excited for this PCS, and I hope you are too. Don't miss out on PCS6, and we'll be back again for PCS7. See you then.
I know what you really want. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
이번 PWS는 좀 저희 팀에 적수가 없었다고 생각하고 이번 PCS6 때 중국 팀을 짓밟고 트로피를 꼭 가져오도록 하겠습니다.
对于本次 PCS6，我们的目标还是只有一个，那就是冠军。如果拿下这个 PCS6的冠军的话，可能对于我们队伍的队史荣誉的话，就是一个大满贯的一个荣誉。
지금 PCS, PVC를 싹 다 중국한테 뺏기고 모두가 이제 약간 승부욕에 불타오르고 있어서 PCS6만큼은 다나와가 가져오도록 하겠습니다.
PCS4 和 PCS5的冠军都拿了，PCS6也不差这一个了吧？如果遇到他们了，小心被我们一波带走。
PCL 是亚洲最强的赛区，韩国赛区的兄弟们，你们能不能拿一个冠军啊？
중국 팀들이 잘한다기보단 그냥 NH 팀만 잘한다고 생각해서 다른 팀들은 별로 잘한다고 생각하지 않아요. UFP 내가 잡으러 갈게.
多分今まで出た日本チームの中で一番フィジカルが強いし、日本チームへのリスペクトってあんまりないと思うんですけど、バカにしてると痛い目に遭います。
这是 PCS6中没有意料之外的队伍，感觉大家都挺强的。然后这一次 PCS6我们也会全力以赴。
마청을 해본 적은 없어가지고 이 리더에 대한 책임감 그리고 부담감이 상당하다는 걸 많이 느꼈습니다. 뉴 젠지 기대 많이 해주세요.
PCS6是一个很大的舞台，我们 GS 感到非常兴奋。无论是任何对手遇到我们都无所畏惧。放马过来吧，我们赛场上见。
希望他们努力吧，争取把亚军拿下。
UFP 너네들 언해피하게 만들어줄게 우리가.
And welcome everybody to PCS6 Asia day number 2. We are through one day of action and we've got 2 more to go this week. On paper thin, this is State, and yesterday we came to a really interesting start. We saw Korea do very well in the beginning with the Freaks and Gen G coming through with big wins on Erangel. Then we moved over to Miramar, and then we saw the Chinese start to pick it up with 17 Gaming and Jufu picking up wins. So today's State, typically it has been historically in the Asia region for PCS that Korea does well one day and then China does well the next day. But yesterday was kind of a mixed bag.
I don't know, man. I'm feeling pretty good about Korea right now. Gen G, we came into day 1 with not the highest hopes for them. I mean, they've been adjusting a little bit since PU left. Historically, they are pretty much the best team in PUBG's history, but this is a new Gen G. This is a Gen G being led by Anonix. This is a Gen G that's trying to find their footing here in 2022, and they came out guns blazing. 3 top 2 finishes on Erangel to start. PCS is crazy. 2 wins in those.
Insane. I had nothing since, I had to dig back in the history books to find anybody who had really had that kind of start. It was Team Curzon during the charity showdown. If any of you remember that team from Chinese Taipei, that was a flash in the pan where they were a one-hit wonder, no doubt. But since then, T1 had a pretty good start at one point, too, but that's about it. Okay, so our format, of course, guys, we're already through APAC and Americas. We've already crowned our champions with Day Trade and the Sonics. We're into Asia and Europe right now, so 3 days a week, every weekend, 5 games per day. Super point settings, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. Yesterday we had 3 maps on Erangel and then 2 on Miramar. Today we're flipping it up. 3 on Miramar and then 2 on Erangel. Pretty much going to be going this way all the way through this tournament. 3 days this week and 3 days next week.
Yeah, so it's pretty comfortable. I think for a lot of PUBG Esports fans, this is going to be pretty stock standard stuff that we're seeing here. Of course, the prize pool, $230,000 total. Winner takes home $80,000. There's some special prizes as per usual. A kill leader, whoever puts up the most kills, no matter what team they're on, gets $5,000. Insane squad, which is usually the casters have some say in that. I don't know if we will this time. Usually that's picked on like the team that had the most nuts game, like a game that just like
some crazy hype moments or something like that. And of course, if you want to contribute as well, PCS6 items are up for sale, and if you contribute 30% of that will go to the prize pool. Here we have our total leaderboard. As we said, Gen G just off to an incredible start.
They looked great yesterday. I mean, this is kind of continuing what we saw them do in the APL and towards the end of the PWS. Like, they got better and better and better as they played more together. So these guys, you know, never count them out. There's too much talent on this team.
Their lineup is absolutely stacked, and props to Tyloo as well. They actually did not win a single map yesterday, but they continuously placed really high. They scored a lot of kills, especially there on Miramar. I want to say it was like 18+ kills or something nuts like that.
Yeah.
And as a result, Gen G and Tyloo both with 50+ points, and then a little bit of a gap going down to the Freaks, Jufu, 17 Gaming, Infantry. A lot of folks up there at 30. It's still a tight race.
Well, Tyloo is, again, for those of you who don't know, the old TSG team basically was picked up by them, and some of their players are still there, but also some have moved into coaching roles or, you know, Volley Bears on Infantry now, for example. But what I will say is TSG always did the heavy lifting on Miramar, so it's no surprise to see Tyloo also really good on that map. Just a continuation of the success that they found in previous events. But yeah, Gen G, man, I mean, obviously averaging 9.3 kills per game is pretty bleeping good.
Yeah, I just saw that. And most of those kills were on Erangel as well, which historically, I mean, it's a little bit more of a closed map. There's a lot more soft cover. There's a lot more safe rotations that teams can take. It's generally really hard to stack up the kills on Erangel. Usually it's Miramar that we see like the 15+, 20+ kill games. And I mean, Tyloo, they had a pretty slow start there on Erangel, but 8.3 average after their games on Miramar, just fantastic. Lash from the Freaks also doing a great job. They picked up a win yesterday. Really, like you said, it's kind of a mixed bag. We didn't just have Korea dominate day one or China dominate day one. It was kind of Korea starting things off red hot with Gen G, and then China picking the weight back up.
Yeah, it's not too surprising. I mean, this is more what I usually expect coming into these events. It's just been like really odd how they've unfolded, with one day is like all Korean teams win, and then the next day it's all Chinese teams. It's very strange how that happens, but this event is more kind of in line with the, I think, expected results with how stacked this lobby is top to bottom. I mean, so many good players across the board.
Yeah, and talking about this lobby being stacked, one thing we haven't touched on yet is New Happy, the reigning world champs, are off to kind of an abysmal start.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's entirely their fault. They've had some pretty tough draws. I mean, they're hot dropping on Erangel and Yasnaya with Danawa, which is one of the best teams in Korea. They've got a really stacked lineup like pretty much every other team in this lobby right now. And that they've been losing some players early, and then I think it was the Freaks that bridge camped the West Bridge on Yaz in game number 1.
Yeah.
Like New Happy, I think maybe like 3 out of the 5 games we played yesterday were among the first 3 teams eliminated, which is just not what you expect. So really interested in seeing what their coaching staff has kind of come up with as a solution coming in here. Of course, we do have 3 games on Miramar to start it out. We're not going to be playing through an Erangel until tomorrow. And no hot drops in the cards, I think, for New Happy. So hopefully they can get the ball rolling, because if you lose 3 games early to start the tournament, that's a lot of time that you're just kind of sitting cold in your chair, you know? These other teams, like, they're playing 30 minutes plus nonstop. They're just fresh the whole time. So I'm hoping that New Happy kind of turns it around here today.
Yeah, I mean, I have my sincere concerns about them. Like, to me, they were a favorite coming into this, but as I started to, because I just, frankly, and I don't mean any, you know, disrespect with this, but I assumed Danawa was going to back off of that Yaz fight, or there would eventually be kind of a drawing of territorial lines in Yaz. Like, Yaz is a pretty big city. There's plenty of room for 2 teams.
You could share it.
Totally. And this is why I'm a bit surprised the fight just kind of keeps continuing for both of their sakes, because these are 2 teams who could win this event if they play to their full potential, but they're really throwing away a lot of points because of this fight over Yasnaya.
Yeah, even one of the really southern plane pads that we saw, we thought, oh, okay, these two teams aren't going to go head-to-head now because Yaz isn't in the equation. They landed like the 2 or 3 house compound to the south of Yasnaya, that little fork in the road by that big dip, and it's like they have it out for each other, you know, just like V7 and I believe the Japanese team, right? Like
USG
donuts,
and V7,
like
But the donuts are doing really well, despite that, which is hilarious to me. What's so weird about those fights, like for the donuts and like they're fighting on both maps, right? Like and somehow like Americano and others are putting up big time numbers. Kane had a good game in there. I think he had like a 4-kill game in there. So this is kind of a tale of two different like hot drops, where V7 and you know USG are doing pretty well, but Donawa and New Happy not so much.
Yeah, Donawa and New Happy, I mean, one of them is usually walking away from that battle alive, but with some heavy casualties. You know, they're battered and bruised, and then they're struggling going off into the rest of the game. But hopefully we'll see a little bit of new life out of these teams here in the Erangel games we have later today. I'm interested to see how many hot drops we have here on Miramar to start things out. I'm thinking probably none.
I'm already they're just gonna keep fighting over San Martin. Something tells me it's just the madness must continue. We're taking a look at a couple of the Tai Lu players who played very, very well. CC108 and Zhao Yang. Of course, Zhao Yang, the former infantry player. So, you know, some really, really good numbers here. Averaging 2.6 kills per game is well above average. The damage numbers there very, very good as well here for CC. So, you know, these guys, like you said, they haven't gotten a win yet, but they sure are putting up some big fragging numbers.
Yeah, I think in one of the games on Miramar, they didn't get the win, but they even walked away with the most points just because of how many frags they were picking up. And if these two players, CC and Zhao Yang, they keep playing to this kind of action, to this degree of skill, I mean, Tai Lu's got a bright future ahead of them in this tournament, man. They're already top 2.
Yeah, if you're putting up the most kills in a Super Point event, you might not be winning, but you're definitely going to be top 5. No doubt about it. You're going to be easily top 5 if you put up the most kills, and you're probably going to be somewhere in the top 3. Usually the team that gets the most kills does win, but that isn't always the case in the Super Point format. Some teams are really, really good about having a good mix of both kills and placement points, where sometimes teams, you know, like Tai Lu, right, so far is putting up a lot of kills, not so much with the placement points. Not bad in the placement points, but we'll see. We'll kind of keep track of that as time goes on. But again, it's not too surprising to see them do well on Miramar, so my eyes are firmly on them at the beginning of today.
Yeah, and there's $250,000 up for grabs when you include all those special prizes, too. That's a lot of money to play for, in addition to all the points going towards the grand finals at the end of the year. So I'm excited to get into the games today.
I know.
I cannot wait.
I'm just like, just cue that lobby up and like let's just fly onto the plane. Of course, the Pick'em Challenge still out there, guys. You can go into the PUBG client. You can pick the teams that you think are going to win. There's the face-offs. There's also now in Twitch, I just saw this yesterday, there's like a little bingo game you can play.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. So there's like on the there's like a little widget that comes inside. So
I gotta see that. I gotta check that out sometime, man. Is that on the European broadcast too? Did you get a chance to see?
I don't know. Yes, it is. It's on.
Maybe I'll tune in later today.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
of course. After this,
I mean, you gotta watch this region. This is the better region, and then you can watch them. Like, you know, feel a little bit bad.
Poor
for them.
man.
I know. I just gotta roast them. So it's just.
But yeah, do that Pick'em Challenge. Get those points, you know, and if you want, buy some items in game, man. Support the players. Support the PUBG Esports.
Get some free skins. Like, come on, like.
Yeah.
And then or if you want to buy some skins, you know, we
encourage it.
Yeah, we encourage that because it goes to the players. It doesn't go to us.
Yeah,
it goes
30%.
to the players. You know, we're helping the players out. We have no horse in this race because we get none of that money. there's no caster percentage built into that. It is just all to the players.
Maybe we should lobby for it. Just a little bit.
It would not work. I can tell you right now, it would not work.
Maybe we'll make an alliance with Kalaris and some of the EU gang or something.
See, now we're getting dangerous. I don't know. I mean, I'll make an alliance with some of the NA guys, but
not Kalaris.
I don't know about EU. Yeah, that's a whole other.
It's a shame. It's a shame. But you know, the teams I'm really looking forward to seeing play today.
Go for it.
New Happy. I really want them to pick it up. You know, this is a team that mechanically, in my opinion, they're the best PUBG team in the world right now. Like, you see their red dot sprays, their 3x barrel sprays, even from like 100, 150 meters, it's like a laser gun. Like, these are the people that I would queue up they would kill me and I would report them for hacking, you know? Like,
yeah, you're like,
I
that's
would
not
be,
possible.
Yeah,
Like,
I would be
that
crying
good.
on like Discord. I would be very upset. But like these guys, they just make it look so easy with their sprays. I mean, you give them an SLR, that gun, I shoot it, there's so much bounce, they shoot it, somehow they land like headshots on cars moving 250 meters away. It's nuts. I think if they don't get handicapped early, either from like hot drops with Danawa or getting kind of metagamed, as we saw the Freaks do with that Yasnaya bridge camp, I think they're really going to turn it up. And I think hopefully their coaching staff has some ideas for how to avoid those early road bumps and get them on the right track, because once this team gets its ball rolling, they're going to destroy.
I agree. I'm frustrated with these types of hot drops, especially with two teams of the caliber of Danawa and New Happy. I get it in some respect, but I always kind of feel like this should have been settled before the event. Like,
Yeah.
there was the APL, there have been scrims where these two teams have been able to contest these drop locations before. So, to me, I'm just sort of like, well, at this point, like, you know, for both of their sakes. It's not just one or the other. I'm not like saying, oh, Danawa should leave this or New Happy should leave that spot. I think it's actually been extremely close in terms of, you know, results in the Yasnaya hot drop in terms of who won the drop or who didn't.
There was one game, I think, one of the Danawa players like dropped with a pump shotgun right from the beginning and just melted them, if I'm not mistaken.
All of New Happy was trying to punch somebody down and just...
Yeah, then New Happy had like a Pyrrhic victory in one of those matches where they had two players get alive, and of course that was the one where they get bridge camp. So really, I mean, these are one of the top 3 teams in China, one of the top 3 teams in Korea, just going head-to-head and kind of just destroying each other's chances on Erangel. So you have to think that something is going to change, but I mean, there is a lot of pride on the line, and
sure.
Maybe they come in instead of like going for a different hot drop location or a different drop location entirely. Maybe they come in with a plan to win that. We'll have to see. Game's getting ready. Of course, we're starting with 3 on Miramar and then 2 on Erangel. I cannot wait to get into the action.
Absolutely. Big day today. It's day number 2 of PCS6 Asia. Buckle up. The plane is up, guys, and we are getting ready to go into the action. Let's see how this one shapes up. Miramar is going to be match number 6.
This playing path has pretty much everything in play, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, unless you're going to Alcantara. Like, nobody's going there, so
no.
Everything's in play. This is a very fair one. The Impala hot drop, we didn't talk about it because Infantry absolutely slapped GEX yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that's
in
right.
Both games.
Yeah, that was so inconsequential. Like, that was such a slapdown that I almost forgot about it coming into today.
They have to go somewhere else, right? Like, GEX, I don't think they can bother fighting Infantry. Infantry's just not. They're just too good in those situations. And no disrespect again to GEX, but they just can't handle Infantry in those close quarter combats. It looks like they're going to try, though, based on what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it does look like that. We'll have to see how that goes. I'm trying to scan the map and see if we have any other hot drops. Dona is not going to be going for V7, it seems, this time. Those two teams will be landing slightly differently, right? V7 is not rolling up.
They're going
San
north.
Martin. Yeah, yeah.
Wait.
Are we having...
Well...
I think we might have some kind of technical issue. We might be going into a regame.
I guess so, yeah. So what happens is if not every player touches the ground, like they have to get on the ground while being still in game. If that doesn't happen, then there is a restart.
Oh, you think maybe there was like a disconnect or some kind of like game
while
crash
in the air? That's probably what
I see. Well, honestly, I'm excited for that because that was a very vanilla playing path, and I don't want anything to do with those.
Our players are probably just like, oh, what are we going to get next? Like, what is this next playing path going to be? That was as fair as it got.
I want another island finish, man. Let's
go
to prison or something, you know? Or let's go to the military base. Let's have some fun.
The military base. It is really hard for Circle's Dead on the military base, and I'm not sure why. Like, there must be something in the algorithm because, like, I look at the heat maps, but there isn't. Like, there's nothing there that's sheer surfaces. I don't know. I mean, I know circles do somewhat avoid cities a little bit, but not always. Like, there is.
Right.
But anyway.
Yeah, we've had days where we had like 2 out of 3 maps on Los Leones, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was like a year ago, but yeah,
that
happens.
Yeah, city circles are very possible. But all right, we're going to restart the lobby, get it going as quickly as you can, guys. Sorry about this, but hang tight with us, and we will have this just back up and running, and maybe we'll get a much worse plane path. That's
I hope
very
so.
likely.
I certainly hope so, man.
Now it feels like we're gonna get something really bad. Like this is just like, you know, if you flirt with fate, you know, like it's gonna bite you in the butt.
Because I'm pretty sure on that plane path as well, V7, they were not going for donut there at the beginning. But how funny would it be if like something else happens with the path and they're just like, no, let's hot drop them again. Let's just go for it.
Well, it looked like they were either gonna trash loot north of San Martin or go to Copaderia.
Yeah, it looked to me like maybe it was going to be like a vehicle drop and then drive someplace and rotate into the circle or something like that.
Yeah.
It's tough to say when you don't get boots on the ground, right?
Right. We don't know for sure. We'll see. Hopefully we can get maybe somewhat of a similar plane path, but that is neither here nor there. So take a look at Gen G, your current leaders coming into today. And it's, you know, it's Anonix and Renba.
Yeah, man. Renba had some really clutch finish yesterday. If you guys did not watch day one.
That's 6 HP repeat.
Oh, yeah. He had a jump from like one rock to another rock. It was like 15, 20 meters with pretty much no cover. He gets body shot, I want to say like 3 times. Probably. And then he repeaks with no heal and clutches it out in a 1v1 situation. Just absolutely insane. And of course, Renba, one of the new acquisitions after Gen G had some roster changes last year, of course, with PO retiring.
Right.
Always good to kind of show that up, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's a team that should have superstar level fragging power. This team as well. Should have incredible fragging power with Ian, Akkad, Hikari, and Lash. And, you know, yesterday, they put up a decent amount of kill points. You know, so they're playing very well as far as all those things are concerned. And I wouldn't mind seeing the Freaks just kind of turn it up just a little bit with the temperature. Just get a little bit hotter, because they kind of fell into that old trap of what Lash used to be like when he was the IGL for Element Mystic, where he plays just a bit too passive.
Yeah, I would love to see them start to kind of flex the mechanical skill that they have and just go for kills. I mean, especially with Ian right now and how hot he's playing. Right now, he feels like the hottest player in Korea.
He is.
And, I mean, like, just let him get a gun. Just set him up, put him in a position to mow people down and rack up those points. I mean, that's my perspective. I want to see it.
Yeah,
I mean,
agree.
as a commentator, as a viewer, as a fan of the game, I want to see him pop off.
I agree, because, like, you put your best players in the positions where they can succeed, right? Like, and you have to kind of rely on your best players to carry you if you're going to win an event. Like,
it was a winning formula for Gen G. Went back before PO retired. I mean, that was their go-to for what felt like, I mean, it was only years, but it felt like decades of PO just absolutely dominating people with those 1-3 splits, you know?
It did feel like decades. You know, it's funny you say that, because I realized that it only, you know, when we were at PGC last year, and I kind of knew coming into it that it was pretty likely to be his last event as part of Gen G, at least, that you know, it had been 2 years since the last when they won the first PGC in 2019, but it felt like like you said, decades. It felt like so much longer.
Such legends. And of course, we got to give a shout out to Jufu. Now, this is a team. I haven't been I have watched some of the VODs from Champions League, not too many. This is a team that is very new to me, and I've been really impressed with their gunplay so far. I mean, they're third in kills in a lobby that has New Happy, it has Donawa, it has Gen G, it has the Freaks. I mean, for them to show up like this as relative unknowns in the international scene of PUBG and have this kind of breakout performance on day one is really impressive.
And they're young. They're a really young team. You know, most of them, all of them, born after 2000. XYZ is the shot caller for that team, in case anybody's curious. You know, and Xiaoyang, XYZ, UDD, and Hong just unbelievable team there. So it is a little confusing sometimes. Players have X's in the front of the name.
Oh,
Usually that means they have Xiao in their name, but actually XYZ.
It's not Xiao YZ.
Yeah, and it's and the other one is Xiao DD, actually, now that I look at it. Xiao DD.
Yeah.
Even though they said UDD on, I was listening to the Korean cast, they said UDD the other day, but
it's tough.
It's so tough to get.
It's tough.
Like the naming conventions from country to country are so different sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I have trouble like pronouncing players' names in like 1v1 games, and there's only 2 people in the lobby. You know, when you go into PUBG, you get an international event with usually a lot of fresh faces, right? I mean, of course, you always have like the old guard, the veterans that are going to be there pretty much time and time again. But I mean, new blood like Jufu, they show up and it's like, wow, we got like, what, 50 people in this lobby?
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm bad at remembering like the name of somebody that I met 15 minutes ago.
Oh, I know, right? Oh my God. That's like the scariest thing whenever I go to an esports event and there's like someone there that I've met and I don't remember their name.
You're like, oh, hi, Clinton. And you're
yeah.
like, yep.
I'm like,
good to see you.
I'm like, how do I trick them into telling me their
Yeah.
name like, and not make it seem like I forgot?
I mean, even like friends of friends, this happens to me. We'll get reintroduced, and I'll be like, hey, when they go to the bathroom, like at a cafe, I'm like, you gotta let me know what their name is.
Yeah,
again.
I forgot. Can you please help? I don't mean to be a jerk.
Of course, Danawa, not off to the best start, but we're only one day into a 6-day event right now, you know, and Danawa, they're a team with so much skill. I would be surprised if they didn't finish like at least top 5 in this event, honestly.
Yeah, they should, but if they keep fighting over Yasnaya, they won't. That's just, and it isn't because I'm saying they're losing the fight to New Happy and Yasnaya. So far, it's been pretty equal. Even if you go back to like the APL and stuff, I think maybe there's a slight edge for New Happy, but for the most part, it's been, from what I understand, it's been pretty equal. And I have talked to the Danawa coaching staff a little bit, but I'll get to that. But regardless, I'm not saying at all that Danawa should back off of that Yasnaya fight because New Happy's beating them. I'm saying because their potential is so high that I feel like it's being somewhat squandered because of that fight.
Yeah, their gunplay is so good, you know? I mean, if you get them fully kitted and you get them in a position where they're able to, you know, rotate safely into late game circles and potentially even catch other teams on their rotations, like if you drive a UAS, even a hard top Murado past them, I mean, you're still going to take a lot of damage. This is a team that knows how to spray.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Speaking of fragging teams.
Oh, yeah, Tai Lu.
And they, again, this is a team that understands Miramar. They really know how to read circles. They know the positions to put themselves in to capitalize off the way the circles work on Miramar, because there is a lot more kind of nuance to how the circles maneuver on Miramar compared to Erangel.
The difference in elevation, and the map is just so big, you know?
And the land ratio.
Yeah.
That's so important. Like, I see so many teams, even to this day, that have opportunities to take advantage of statistical opportunities, right? Every time I talk about this, you're actually playing odds. Like, you're trying to put yourself in statistically the best position. And I'll see teams that have the opportunity to do so, to put themselves in a much better position because the circle is more likely to do, you know, a certain shift versus another, and they don't do it. And I'm like, well, you just don't actually know where the land ratio is. Like, or, I don't know.
Or you're trying to metagame something else.
Yeah.
You're trying to catch some other team in a rotation. You have some other plan. But yeah, they've done a fantastic job of putting themselves in position to get as many kills as they want.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you can even see it on that Miramar game. It felt like the way they were maneuvering on the map, that they were maneuvering to set up for kills, you know? I mean, you only get 10 points for a win. You rack up 18 kills or something like that. I mean, it's
good enough.
Take that.
Yeah, I
even
mean,
with like a top 4, top 3 finish. Like, add some placement points on top. It's beautiful.
There are certain positions on Miramar that if you can control them, you will rake in a fair amount of kills no matter what. Sometimes that plateau outside of Impala feels like that. You know, there are other positions, there are other high ground positions where if you can read the circle well enough, if you can sort of divinate what that circle's going to do, that if you have enough time to stay up on those high grounds that are just unapproachable by other teams, like they can't get up to you, you know, for whatever reason, whether it be the terrain or just natural ability to, you know, shoot them away with your guns or whatever. But those positions are super powerful on Miramar, and it's recognizing when they are likely to be in the circle for a long time that you could take advantage of that.
Kind of on the flip side of thing, Maru right now, one of those teams that it feels like they're trying to set themselves up for the late game in terms of position, but not so much in the kills. It's like they're playing for placement points, and I noticed this in PWS as well. I believe, and they had maybe the lowest kill win in the last stage of PWS. They had something like 3 or 4 kills in one of the dubs that they picked off.
They had those back-to-back wins on the last day.
Yeah. I mean, they're a solid team. Their maneuvering, their positioning is good, but I just haven't really been seeing the gunplay out of them lately.
They don't have if coming into this event, if you had asked my honest opinion, I'd say Maru just doesn't have the firepower to compete. This is a good team in terms of skill, in terms of knowledge of the game, in terms of understanding of the game. But, you know, Yacha, Delax, and Gok have been playing for a while, and they haven't... frankly, they haven't really had any success even in Korea. Like, they've done well, but they've never really kind of pushed the envelope. They've never been on teams that I'm saying are likely to be winning, these events. So
yeah,
Sungyoung, time will tell. He is a very young kid.
Yeah, and he's already showing flashes of potential.
Yes.
And I mean, even getting to this event, even qualifying for this event is an achievement in and of itself,
Right.
I mean, these teams, Veronica 7, we talked about them a lot last year too, and this is a new V7, but it's still a relatively young team. I mean, they are old enough to compete in international events this time. But
yeah, but it's a completely different look for this roster. So, okay, I think we're ready for real this time.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Miramar should be our map. We should be on game number 6 if my math remains correct.
It is. It absolutely is.
Ooh, yeah.
This time I'm going to be the one breaking out the crayons.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thanks, man. Yeah. I got your sippy cup in the back this time.
Yesterday, I actually spilled my coffee during the broadcast, so I could use.
You actually need a sippy cup. I'm not just joking. Look at this plate path, though. It's almost identical.
It is almost identical.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more like northwestern shifted, but
right. Yeah, we're starting a little bit north of Prison, whereas last time I think we're kind of a little bit closer to the south side of that southern island. But yeah, pretty much everything that was in play last time is in play this time.
But what this will avoid is the Impala fight, because GEX is already out of the plane.
Oh, that's true.
And I don't know what infantry's thinking. If they're gonna, it looks like they're gonna drive down the roads like the road that cuts across the south of Los Leones to go over to Impala. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm trying to see exactly where V7 is. I kind of lost track of them on the map. Oh wow, they're
to the north.
Late. Yeah.
I think they're going either Tierra Blanca, Torre Ahumada, or they're going Torre Ahumada. It looks like.
Yeah.
I thought they might go La Cobreria, but it looks like Mario's kind of cutting that off.
Instead, it seems like we won't be having too many hot drops. Infantry's a little bit close to Danawa, but not really in striking distance of gun range right now. Looks like they're just dropping for vehicles. And here we go. Miramar total points in the top 5. Jufu with 21 kills. Veronica 7 with 13. 17 gaming for Angry Men and Donuts rounding it out. Donuts had a surprisingly good showing yesterday,
Look, this team can frag. Americano and Korn and Kane. Again, I think a lot of people are going to point out the 2 Korean players on that team, but the 2 Japanese players on that team are very, very good.
Yeah.
They're nuts. They play off of the aggression and the space that Americano and Korn can create very, very well. So, don't count them out in terms of just a team that can be in the mix, that it can be a team that we're going to talk about from time to time as winning a game here and there. I mean, I don't think they're, and I hope they do. I would love to see them win the event, but I don't think anybody has them favored to be that top team, so we'll see. I think they're very, very talented individually, but
yeah.
They're a little bit wild. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that. You kind of get that vibe a little bit when you watch them play, and these players from Infantry just going to be rolling at it here. Looked like Helen was going to try and take some cheap shots there with the Mini 14 he had, but not really finding the angle. Instead, going to be a nice, slow little start here on Miramar.
Yeah, Helen's up at the church. They call it the Church of Los in Americas because there's a player named Los who plays for the Rumblers who is like always at that church every game.
Very religious man.
Yeah, I call it the Chumasera Church. I think that's a little bit more.
That's a little more fair.
A little bit more accurate.
I'm sure if Los is listening to this broadcast, he's a little bit sad.
I know. I love
though.
Los. Los and I are actually we get along very, very well. But I don't know. It's a little bit weird when you cast in other regions and it's like a player from a different region that a location's named after. And
yeah.
Is anybody gonna actually understand that?
The naming conventions are always fun, just like Sky Garden versus Heaven.
Yeah,
and
we know which one is actually superior.
Yeah, Sky Garden.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
Yes.
Like the imagery is so beautiful. Like Sky Garden, it feels like it's like gonna be a region in Elden Ring or something in a DLC. But actually, whoa, Heaven! That was a nice cheeky spray there with a 2x barrel. Is gonna pick up Sia. First drop of the game right now.
I think I might have jinxed Tai Lu. I was talking them up, saying they're going to do really well today because
Castro Church.
Oops, sorry, Sia.
Honestly, though, Tai Lu is so good that they can pick up some pretty good fragging numbers, even with 3 players here on Miramar. Like this team, they were just nuts yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this team has tons of potential. Now Lambo's going to cut in front of Tong's here. Tong's just isn't interested.
Yeah,
He's
Tong's
gonna-
briefly brought out the M4 in the passenger seat, but decided not to go for it. Instead, Lambo actually driving back. Are they going to have a little...
He's trying to buy a little bit of time. I think somebody else from Ghibli
is that what's going on?
was maybe driving in that direction, but actually now that I look at the map again, they are a bit far away. So Lambu's going to stop and just take control of this U-house and be fine with that, I guess.
Yeah, for a moment I thought they were just like chivalrous knights getting ready to joust, you know, in their Broncos. But
can you imagine if we had like lances in this game?
Oh God!
And you could like hang out the window, and that would be a great mode for the. You know what they have the fantasy mode where you're like a mage.
Oh, that's
and,
right.
Like, a
Yeah,
paladin.
yeah,
like,
yeah.
what if you could like joust out of the
could,
cars? We have like a jousting mode.
I would love to joust on a bicycle on Sandhawk or something. Man.
Yes,
that would be incredible.
Yeah, that's exactly motorcycles or whatever.
I'm an Age of Empires 4 player now though, so I don't know. Knights scare me, man. I just think of my villagers dying every time I go to sleep. I get reminded of knights.
There are no villagers in PUBG, so don't worry.
We're all villagers.
At least that I know of. Yeah, we're all the villagers here.
V7 making a nice little rotation now, and actually the circle, haven't talked too much about it, but kind of shaping up all the way over to the northeast, centered a little bit between San Martin and Cruz de Valle.
Yeah, so this circle looks like the two we saw yesterday. Pretty
it
similar.
does.
So, but it can go a lot of different directions. This circle, there's a few areas that it generally doesn't drift to, right? It's not going to go water treatment. It likes to move away from that eventually. Same with El Azahar. The rest of it's kind of, and the stuff up by Tierra Blanca, like the ridge line up to the west of Tierra Blanca is, it doesn't go there. The circles just don't go there very much. So it's pretty likely to kind of like follow the Cruz de Valle road. Like typically circles kind of go like that.
Right, just splitting the middle.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Not always. You know, that's what makes it so fun is it doesn't have to. It just, that's what's more likely to happen than not.
I'm always impressed by the magic that you do to pretty much predict circles accurately every single time that I cast with you.
I've just seen it enough. I just know what's going to happen.
Oh.
No, not like this.
That's embarrassing.
Xiao Yang.
I'm going to try using a grenade instead. That's what I do.
Well, that's, I mean, that does a lot more damage to the vehicle.
That's why I want them to do it.
Yeah, I know. That thing's already smoking by the time.
Yeah.
And that just like, that has every other player in the lobby licking their chops as soon as they see the smoke coming out of that car. They're just like,
oh yeah.
Light this thing up with that barrel and kiss it goodbye. No, I think they're okay. I mean, it's not the end of the world to just have the turret gunner there, so.
Yeah, it's not too big a deal. It is kind of hard to drive the Murado. I mean, you were talking about it yesterday, like how low that front bumper is.
The suspension isn't as good either.
Yeah, we need to get like some GTA kind of suspension tricks. I don't know what you call the hydraulics where you can push the car.
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Would love to see that on some Murados here in PUBG. That would be fun, man.
You would see players doing some crazy stuff with that.
God,
like,
could you imagine like rolling up a Murado into a garage and like changing the paint job and getting it repaired?
That would be pretty amazing if you could repair in garages.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
That would actually be pretty interesting. All right, well, rotating in from the south is New Happy, so them and Donawa haven't been contesting drop spots on Miramar when we've been talking about these hot drops. It's been exclusively on Erangel.
Yeah.
Just to clarify that in case anybody was misunderstanding us.
Always been West Yaz.
Yeah, just Yaz. But here, New Happy goes Los Leones, Donawa goes Chumacera, and Donawa is content to take their time. They've been more of an edge team. I think a lot of people who were fans of Donawa and watched them last year saw them be a team that dove center circle phase 2, phase 3, depending on the circle shift, especially on Miramar, of when they felt like they had a good read of where the circle would likely go to.
Yeah.
Now, Genji, a few shots here. Did we lose a tire there on the side of Jufu's car? I can't tell. They spun a bit, so I wonder if that back right tire... No, it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. I couldn't tell from that angle, so I wasn't sure, but...
It's hard to tell sometimes, especially when you get like on a slope, because it kind of looks like maybe the car is like lurching down for the broken tire, but no.
Especially on Miramar.
Yeah.
There's so much change in terrain.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons why we see so many frags on this is just how wide open it is and how many differences in elevation there are relative to other maps. We do see Aches left trying to take some shots here with his Mini. Not quite able to connect.
All right.
Just some nice safe rotations.
Yeah, I mean, Donawa's just going to push as far forward as they safely can, and then, once they take shots this early in the games, they tend to just kind of settle up and then fortify the current territory they have and then wait for the next circle to make another move. But they play edge now. Long story short, they used to play center in chicken dinner format. Now here on Super, they've gone more towards an edge style format.
I like it. I like that change. It made a lot of sense on the chicken dinner format too. It's one of the reasons why we saw Danawa with often so much success in PWS Asia last year. They would just, like you said, dive on those compounds, the critical compounds, and they would pretty much gamble it all to have the best shot of winning games.
Yep.
And in this format, you edge camp, especially on Miramar, if you get some nice rotations, a little bit of circle luck, you can pick up so many kills if you catch elevation, you know?
It's all about working that terrain.
Yeah.
If you know how to work the terrain on this map, you can rake in a lot of kills. And, Danawa, I think, they're pretty good on both maps so far this year. If you look across their results on both maps, it's been pretty consistent. So kudos to Danawa in that respect, that they're not a team that has one map that they out. That helps.
Wow.
Yeah, so
that is a hell of a shift.
That is a big-time shift, and this gets a little weird. So the next couple circles are pretty likely to go north, northwest, or west. The bottom corner to the east of Minas Generales is probably not going to be it because of the mountains that New Happy is on. Those are land ratio. What's most likely to happen is to go to a different direction.
I'm actually surprised at New Happy. I mean, they've been working a 2-2 split for a couple of minutes now, and when I saw this circle drop, I thought they might just kind of consolidate and fight as a 4-man squad because you know all these teams are rotating in, but right now they're content to have a spread. In the meantime, Gen G rolling up right here with Americano and Chiba ready to spray him down. Oh no, Anonix.
This is a mess.
Yeah, we saw this happen yesterday with another vehicle getting stuck on those kind of half walls. No players going down just yet. Gen G able to avert disaster, but they're rolling up on Little Ghost.
This compound's open now. 17 didn't stop here, so this is Gen G's for the taking. Maru, are they going to stop and try to fight this? This is ambitious from Maru. They know this is a 2 versus 4, but Gok's around the corner is going to get the knock on to Maxora, and Onyx gets one himself. Gok here does clean up Maxora. Onyx can't get out the door. Sungyoung, though, comes up big, and Onyx, the only one left.
Oh, my God. And Onyx with 4 HP just cleaning it up. Absolutely incredible gunplay out of him. I mean, Gen G, they went into that compound already battered and bruised, and they walk away with a dub. CPN now from New Happy. Beautiful shot there with a barrel, but he gets flanked.
Yeah, Xiaolu gonna clean that one up there. And so New Happy, you were just talking about the fact that New Happy was still really split is causing them problems. You gotta be, especially on a hard shift like this, you got to be willing to consolidate a little bit sooner than maybe you'd like to, because other teams are going to try to crash the center here. And, you do have Non and HS now going up, and they are going to finish what their teammates started, but at what cost?
Yeah, that was a beautiful cleanup right there by Non and HS. In the meantime, Gen G's got some action going on, and Ghibli's even getting in on the action over here with New Happy. Adder throwing in some nades, not quite able to connect. It is just HS and Nan kind of doing a 1-1 split on these two houses. Ghibli's working the edge, trying to find an angle to take them out.
Well, that door is not open yet, so he does get the fire in there. It looks like it started to catch him. He does get that.
Yep.
Adder got that molly to land. I thought that wasn't going to get to him. He must have been outside the door. He must have been on the other side of the building. Meanwhile, yeah, this is what you were just talking about. Gen G did get the reses in, other than Maxora, who was flushed during that fight. So Anonix with solo HP able to save this. This is a tough building to push. State trying to get up these stairs.
It's so awkward. These stairs are just terrible for fighting. I mean, it's a little bit easier when you have more players, because if you do happen to peek and you get knocked, you can then trade it out. But Gen G right now, only 3 players up. This is a dicey situation.
And if I'm kind of understanding the Donuts utility situation, I don't think they have much in the way of frags or mollies left, and that makes this almost impossible to push up those stairs. You can see that the way that Gen G's set up, Spear's going to basically play off contact, knock one and fall right back.
Right.
And try to bait them into the other crossfires of his teammates.
Yeah, so right now, just kind of a standoff here for these two teams. I think they both really just have smokes. Oh, Americano actually has 4 frags. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to find a way to get some utility out of those yet. There is one flash going in there by Korn.
Well, now they've got other teams driving by. It's actually 17 who's like giving them a broadside on a drive-by here.
Oh my goodness.
17's like, yeah, you guys go ahead and fight. We'll just consolidate our position. The circle did end up shifting west, so there's basically a couple different directions it could have gone. It is going to go west again. because, again, some of these hills on Minas are land ratioed. So
yeah,
it has to start shifting west, most likely. That isn't guaranteed, but
generally the way we expect it to go. In the meantime, Ty Lu gonna try and get some shots. CC right here with a spray down on Heaven, but that is a hard top Murado. Those shots not quite able to connect. He's gonna get in his buggy and try and rotate out of that position now. Revealed his location. In the meantime, Ghibli rolling up on this compound. They're trying to find some safe haven themselves.
Yeah, so, Ghibli, it's oh so important to keep those vehicles alive, so that's, first priority here. Try to spread your vehicles out so you can, maximize, the safety of them. Now, there's a grenade here from Americano, so they did have some frags.
Yeah, I don't think, Americano has got, I think, maybe 3 left. I believe he had 4 when we checked him earlier. I think Gen G's a little blindsided by this. There was such a delay between when Donuts could have used this utility and they're deciding to do it now that Gen G, you saw they didn't even move. They probably thought it was a smoke.
I just assumed there weren't any frags because USG wasn't using them earlier. You know what I mean? I thought
Kane's got 2.
Yeah, and they're trying to use the mollies to force them into positions where the frags will land.
Oh, Renba's getting beaten up too.
Oh, all of Gen G is in that same spot. That could be disaster.
Well, they're trying to get out of range of some of these donuts, these nades that are coming in. They're definitely not throwing donuts. Can you imagine?
Yes, that would be much better than grenades. I'd be much happier.
Gen B would be too.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to land those, AZ.
That's okay. That's, SSR wasn't going to stick around for too long. He's just looking for something to kind of nestle in there, but there isn't a lot of space outside of Hacienda del Patron. V7 from the northern road is making a very late entry along the blue.
Yeah, lucky for them, Tian is moving off of that edge compound, so it will be not the worst path on the way in. In the meantime, infantry moving clockwise around on the west side here. Tupu is taking some shots, but as you see, there is a little bit of distance right here. Not quite easy to connect with those SLRs.
Got one to land.
Yeah, on the buggy.
That's the easiest of the bunch to land the shots on for sure, but, Lin able to get in there, and now more problems for Gen G as that molly did connect. This might be USG pushing up the stairs as there's only going to be one gun available for Gen G since there is a res happening, but they can't get up there safely.
Yeah, they're not doing it yet. I mean, it's still so scary to push up those stairs. I mean, you try and peek and repeat that, and it could very well be you losing a 1v3, It's tough, especially at this close range. If you get Renba, for example, just holding down a spray, he's going to connect with all of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's so hard to find a comfortable timing there for USG and, to get everybody on the same page, to make sure everybody's, doing the right things at the right time. Now, they're making a dive into the center here. It is a little bit dangerous. Out on the edge for 2-star. I don't know. He's got to win this battle, and that's going to be tough.
That was a close nade right there. 46 damage popping off, and Ming coming in. The cavalry going to be taking down 2-star from B7, so that gets cleaned up right there. Oh, no. Hooting, he's not happy about that. He's going to avenge his teammate to the best of his ability.
That's a bit of an aggressive move from Pero there, State. That was kind of unexpected from me. I thought they kind of had enough of a lockdown in that position that, they had 2-star basically dead to rights anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but apparently they just decided to go in for the flank and clean that up. Gomp right now, he's also in a pickle. He's going to throw a frag. I'm not sure that's going to connect. I think the angle might be a little bit too low, and no, instead he's going to get naded by Ming. And this is not the best push here from V7.
Just nowhere to go. Coming in north, there's so much flat terrain that you have to deal with, and it's a bit of a pit maneuver.
We've seen a lot of that.
It happens. It happens, and there was a headshot in there as well. So infantry's got to take a moment to heal up and readjust for their push because they have to go in. Now, this current circle, it has removed most of the land ratio terrain, the unplayable terrain, so they can kind of go anywhere it wants at this point. And now that's why you're seeing teams start to make their move for the center, because the more center you are, the more likely you are to be in the next couple circles. So, Ty Lu and others, that's why they're waiting for now to make their move.
Right. I mean, you see from the angle right now with Donowa on that hill, if you're trying to make rotations later, it's very tough when that circle starts to close. You could very easily get picked off by a team with good gunplay on the top of some kind of elevation. Long Screw right now on the ground, actually rolling up on GEX. They do know that they have this position secure. He's going to play to this slope for cover. GEX not ready for it, but not quite able to connect with that spray.
Yeah, Zennon
Oh,
here.
Volley Bear!
Oh, Zennon tried to cook that grenade, but Zennon's just gonna pick up 2 with the gun. Xavier's got Longsker. It's just Lin left for infantry. He's gonna launch a grenade, get some pretty decent damage. Sprays down 1. Can he find the second? No. GEX, what a hold.
Yeah, for a second there, I was really liking that play by infantry rolling up. They had the element of surprise, but GEX with excellent crisis management, they cleaned that up with minimal losses.
It's what I saw in PWS, was crisis. I like the way you put that, crisis management. That's a really good word to describe GEX. They are some of the best in the business at that.
All right, they better do it again, though. I see Jufu on the map rolling up on them now. Oh, that's 2 knock already. The cavalry coming in. Those knights with their lances just unleashing hell. GEX is down and out. I mean, they were already in kind of a pickle after they were trying to, recoup from that last battle, and yeah, Jufu's not going to give him any breathing room. They just pounce on that and take that position.
All right, 17 under a bit of pressure. That just goes too far. Yeah, it's a really good grenade. If he had timed it perfectly to explode when it landed, he would have had an opportunity there for another knock, but XYZ continues to try to find some kind of push. Now, Ghibli is inside of Danawa territory. Salute's already been knocked here. Meanwhile, Ghibli's actually even fighting the Freaks. They're fighting on 2 fronts, so Ghibli's got to be careful. They're biting off a lot here in this 2-2 split.
Yeah, this 2-2 split has me a little bit worried. I mean, they are controlling territory, but this is Rex and Salute they're dealing with right now. This is a pretty powerful 1-2 punch, and actually, does he catch that? Oh no, Cuman gets the first shot off. That's Rex going down to the headshot. Cuman with a nice sprayer there on that barrel.
Well, Ghibli's just dialed in right now.
Yeah, they're making this work.
They got 2 knocks on the Freaks. They've got 2 knocks on a knock and a flush on a Danawa, and they haven't lost anybody. This is crazy good. I mean, now they're under pressure from Seoul on the side. Adder is maybe going to be lost. I should take this back, but still, this is an unbelievable fight. Now this is Tianba over on the north side of the circle. V7 still struggling to find any kind of footing up there.
Yep, Helen's going to try and go for the res here on his teammate. In the meantime, I've been watching the kill feed. Gen G and the Donuts are still in that compound, still in the circle. They actually haven't really laid into each other quite yet. This is kind of crazy.
It is unusual to see that last, but because it's still in the circle, nobody needs to fight. Oh God, Helen has to get going because he's so low on health.
Oh man, he's missing a tire too.
That's tough. Soul's just going to try to make something work, and there's this shack here, so he's going to settle up inside of there. The good news is nobody's super close. Lambu continues to rock and roll.
Wow.
Ghibli. They are just a wrecking ball right now.
I cannot believe this play coming out of Ghibli right now. Man, even luck going their way as Ian tries to connect with the spray and the smoke, but Lambu kind of matrixes his way out of it.
This angle's tough for Ian, though.
It really is.
So he's got.
Oh, there you go.
He's got a good readjustment on this angle, and he's going to pick up 2 for it. Ian, the superstar for Korea, picking up 2 more kills there, as Afrika will, in the long run, be able to survive that battle. But man, Ghibli did a ton of damage.
Yeah, especially with that 2-2 split. Just really excellent gunplay right there, fighting on 2 fronts. I mean, they do get cleaned up in the end, but that was some pretty impressive stuff. If we keep seeing them play like that, they're going to have a good run in this event.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be in a situation like that and to do what they did is against 2 really good teams in the Freaks and Danawa, yeah, that's very incredible. Pero, just kind of peppering V7 from long range is going to sit them out over the course of a very long, protracted fight. Now, there is enough of the hill currently for the Freaks, but Tyloo right underneath knows, and they know they've got a good opportunity to get some grenades.
Yup, they connect with 1, so now they have a pretty good idea of where these players are. I am shocked that air nade didn't get Lash. It's a really tough position here for that Freaks.
Get him.
Yep.
What do you do here as the Freaks, right? Like, you're just stuck on a plateau, and good grenades are going to end the round. Ian's trying to put some fire back down onto Tianba, and actually Gen G's giving him some help.
Yeah, Gen G shooting from the compound. Look at this, and Onyx still on the second floor. I mean, them and Donuts. I've noticed this on the minimap. They've just been shooting people around them. It's like 2 teams as a turret. It's kind of crazy.
It is a bit odd to have that happening, and that's good shooting from Tong to take Ian into his knocked status. So Afrika still 1 player standing, but for how much longer, that is yet to be determined. But meanwhile, Gen G and USG, I mean, whoever wins that fight has to try to cross that road, and that's very, very challenging with Pero and 17 and Tyloo potentially out there.
Yeah, they're finally going to have to get pushed out of this as they're out of the circle coming into phase 6. Tong's right now trying to get an angle as Jufu also rotates in. They've got a tough job ahead of them getting into the circle. As you see, there isn't really too much playable terrain here outside of the compounds. I mean, there are like some kind of dips, there are some ledges you can play with, but really not a lot of angles.
Yeah, that dip's tough. EN gets knocked again here. This time it's Kane from long range. Renba trying to steal the point. The blue is right on top of Lash, and there is no hope for him to res EN at this point. Goes for the first aid kit, and that's about all he can do is wait this out unless he wants to try to go for a backstab and a Ty Lue. I don't expect them to really give him an opportunity for that. A good grenade here, and Onyx down the stairs does get one, but he is really weak again. Trying to finish more off. Spear's there to help. Gen G here on their last legs. Anonix, 12 HP. How does he keep doing this? Oh, they're down. The blue is going to get him.
Beautiful play out there by Anonix, though, man. Those are two fights back-to-back where it felt like he was fighting on his last legs with less than 10 HP. In the meantime, Pero's going to clean up Donuts, and that's... Yeah, you said it perfectly earlier. I mean, those teams, they're going to fight, and one of them's going to get out of the compound, and they're going to die crossing that road. It was a death trap.
Grenades exploding on both sides. Tiamba down to 2 players. The foursome of Pero is down to a threesome with a good grenade from Chui. Now, let's see if they can get another. Aches left is sticking the res here, but it's in the blue. There's no way that's going to work. You have to get off of that. And now they can hold the edge. They could fall apart here. Tong going big.
Tong with some beautiful sprays right now. He's just keeping this team completely contained. He gets another one. Really great play out of there by Tiamba. That's going to be it for Pero right now.
But it's Ty Lue from afar. That is going to get the knock to kind of end his run there. What a play from him, though. He was looking so hot there.
That's just the way Miramar goes, man, in the late game. Unless you have a God compound or some kind of really defensible position, somebody's going to have an angle on you. It's just the way it goes.
Well, this Ty Lue team understands this map, I think, better than anybody that I've seen. They really know when to make their moves, when to take the positioning. And they knew after the phase 4 pop that they could go center. It might have even been phase 3, but whenever all that land ratio terrain was cut out, that's when they went center, and look at it, it's paying huge dividends for them.
Yeah, this is a great plateau for this circle. I'm a little bit worried about their rotation after this. As you see, there are some rocks they can move into, but they are very, very edge right now. In the meantime, Jufu's also trying to deal with some trouble themselves, as both Ty Lue and 17 are really just nailing down their position. XYZ does have an Om, though.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to touch on. If they can get this Om to land some big shots, they might be able to create enough space to get something going, but they're running out of time as the Phase 7 blue is going to be on their backs very, very shortly. And basically, Ty Lue and 17 are just, completely dialed in on them.
All right, looks like they're going to go for it, and they're going to be rotating in. I think they want to take Ty Lue's location, and Ty Lue, CC says he does not want any part of that. 2 going down already. That just leaves XYZ and one other teammate rolling up on this, but no, one's going down. This might be it for Jufu, man. It's such a tough rotation. You can't blame him. Like, what are you going to do from that spot?
It's almost impossible. You just have to hit some godlike shots, but Ty Lue's smart enough to not really give you the opportunity. 1 HP there on Tong, as Tong's trying to push ahead. They are in the circle, so they can wait a bit. But 17's compound continues to be here, so they took this pretty early on, and they haven't had to move for quite some time.
Yeah, and this is a really great compound for this circle, too. I mean, it goes without saying. And in the meantime, I think that's Tion Chui, right? All the way up there in the northwest. He's playing solo himself. Probably wants to wait for Ty Lue and 17 to try and cannibalize each other and hopefully get some better placement points or maybe a kill. But right now, this is kind of a Mexican standoff, right? Like these two teams on the west and east side, they're barely playing edge. They both barely have cover, and once this circle closes in and we see the next one pop, I'm really not sure what they're going to do.
Yeah, he's still got a Murado here in good enough shape to make a pretty quick little rotation, but the Phase 8 circle does not favor Chui, and he is almost dead.
I think to his advantage, I think he is prone in a spot where no one has an angle on him, but Xiao Bei might actually be coming in to try and clean him up. They know that they have to take some kind of ground here in the middle of the circle.
They've got to get a little bit ahead of Ty Lue so they could stay ahead of the circle closing on Phase 9.
Yeah.
Because then, then Ty Lue has to run downhill out in the open where 17 can stand their ground and shoot down Ty Lue as they come in. So that's why, you're going to see 17 start to kind of make this inch-by-inch maneuver towards the center of the circle.
Yeah, and I love it, too. I mean, they're setting up like Little Ghost and Shower back there with covering fire as Xiaobei makes his rotation into this rock. Really smart play out of them. Just trying to inch their way forward, as you said. In the meantime, Xiaobei is going to try and finish up Chewy right here with a nade. Does get some damage in.
So close. The follow-up, if it lands, will do the job. Oh, these are stuns, so he's just trying to push the angle. You know, Chewy's ready for it here, though, so you got to be careful.
Oh, he got him.
Barely. Chewy with 9 HP.
Yeah, that's another point. He has no kits. He has 8 bandages. Yeah, that's going to be it. A valiant effort. I mean, it scores him an extra point. Those add up.
Yeah, your third place finish with that extra kill. That's not bad. They need every point they can get. Tianba's pretty far down in the standings, so absolutely looking for that. Now, Tyloo is going to use that opportunity to gain some ground of their own. So this is all about who can stay closer to the center of the circle. And now that Tyloo's gotten down the hill safely, they've got control of some of these rocks, they've actually got a really good opportunity to win this.
Yeah, that was some great footwork getting down here. And you see this position that's kind of been set up. There are a lot of rocks in this area that players can kind of bounce between and even show using this hill to his advantage, this slope, this cover to move to a new rock. And you look on the mini-map right there in 17, they're really setting up a nice concave. I'm wondering what Little Ghost is able to see right now, if he can pull off any shots once these guys start to move in. It's tough to say without getting a clear angle of it.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if he can find the flank.
No.
Like, right now, 17 is trying to, you know, put the pressure onto Tyloo to get these flanks to push in, and that's a really good grenade from Lil Ghost.
Yeah.
Now you've got him finished off as well with the vehicle blowing up. Now it's a 2v3 here. CC's down. Tong Z's gone as well. Show cleans him up, and 17 takes the game.
What a beautiful play there by 17 to wrap that one up, man. They set up that concave and they moved in for the kill. Fantastic play out of them, locking down their second win of the event. 2 in 6 games, that's pretty solid.
Their timing is so good. The way that they did that, it was like they all struck at once. It's like, all right, you cover fire, Lil Ghost is going to move. He's throwing the grenade. Okay, now the other player moves. Now Show, you start to move around the other flank. I mean, just the way they play off of each other there is so good.
I'm telling you, man, this is the hottest team coming out of China right now. I've said it on day one.
I believe you.
They got some incredible skills, and they have confidence.
You can see it right there. That was confidence personified. A fight that was going to be tough. I thought Tyloo did a really nice job taking what they could with that.
They did.
Yeah, they did the best they could. But again, a huge game from Tyloo on Miramar. Not surprising. You know, I can't credit them enough with how smart they are with their maneuvering. To get into the middle of that circle when the timing that they chose for it is so smart, because they know there's no more land ratio terrain. So the circle's gonna go anywhere. So the center is the best place to be if you can find a safe place. And they did, and they almost won the game.
Phenomenal play calling. Racked up a lot of kills, second place placement points. I think are gonna push them into first. I'm quite sure that they surpassed Gen G in that one, and also Ian, of course, with some great gunplay right there. I mean, Ghibli, with that 2-2 split, they got some serious damage done on multiple teams, but tough to keep it up. And this death trap right here, man, it was like, it's been like 5-10 minutes they were in this house.
And Onyx almost won another crazy close fight there.
Yeah.
I mean, an Onyx up close and personal with a barrel. There are few in the world who are better. And you can see why in that fight. And here you can see Tyloo, you know, taking advantage of their high ground terrain for as long as they can, getting a lot of damage done. This is a big moment here for 17. I thought this might have given Tyloo enough that they could win the game, where they lost that one player to Chui, but they're able to come back.
I really think it was this concave, the crossfire that they set up, and having Little Ghost go in with that initiation nade, getting the knock, and then just diving them was really, really smart play.
It's always been the coordination and the timing with some of these teams like 17, like New Happy, that really impressed the heck out of me.
Man, I can't wait to go into map number 2. I want to see if Tyloo can bring out another great game movement-wise like that one, because they have been racking up so many kills on Miramar. It's been a pleasure to see. It's an absolute treat.
Well, they're nuts. I mean, think about if they don't lose that player early as well. At the very beginning of the game, they could have maybe won that game. You know, I don't know. This is Tyloo, where they're so well coached. They understand this map so darn well that this is a team that needs to get it. They don't need to get it done at Miramar, but you know they do get it done at Miramar.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I'm going back and I'm thinking a little bit more about that game with Tyloo and the position that they went for that you said right there in the mid game as the circles started closing in. I feel like that was not a play to win. That was a play to rack up kills. They knew that they could take that elevation and they could just absolutely clobber everybody else. I mean, we saw 17 take a great compound and they were picking people off from it, but not really racking up the kills that Tyloo were. And it didn't manifest into a win, but Tyloo just racked up so many points, you know? I mean, the difference between first place and second place is like, what, 4 points?
Tyloo's playing the percentages to get the most points possible.
Yeah, and that's the way you play it. That's why we play 30 games, is because it's law of averages, man. Whatever team's going to have the most points after that, you're absolutely sure they're the best. And
look at Tiamba's distance traveled.
What?
What? That's insane.
Where did they drop? What happened? I mean, we were kind of baffled by Gen G a little bit on day one.
Well, Tiamba's usually like Valle Del Mar or something, but I don't know, man. That's a lot. That's a lot of traveling around the map.
That is a lot of traveling.
Goodness. They must have been bouncing around the edge of the circle a couple times early on or something. But regardless, you can see there that, you know, our teams that get late in the games, throwing a lot of smokes, throwing a lot of frags as per usual.
Yep.
I do appreciate that we do see that stat, though. I do find that a little bit interesting.
Yeah, it's fascinating, man. I mean, great utility usage is what separates really good teams from great teams, in my opinion. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that equation. There's also coaching and maneuvering and gunplay, but utility usage is right up there with everything else.
Has to be. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see some teams thrive on it. Tiamba used to be one of those teams that I thought of with frag grenade usage in particular. They were really good with them back in the day, but a very different Tiamba these days, but still pretty strong, as you can see. And, you know, no hope for Jufu there in that crossfire between Tyloo and 17, and did the best they could. But 17 here, like we talked about, loses Xiaobei to this fight, and that's where I started to go, uh-oh, maybe they might just not even be able to get the win.
I think it was worth it, though. I think you trade that out 1 for 1, and it sets up this concave right now because, as you see, Tyloo, they're pretty much stuck in this corner. And then when you come from all these different angles, it's really hard as Tyloo to coordinate and gun down just one guy. I mean, Sho is giving covering fire for the top. Little Ghost was coming in with nades and then pushing on the front and using kind of the terrain to his own advantage. He's making it so that if Tyloo's going to gun him down, they need to expose themselves to his teammates. Just really smart play there by 17 going for the win. But, I mean, the win isn't all that you need. You also need a lot of kills, right?
Absolutely, no doubt. Sho is going to be the player of the match here with the 4 kills. Half the kills for the team for 17, and you think about, you know, this guy, he's been around for quite some time, and he's still just an absolute nightmare for these other teams to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best in the business is Sho, so not too surprising to see him come through here. Another thing I just thought about, probably that helped 17 out there, was they probably had more frags and stuff left because they had been holding down that compound for quite some time.
Yeah, that's
whereas
true.
Tyloo had to burn a bunch, like on that Afrika, you know, bombardment they did. So just something to think about.
Yep. Great play there by 17. They're going to walk away with 18 points. Tyloo, 15. Very respectable finish right there. And I want to see the total leaderboard right now because I feel like 17 Gaming, they're kind of closing the gap between them and Tyloo and Gen G, you know?
They were just tied with Gen G at the very end. Okay, they are tied with Gen G in terms of points, but because they have more kills, they are ahead of Gen G. So and now 17 Gaming and Jufu have, you know, displaced the Guangdong Freaks, and, you know, it's 3 Chinese teams up in that top 4.
Yep, they're closing the gap, man.
Donuts in 6th, though.
I'm surprised by that. They've had some really good play, and they got 6th play even after a really tough spot there in game number 1, kind of getting bogged down with Gen G of all people in your second floor. I mean, that's not a situation anybody really wants to be in.
No. I mean, and you could see that, you know, in the long run, the Donuts did escape that fight, but it wasn't. Nobody won that, and that's tough in that situation. So, credit to them in terms of doing what they're doing. 27 kills is putting them in a pretty decent position. They're not really getting a lot of placement points, but, you know, early on in these games, they're fighting V7 for some drop spots yesterday. Today, it doesn't seem like that's happening, but regardless, they're still able to put up some pretty good fragging numbers.
Yeah, and again, Ghibli with that 2-2 split, we doubted them. We weren't sure that they were going to be able to pull it off. We were worried that they might just have one side completely deflate as a team kind of mowed in on them, but instead, no, great gunplay out of Adder, Cumin, Heaven, and Lambu, just really holding their own. That was impressive.
It was really impressive. Like, all of a sudden, I was, like, watching that fight, and I'm like, okay, Donawa, Ghibli's only got 2 here, and then I saw him get a knock onto Afrika, and I'm like, Ghibli's taking on 2 fights at once right now. Can they actually do this?
It was Afrika and Donawa, right?
Yeah, correct.
And those are 2 really solid teams.
Yeah.
Like, they're up there with
easy.
Gen G's, like, top 3 in Korea. I mean, that's absolutely nuts there by Ghibli.
I mean, Ghibli is, they've always been known in Korea as kind of the most aggressive team, and that right there shows you why. You know, Infantry, some smiles on their face as they're getting ready to see if they can maybe pick up the pieces a bit, get a bit of a better footing here in this event. They're not doing too bad. They're in 7th place as we go into game number 2 on the game. Game number 2 on the game. Game number 2 on the day. Match number 7 so far here at PCS6 Asia. It's Miramar again, guys.
Let's get to it, man. Can't wait to see that plane pass.
I mean, is it going to be, it's not great. It's not terrible.
Give me a bad one, man. Give me a real bad one. Give me one that we're going to have a Reddit post about.
Yeah, this one, yeah, right? This one isn't that bad at all. This one is pretty typical, so cutting right over El Pozo there. It is going to be a little hard to get up into the Northeast, but I don't really think that matters. Most of our teams are dropping Central. We don't have a lot of edge-dropping teams in this event.
Yeah, and if any team does really want to go there to the Northeast, I mean, there are enough car drop spots that you can land somebody, pick up like a Murado and a buggy or whatever, and just kind of roll on wherever you want. But we'll have to see where this goes. Looking at the map right now, it doesn't seem like we have any hot drops in the cards. E7 is a little bit close to Tyloo there in the south, but they are venturing off more to the west. In the meantime, we see Pero here over at Power Grid.
There is a lot of congestion around El Pozo in terms of just teams that are trying to drop in that area because GEX has left Impala to Infantry. They're not going to mess with them anymore. So there's a little bit as the Freaks are heading more north, and that's where the circle's going to go.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some of these El Pozo teams rotate a little bit clockwise down to, or up, I should say, to La Cobreria and take that position over there.
It's a fun name to say, right?
It is. I'm always afraid I'm going to mess it up. I took like 5 years of Spanish in high school, and I can't speak a lick of it.
Yeah, well, you know, look, you're doing better than a lot of the other casters. I'll just put it that way.
Come on, don't be mean to Caleres.
No. I'm just always taking shots at the other casters. It's just fun because they can't. They have no recourse. Like like most of them are asleep right now, and they're gonna watch the VODs. Yeah, they're gonna watch the VODs later. And they're going to be like, oh, that paper thin, he's at it again.
You know, when I grew up in California. I'm from the U.S., and most of my friends in high school, they were immigrants from Mexico, first generation. And I would always hang out with them and their families, and a lot of their parents, they wouldn't speak English very well. So I try to speak like my high school English or my high school Spanish.
Yeah.
Catch up with them. And now that I've been in Korea for close to 10 years, I had a chat with one of them recently. He said I have a really thick Asian accent when I speak Spanish.
Really?
Yeah.
That's odd.
That's neither here nor there, though, as we actually see 2 top teams, 17 and Tyloo, going for a fight right now quite early. Show actually got an 8x
this is the
SKS.
The replay.
Oh, the replay?
I know.
God,
I
was like, what the hell is going on?
They made it you with that. We've only watched that 3 times, so, you know, don't worry. They just went there and...
I'm going to go play with my crayons. I don't know what I'm doing,
exactly,
man. I was like, wait, this is an 8X? Why is everybody here? I thought there wasn't any hot drop.
No, I know.
What?
They were just showing the end of that last match there again a little bit.
I got caught up in my story, and I'm like, oh, no, people are going to hate me. I'm missing the action. Ah!
No, you're fine. You didn't miss anything. There's not much going on right now. Everybody's still looting, so... I haven't really seen anybody make any drastic maneuvers.
No, not yet.
Infantry's still looting. Tianba, Puerto Pariso's still looting. So, yeah, there's not a whole lot going on the map right now. And a lot of people with 4 kills in that one. And Onyx did scrape up 4 between those fights at that house.
Surprised he didn't get more, honestly. It felt like he won like 2 different fights with less than 10 HP. It was crazy.
Spear helped him out a bit, but
yeah,
it was mostly an Onyx doing the heavy lifting. Not too surprising. When you think about his history as a player, of course, he's going to be representing Korea at PNC. Well-deserved. I don't think anybody doubted for a moment that an Onyx wouldn't be there.
Oh, no, he's He's going to be in that thing as long as he's a player, you know? He is just incredible. I mean, it goes to show, like, whenever I think about Anonix, I think about just absolutely pinpoint DMR play. And when you always talk about how good he is with the AR.
Yeah.
And they're both true, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he's just a solid all-around player. Anonix is just absolutely incredible. And he's been consistent for years, you know?
You have to be good at both in modern PUBG. Like, that's, if you're good at both, then you are probably going to be one of the best in the business. Like, that's just all there is to it. So, we'll see. Tyloo is out in the south of Los Leones. They're waiting for New Happy to leave, it looks like, out of Los Leones. They're getting some information on that, and then they're going to make their move. You know, they'll take their time. Tyloo's going to wait the circles out to see what they're going to do, and then they're going to make, you know, they're going to make an informed decision.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was going to say pretty much the same thing. Probably they'll start moving in, like, once the circle pops, so they don't need to get back in the vehicles and just go, like, dead center, or at least to, like, the most advantageous position to rack up kills in the second or third circle.
Yeah, they're not looking for a specific spot. Like, they're waiting to see what the circle does, and, well, whatever. It's a buggy. Who cares? It's just a
That's
buggy.
the off-road vehicle, man. Come on.
No, it's a piece of junk.
I like the buggy.
That's okay, but it is a dangerous vehicle in competitive PUBG.
It is a little awkward to have that buggy flip, though, as you're rolling up on Pero's compound for a fight, you know? I'm not sure if Ghibli's aware that they're here.
I think
not.
Ghibli might have expected them to have already left.
Yeah. They certainly know now as that nade pops on Cuban. He's going to be taken down, and Heaven's already down at half HP. Mill trying to take an angle here with his barrel.
Well, didn't see anybody. They know there's a knock, but there isn't a lot that they can do until now. Now the reinforcements have arrived for Pero. Let's see if they can make anything happen. That
that's
Molly's
a good Molly.
Yeah, that's really annoying. Oh, that spray.
Nice spray there by Eggsleft coming in with a frag as well. And AZ actually kind of getting picked off there. Took a lot of damage, getting blindsided. And Ghibli not off to the best start in this fight right now.
I mean, Adder's out on the flank, but he can't do anything. He's not doing anything. That hill is pretty steep. He's got to get up here and help his team, or they're going to be done in a heartbeat, and they're gone. It's just Adder left for Ghibli, and he's getting shot by USG in the back.
Man.
That's probably it. I don't see a world where Ghibli gets out of that.
Yeah, the pieces just kind of fell apart right there. Really great defense. In the meantime, we got the Freaks going off and having their own little battle here with Maru as well. Maru wants none of this. Yaka and somebody else's +1. It's going to be D-Lax just trying to get out of that situation. And, poor Adder.
He can't. He just can't. I mean, again, there's just no hope with USG shooting him in the back to even find any kind of footing. And it makes matters worse because if Pero can hear those gunshots hitting the sand, and then they know like that somebody's not too far away. So, yeah, Pero there, good kind of defense, but Ghibli gambling, I think, that Pero had left already is my suspicion.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, Pero was still there, and they probably heard that buggy flip, and then the other cars come in and had a lot of time to prepare, you know?
Yep, exactly.
Really fast on that rotation in with the teammates. And right now, New Happy, kind of close to Shelby on the map, but maybe not going to see too much action over there as teams are just trying to post up in the best compounds they can here in this first circle.
Well, a lot of teams are going to drift east. It's a little more likely to go that way, but again, it doesn't have to. But because that Hook Mountain outside of El Pozo is land ratioed, it's likely to go like more east than not. But you know, maybe we'll get something spicy. Maybe we'll get like a hard shift up to the northwest and it'll go Crater Fields.
Yeah, how much of the Crater Fields is land ratioed?
Because a lot of it.
Yeah, it gets really, really steep there, man.
Mostly on the southern edge. So like the edge where GEX, and if you're looking at your map feed, by the way, PUBG Esports map, I think
that's right. Yeah, I always want to say like PUBG KR.
I know, right? Because we're so used to calling the map that we're casting for the PWS. But
I think you can type !map. There's probably some kind of command. I'm sure somebody out there is going to be able to link it for you guys. But really advise that you open up the map. It's great for following the action, seeing where your favorite teams are heading off to, what fights are going to be on the horizon. Highly recommend it.
Yeah, but to the point, a lot of the southern edges of the craters are land ratioed.
Yeah.
So it tends to go like north of that or towards Pozo. That's if it's going to go that direction.
Yeah, because I was thinking at first that we might see some teams move north towards La Cobreria, but it makes sense because of the land ratio. That's actually a very unlikely outcome.
Yeah, so you can see teams are drifting east-ish. Oh, God.
Here we go. 4 Angry Men rolling up on the Freaks compound right now. Taking a lot of damage there.
Oh, Hikari, though. And they got a... Oh, Xiaohai got ran over.
No.
Oh, my God. Because Hikari got that knock, the vehicle kept going. They weren't able to put the brakes on in time, and they're going to rake in 2 kills for that.
Yeah, my goodness. Hikari just kind of cleaning up right there. That's a really unfortunate turn there for 4 Angry Men. Xiaolu taking a look at that, and yeah, probably feeling a little bit of despair.
They have just enough time to get their reses. End is on first knock, it looks like. Akkad's already resed, so should be A-okay for the Freaks, assuming nobody else tries to crash it. But we are going to go hard north. Ooh,
wow.
Now, this is a wild shift.
Yeah, this is not what we expected, right? We were just talking about the unplayable terrain by the crater fields, but instead it is going to go all the way to the northwest. So
yeah, so this starts to make me think we could have something a little bit unusual. Probably northeast or southeast is the next circle.
Yeah.
It could actually go hard southeast again.
Northeast is kind of what I'm looking at, though, and I mean, that's some pretty treacherous terrain there. There's a lot of different elevation play. There are a lot of dips. It can get really messy if it goes there. As Hikari not able to clean this up. He will get knocked, but eventually the Freaks are going to finish it.
Yeah, I mean, the Freaks here with 5 kills already in this game, so, you know, doing a lot of damage to 4AM +1, and that's really, really nice. Meanwhile, teams now, you know, recognizing that this shift is going to likely force them more north than not, so they're going to start making their way up there.
Oh.
Now, 17 versus Peril. This should be a really good fight. See if 2 of the best in China duking it out on the south edge here, that warehouse that's just to the north of the power grid. Damage done to 17, but no knocks.
Yeah, and they're already popping up the kits. They have time to get that done, and Show already back at max HP. Little Ghost going to be full boosting here. He wants to be ready for this fight as more frags are coming in. Not quite connecting, though. There is a lot of terrain you can use to your advantage inside of this this warehouse to try and protect yourself from these nades. And here we go. Pero, they're getting ready for it.
Yeah, the vehicle exploded. Pero hasn't really done enough, in my opinion, to justify this push, but the confidence is here, and now you're seeing the shotguns in the hands of 17 as they want to, you know, they know it's going to be up close and personal real soon, and those shotguns, we've all seen it, are worth their weight in gold. In fact, Axlex is going to grab one off the ground himself as well. Grenade's going to be cooked around the corner. Little close there. If that one's on point, could get a knock, but not quite, just short of Mill.
Yeah, some damage there on Mill, but actually Jufu's Hong is taking pot shots right now on Pero as they rotate to the eastern building in this compound right now, and this has become suddenly a really awkward fight. A lot of utilities been used, no knocks to really initiate on, not a lot of big connections, just kind of soft damage.
I love what Jufu's done here. Just sent Hong out on a solo mission to watch this fight and see what he can pick up out of it. It's 100% safe.
All right, there's a knock on Mill. There's a flashbang. 17, they might be engaging off this. Axlev does have a shotgun ready.
Oh, don't shoot your teammate. Oh, goodness. Okay, Axlev does get one. Make that two with the pump shotgun. He has got low health, though, so has to back off. Show is going to get him. Trying to peek that corner. Ming and AZ now. The last hope here for Pero.
Yeah, but Xiaobei with a double barrel is going to land that on Ming, and he goes down right now. Things falling apart for Pero. Actually falling apart for 17, excuse me, right now as AZ's coming around the top side. Really a lot of trouble for both of these teams. Hong's still kind of shooting there from the north.
Oh boy, he's gonna go for the stun. The res did, oh, it just bounced at his own face.
Oh no.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yep, I've been there many times, usually playing CSGO.
The old self-flash never feels good. And 17 is gonna win that fight in the long run, and you know, just some good timings there from their members. And I think a little bit of an over-aggressive push from Pero. They never really got damage at the right time. All right, we are going to go east, and that's kind of what I figured. It was likely to move away from the craters, so we are going to go east. But I don't know, man. Pero there, that felt ambitious, if that makes sense.
I think they were expecting to, they had so much utility that they used. It must have been like close to double-digit frags. It felt like they were expecting to land one of those to initiate on, and it just never happened. And, I mean, once you get in that position that you've exhausted all of your frag usage and you don't have anything to initiate, and, I mean, obviously, 17 right there, they're in position to defend with shotguns and everything like that. It's tough, and it just fell apart quickly. I mean, that engagement with the shotguns, it can go one way or another really, really quick. It just depends on who gets the first shot off.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, as the teams try to settle up to the east of the crater fields, because this circle's going to almost certainly drift away from it, you can see that a few members being taken down here and there. Maru has lost 2, but they've got a Shack and a Dream, and these are very difficult to hold if somebody tries to push it.
Yeah, not the most defendable compound right there. As we see Danawa posting up on this hill, they have a lot of long sight lines from there. I really like their position, but they're not quite in the circle just yet. In the meantime, 17, after clearing up Pero, opens up a path for them to work their way into the circle. And yeah, Danawa, they're now trying to work their way in.
See, Tai Lu underneath them, and that's not a team I would want to see down there.
No, not at all.
Not right now. We'll see what Danawa can find. There is the God compound available just underneath that hill. Let's see if they're able to get into it. And that's right now they don't recognize it. They're gonna drive past it, as they're gonna look for something more central. Of course, dips all over the place. It is Miramar, so you can try to take one of those and see if you can make it work. USG though, not too far out of the way.
Yeah.
Soul here is getting shredded on that motorcycle.
Oh, he really is. Americano's taking point right now here, too, for USG. He hears these cars running in, and he wants to spray them down so bad. Rex still in his vehicle right now. Americano looking for the angle. Not quite going to get it, though, as Helen takes down Sheva to start the fight.
That's actually going to back him off. I think had he found an angle for a knocker, if Shiva had gotten a knock, he would have gone for it. But it just didn't happen. So
just a couple seconds too late, man. If he was there like 3 or 4 seconds sooner, he may have gotten over the crest of that hill and mowed those people down. As it is, though, Danawa right now going to be content to take this position. They are aware of USG over in this compound now, and this is not the most safe spot, but it is serviceable for where it is in the circle.
Yeah, Danawa should be okay-ish. It could be a little tough at times, but it just depends on if they can hold their angles and kind of hide a bit up there. I think they'll be all right. We'll see. Next circle should be going, eastish in one way or another. It is going to be northeast, and that means Maru Central, but man, oh man.
Did Longskirt just get that knock? That was crazy.
Yeah, he did.
That was like 200+ meters.
He's insane. Yeah, it's just
oh my goodness, poor
absolutely
V7.
ridiculous. Yeah, V7 again on the bad side of the northern end of the circle trying to come in. But again, this God compound is open next to them, and nobody's taking it because I don't think anybody's really quite figured out that it's open, because God compounds are hard to see into.
Yeah,
and
it's one of the reasons why they're so good.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a great compound either, but it's like because it's kind of in a valley, so a lot of teams can kind of make your life a living hell if you're stuck inside of it.
Yeah, especially this one right here, because there's really like nothing around it, right? Like if you got to make a rotation and there's any team around you, it's dangerous. But V7, I mean, beggars can't be choosers. They're going to try and find something.
Well, they're trying to set up the smoke so they can build up some steam to come down this hill, but when you have both Tai Lu and infantry shooting at you, well, this is, I was going to say, I'd be amazed if Gomp gets out of this alive. Even Jonggu now are going to go down, so.
Yeah, the buggy is not the vehicle you want to be on when you're trying to get out of these situations. Gomp just going to crawl to his death through the fog there.
Infantry is going to pick up those 2 kills, so some much-needed points for infantry to kind of stay inside of spitting distance of the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, they're still in top 8. I mean, that's a good position to be in. As long as you're in striking distance, I mean, it only takes 1 or 2 good days to really climb to the top, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what you need. You need a couple good days in a row, and then you're right in the conversation. So, you know, in a 6-day event, you're probably allowed to have 1 bad day. But you can't have too many more than that if you want to be winning the event. And we'll see if infantry is able to start putting some good rounds together. Tai Lu's going to make their move. Some stuff available. You can see they're taking a very similar rotation path to what we saw Danawa take earlier. Show, our player of the match from the last round, has been taken down. The Freaks have a pretty good line, as well as Jufu down onto this.
Yeah, 17 just kind of grasping at straws, trying to find a way to get into the south side of the circle right now. They're really not in the best position. In the meantime, Jufu, I think they might be content over here. They do have a lot of elevation, and you see now the gauntlet that 17's trying to run. Lots of flats. I mean, they are on a plateau, so they do have that working for them, but really not the best position.
The problem is part of that mountain is still in on the west, and I think Jufu can kind of see down there. Or at least, maybe not anymore, but I can see that Danawa also, with that high ground position they have, is putting some shots at OZ beyond. You're gone. I saw as soon as his health got to 1 HP, I'm like, nope, you're not getting there. Now, HS got around the corner, but out of the frying pan into the fire as you have Danawa, you know, waiting on the other side of this. So he's safe-ish for now. Nan is going to try to join him, but how much longer will that last? This is going to circle right towards Genji.
Yeah, Ming couldn't break that wall either, so he's going to have to heal up and then try again. Really, New Happy not having the best draw right now is actually HS is going to go down. As you said, I mean, they're just exposed from every angle. 17 has a great vantage point on them as well. Poor Ming.
Poor Tianba as well. They're stuck in this shack.
Oh, that's so sad.
This is, it's just tragic, isn't it? You know that there's no hope to get out of that. Now, Ming, you know, New Happy, even here on Miramar, hasn't been able to find anything. And yeah, Helen gonna do some work with that mini and take Ming out. Meanwhile, Donuts are right on top here. That grenade is perfect. Gets the knock on to Helen. Korn, though, gonna get shut down by Rex. He's gonna get the flush. So far, so good here for Danawa on this defense. Just Kane left around the other side of this rock. Rex and Salute maybe going to try to go for the flank push to finish the job. Kane's going to get one. The timing's a little bit off. Rex has to be good, and he is. Danawa going to hold on.
Great play there by Danawa, holding that position, and a valiant effort there by USG. I mean, we know how good Americano and Kane are. Two mechanically gifted players, and right now, 17, they hear all this action. They're rolling up on it, but they're not the only ones. It's getting dirty really quick right here.
Yeah, I mean, Danawa had 3 teams waiting around for this fight to happen. I don't know, this is going to be absolute chaos. Soul is down and dusted by Lil Ghost here. 17 found the perfect opportunity, but still there's Tiamba and New Happy in the mix. And Nan going to take one down here. Danawa is going to go out to the molly of 7-7. Nan, though, if he could just get one more bullet to land, he could win this. Not going to happen.
No, not going to happen right now as all these teams are converging on this one location. You even see Tai Lu now coming down from the north on 17 and Tian. They want to get in on this action. They are hungry for kills. We know them on Miramar. This is their game to play. Sia taking a nice spray there on Little Ghost. Not quite able to get the full knock. Instead, going for a frag now.
It's that 3x barrel spray.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Nan here is going to get another kill in the long run, even after going down. Xiaobei trying to hold the line. Tai Lu has one knock. That's Lil Ghost. Now the pressure might start to mount for 17. As you can see, the grenades being thought about. That one from Sia could be good.
Yeah, a lot of frags going down right now as that's Tong going down actually by Renba. So many players getting on this action as Zhao Yang with a beautiful spray is going to take down Suju. And now Xiaobei, I believe he's in the Molotov, maybe not quite. And no, that's going to be it for 17. They are down. Tai Lu emerges victorious here, but the blue is creeping up.
Yeah, I don't think they're quite close enough to grab the player, pick him up, put him out in the back, and carry him in. He might be down and dusted. Meanwhile, the Freaks had reached out onto this hill to try to blockade Jufu, but Jufu gets both of them knocked. And that's a bit of an overextension here for the Freaks. They might have bitten off more than they could chew. Ian trying to see if he can get some long-range damage in.
Yeah, Ian trying to give his teammates some semblance of vengeance right now. Sakari and Akkad got mowed down there at the bottom of that ridge, but no, Ian will go down as we see the circle kind of center up on these two compounds. Genji going to be very happy about this as this fight goes on.
Yeah, I'm not too sure here what happened with the Freaks. We were too busy watching the other fight, but it's not going well. Infantry, in the meanwhile, is cleaning up V7.
Oh, it's Jufu.
Yeah, Jufu, that's a good grenade right into Lash's face. He's barely holding on, trying to get that first aid to pop before he's taken down by anything else. Bullets splashing all around him. Tai Lu now starting to, I think, take some shots to the other side of this. Back over to Jufu. And, oh, there they are. Okay, they're fighting infantry. A little bit confused, bouncing around between fights.
There's so much action on the map right now. It's hard to keep up. These teams are just going for it. They're getting so many kills right now as Longsker throwing some great nades here on Sia. Not able to connect, and Sia, he peeks up, shoots him down with a barrel, and that's going to be it for infantry.
I mean, Tai Lu is just unbelievable on this map. Just time and time again, getting deep into games, getting kills. GEX has kind of been quiet, but, you know, they've been waiting in the wings, holding their ground. That's their game style. This is how they play, guys. They're a very passive team in the early part of the game.
Love it. They were biding their time in the north outside of this circle, trying to find their way in, and they hear all this action. They're tracking their kill feed. They know this is the time to strike, and they're pouncing on Jufu's position. They want to control the southwestern corner of this map. Hong 2 throwing some nades, trying to give some cover.
I can't believe no one's crashed Maru. Well, we have like a short sort of lull.
Everybody's so busy. There's so much action. No one's had an opportunity to. You know, Gen G's not going to leave their compound, and Tyloo's had their hands full.
That's a good point.
GEX are trying to hold this position right now as they're just going blow for blow, and you can see right here, there's so much smoke on the ground. It's hard to get any shot in.
Yeah, you can see Zennon's looking for feet as the smoke start to dissipate. When they start to turn red on the observer screen, that's when they're going to start dissipating there. A double drop out on the outside.
That's an Om.
Yeah, that's the Om there for Jufu. So this is huge. Getting that level 3 gear for this upcoming fight against GEX. And GEX too cautious to push over the hill to try to take advantage of this situation that they have. Meanwhile, Gen G harassing Tyloo's rotation, but I think Tyloo has just enough of that hill in that they can keep Gen G like completely out of their sight lines.
If I'm not mistaken, Jufu also picked up an MK14 on that, so if we get really close range, we might see some insane DPS sprays with that thing. It is a crazy gun. But we'll see for now. Jufu right now trying to make this work as Tyloo. They're applying pressure to GEX, and this might give Jufu the breathing room they need to make a play. I'm not sure if they're gunning for that right now, though. They might have to wait for this next circle.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure no matter which direction Jufu goes, so it's a matter of finding some kind of opening. As you can see, there still are some frags and stuns left for GEX, but they're not being put to super effective use, to be honest, and they're going to have to make this flank from Yan Li work. He's going to see the feet. He's going to see one on the side, but the spray is off. That, you can't have that. You need that opening knock here for GEX. You can't give Jufu any breathing room.
Yeah, initiations are so important right now. Revealing their position a little bit. Jufu and GEX, they need to wrap up this fight so they can move into the next circle. And Xenon now with a great peek right there. He's going to take down Xiao Yang. In the meantime, Sia just proving to be a thorn in everybody's side of these sprays. He's hitting GEX, but it doesn't matter. They're still able to clean up Jufu. They now control the southwestern side of this map. Gen G and Maru just kind of happy in their compounds. And now the question is, what does Tyloo do to make anything happen? Because this is such a tough circle for them.
They should crash Maru. I think that's their only option. If I don't know if there's some other weird little spot they have sussed out that can work, but if I'm them, I'm crashing Maru.
But you see this angle that an Onyx has on them too.
Of course.
He can literally, like, as soon as they pop in the driver's seat, they're going to insta-headshot. There's no way around it.
He's trying to blow up the car.
Oh,
trying
man.
to not give them even the opportunity. So they might be able to use the other Bronco, the 2-seater, to try to get through here and use the front one as a cover. They're going to have to wait for it to blow up. In fact, they're going to blow it up themselves because they... Oh, God, no!
Wow.
How did Xiao Yang not even move there? He didn't even flinch.
I just knew, man. Calculations.
Oh, they're not even... They're done.
Yeah.
They're not.
Can't blame them.
Yeah. It's too much. They couldn't get through. Not enough smokes in the bag to make it happen.
Yeah, this is like... You see the vantage point they're on right now. You know that Gen G and Onyx with his DMR has an angle on him. There's really nothing they can do, so they're just going to bow out right now, and we're down to our top 3 teams. Gen G and Maru kind of happy in their compounds, but GEX, they do have a little bit of room to maneuver here on this hill, and Gen G, they're not a fan of that. Renba's going to give covering fire and make room for his team to push up.
Man, Gen G is gambling a bit, in my opinion. This is pretty aggressive. They get some grenades to splash next to GEX, but no knocks found. And they're going to use that opportunity to move. Maru, I don't expect them to do too much here. D-Lax just moving to try to get ahead of the next circle because they're very likely to be out of it in that compound. Meanwhile, Gen G is going to go back to safety. They felt like they maybe had an opportunity to push GEX. GEX, in the meanwhile, going to grab that AWM off of Jufu.
Yeah, maybe if Gen G got 1 or 2 knocks with those frags, they would have been able to dive and clean it up and res before Maru could punish them. And I like that. I mean, as you said, it is a gamble, but if they did get that initiating frag, they would have cleaned it up and then played maybe a 3 or 4v2 versus Maru.
Yeah, it could be a game-winning move if you get those grenades to land, yeah.
The way this circle's going right now, though, I mean, Maru, with their split, D-Lax is not in the best position. Yacha doesn't have a lot of play over there in that compound. Gen G is sitting really happy with this.
Gen G just needs to keep Maru from getting around their flanks. Just force Maru into GEX, see if they can maybe take a player or 2 off of GEX, and then, you know, really just coast to this win. But GEX is not interested. They're just going to try to crash Gen G.
Yep. Can't blame them. This is a really good compound for this circle as they're rolling in right now. Renba trying to spray him down. He will get Yanli. Actually, Maxora with a beautiful sightline right now. They're getting out of the vehicles, but they're just melting like flies. Xenon somehow miraculously survives, but GEX just getting absolutely obliterated in here. They're down to 2 players.
Zennon trying to find any space he can now. He's going to hear those shots and those footsteps above him, and that's why he crouches up. He knows somebody's there. He's trying to obscure himself. He is going to get a bit of damage into Renba himself as he re-rotates, but now the blue is here. And I'm not sure. I thought for a second he might think about just ending it. Like, I don't know if he could do much else. Savior, in the meanwhile, trying to hold off Maru.
Oh.
Not going to happen. Good grenade from D-Lax.
Yeah, that was a good nade by D-Lax, and now it's just Maru and Gen.G. Maru, they do have this hill. They have a little bit of a ridge line to play with, but it's 2 guns against 4, and it's 4 of the best guns in the game in Gen.G. I mean, they got their work cut out for them. It's going to take a miracle. As Maxora, actually, they're gambling a little bit. They're going for the rotation to get up a nice concave, but it doesn't work. Maxora is going to go down. Renba now, the spray on D-Lax, able to connect a little bit. That's it. And Nonix cleans it up. Gen.G, man.
They're good. They're really, really good, and, you know, they handle that endgame situation well enough. The Maxora flank out is just a bit of a distraction to reveal the locations of the Maru players, so the rest of Gen.G can clean it. Even though he gets knocked, it's a worth sacrifice in my opinion. And Gen.G here, their 3rd win. Can you believe that? 7 games played and they've won 3 of them.
That's pretty nuts.
It's pretty good.
They got top 2 in another. Like, my goodness, half of the games we've played so far in day 1 and day 2, they've placed top 2. Absolutely crazy. They might not be racking up all the kills that you would expect from Gen.G, but they're getting placement point after placement point. Their game plans have been on point.
Yeah, and, you know, it's the phase 2 rotation. You know, they're one of the first teams to recognize where this circle is likely to start drifting, and they make a very early maneuver for that compound, and they lock it down, and they don't give anybody any opportunity to push into them. You know, like you were saying, Maru survived because everybody else was fighting all around them. Same thing with Gen.G. Basically the same thing happened there. Right? Yeah, everybody's fighting around them, so, you know, good job. Thanks, everybody, for cleaning up, doing all the hard work, and we're going to take the credit.
Yeah, I mean, often in those situations, we'll see some team try and dive a compound, but there was just so much congestion on the southwestern and the northeastern side. These teams were so close to each other because there was such restricted playable area. You know, you had to kind of fight for those slopes, for those defensive positions. Otherwise, you're going to get mowed down by the teams in the compounds. I mean, we saw that happen to various teams and various players. It was really rough spot, but Gen.G, they recognize the situation. They play it brilliantly. Fantastic win. I mean, any win that you have all 4 players up at the end, fantastic.
Yeah, you're always feeling good about it. So Gen.G here, I think, should be back in control of the top spot. But Tyloo, you know, getting deep into games, they maybe not able to replicate what we saw in the previous game necessarily, but they still got, you know, decent placement points, a few kill points, and you know, they got stuck on that plateau above Maru. I am pretty sure they wanted to make a push at Maru, but because, like you were saying, at Gen.G's angle, they just couldn't do it.
And there were just too many teams around him, man. I feel like we had like 5 or 6 teams just all converge on that one location over the course of a minute. It was absolutely wild, but really great stuff we're seeing out of Gen.G. I mean, we talked about this on day 1, how Gen.G historically one of the best teams in PUBG history, if not the best ever. This team has always been phenomenal. But recently, given their roster shakeup, losing Pio, I mean, it's tough. Teams usually need kind of a new period, and Onyx, even in the pregame interview, he was talking about how he feels new pressure as the leader of Gen.G now, as their oldest player, to kind of set the standard in the play calling to lead them to victory. But this has been the most incredible vote of confidence. I mean, this is just a fantastic start for this team.
No doubt about it. Renba is going to be your player of the match for this one. 3 kills, half the kills for Gen.G, so 6 kills for Gen.G and a lot of damage. But, you know, this guy, a big part of the equation as well. We talked about Anonix a lot, but Renba, you know, again, I talked about it yesterday. This guy for a long time has been one of the best in Korea. The fragging potential on him is immense. And to have him on Gen.G to, you know, bolster Anonix's already incredible firepower is scary, scary, scary for everybody else in this lobby.
Yeah, this team is stacked from top to bottom. I mean, years go by and it doesn't change. Doesn't matter if it's old Gen.G, new Gen.G, you know you're getting something incredible. They're going to walk away with 16 points out of that game. And Tyloo again, top 2.
They're good. They understand, again, they understand this map so well. I'm so impressed with the way they maneuver on this map, the way they play it. Their timings are so good. You know, the confidence is there. The Freaks have a much-needed, decent finish in this one with these 7 kills. Yeah, they didn't get deep into the game. They got taken out in a weird fight with Jufu. Not exactly sure what happened there, but still 7 kills. You know, a much-needed rebound game here for the Freaks. All right, well, I think that's going to do it here for our first two matches. We're going to take a short break, guys. When we come back, it'll be another Miramar coming at you.
강수클 보고 피가 한번 봐야겠다. 동순아 뒤에 뛰고 다시 나와봐. 우리 내밀려고 한다 4번 쪽.
우측각 내미는 거 조심해.
좋다. 때려 박는 거 조심.
다시 빠질까?
다시 빠져봐.
아.
보고 있어. 쓸데 없다.
박았어도
나올 것 같네.
띵넘긴다.
우리 집.
걸어서 꿀 박는다. 박는다.
빨간 픽트. 픽트 2명. 포탑 있다 이거. 포탑 내가 가볼게. 픽트 2명이야. 아, 있어. 살아있어. 픽트 봐봐. 픽트 2명이야. 픽트 2명.
가자.
재영아 너 줘.
지영아, 아니 저기
저기
어디
있어.
가자.
아, 조용히 해봐. 서플 좀 하게. 조용히 해봐. 내 돌집에 들어왔어.
확인했어.
나 잡아 간다. 나 내려갈게. 돌집 빠진다. 돌집 2층 째줘봐.
봐줄게.
돌집 1층.
못 봐줘 이건.
붙어줘. 그냥 그냥. 아니 빠져. 그냥 아웃도커인.
내가 빠질 수 있어. 내가 알아서 할게.
우측가 봐줄게.
야, 나 신경 쓰지 말고 포탑 봐. 포탑. 돌집 2층 나오는 거 봐.
동수형 포탑 보러 가.
돌집 2층 보고 있어?
저기야.
다 나오라고.
4대2야 4대2.
4번 집 먹어 차 있으면. 아니면 그냥 와 힘으로.
그냥
바로
가자.
뛰어오는 거 볼게.
걸려봐.
바로 뛰어온 거 조심.
침착해. 이미 뛰어났어. 붙어 있어. 형 우측각으로 하자. 우측각으로 이제. 봐봐.
아직 이거 힘이 적잖아 우리. 일로 가자. 왼쪽으로 올라. 뭐야 이거? 왜 브리핑을 안 해 들교야?
하나 계절.
머리 나이스. 이거 뚝 때려놨어. 가봐. 둘이 가봐. 뚝 때려놨어.
나이스.
what you really want. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to PCS6 Asia, Paper-Thin and State coming at you. And the games today have been great once again. And once again, Gen G has found another win. So, you know, yesterday we kind of wondered what was today going to look like, right?
Yeah.
Like yesterday, Gen G was dominating on Erangel, and now they've got a win on Miramar too.
Yeah, yesterday, 3 Erangel games. They got top 2 in all of them. Now, again, here winning on Miramar, I mean, it's just absolutely phenomenal. You see it right there on the leaderboard, 82 points. But Tyloo, they haven't really been pulling out the wins, but they've been getting so many kills, so many top placement points. It's been crazy. I mean, you said it before on day one that usually in these kind of events, that PCS Asia will have one day where Korea will dominate, and then one day China will fight back, yada, yada. But this time, we got Tyloo and Gen G representing Korea and Japan, both just going head-to-head every single day. It's been crazy.
It is pretty amazing. And Tyloo is our kill leader right now in terms of total kills, so you got to be scared of that. Now, again, I think they're going to be doing a lot of their damage on Miramar if history is anything to go by. But still, you know, they're getting enough points here on Miramar where it starts to get scary to see if they can replicate that PCS2 win that TSG had oh so long ago. But 17 right in the mix. A team you pointed out very early on in this that has been on a hot streak. You know, that last game maybe not their best, but still they are so strong. When they are confident, they are so good.
It feels like even when they're not playing their best game, the results they're showing are respectable, you know? And I mean, it translates here into a top 3 performance so far through match number 6, match number 7 in PCS. And New Happy is the real thing that I'm concerned about right now, because this team mechanically, they're so talented. Their play calling is often so great, but they have had such a slow and treacherous start. You have to think that maybe day one got under their skin a little bit. You know, the first 3 games of day one, they lost. They were one of the first 3 teams eliminated every single time.
That's a really good point, yeah.
When you get that kind of negative momentum going, it's really tough to break out of that funk. I'm hoping they can do it maybe here on this last game of Miramar or the 2 games of Erangel we have ahead of us tonight. But I'm just very surprised to see them near the bottom of the ladder right here.
The good news is for New Happy is if you put up a win and a 10 kill win, all of a sudden you're in 6th place.
That's true.
You know, with the current standings. Like if you're able to do that, you could shoot yourself up the leaderboards pretty quick. So I think it just needs one good game for them to start feeling comfortable. I don't know what it's going to look like on Erangel, if there's still going to be that hot drop in Yasnaya, but I have concerns for New Happy, man. I thought they were definitely going to be a team in the running here going into the next week.
Yeah, coming into this weekend, I thought they were the team to beat. I mean, I knew 17 Gaming was on a hot streak. I knew that Donovan and the Freaks had a lot of talent and were playing really well over here in PWS Korea, East Asia, the Korean League. But right now, I mean, kind of an upset with Gen G and Tyloo both dominating the leaderboard.
It is pretty interesting. I mean, Gen G, I think some people probably thought might be here, but there were a lot of question marks around this.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you have the best player that's ever touched the game leave the game that's on your team, and you know, who knows what it's going to look like after that.
And of course, I do want to check a little bit what I said there with Gen G being an upset. It's just because when you do have these huge roster changes, it's often to it's often tough. Like the skill on paper is clearly there. This is the most stacked team in this group, I would say. It's just tough to find chemistry, especially with a new IGL, and they're making it work, man.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. It is really typically very difficult for these teams to find this much comfort this quickly.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen very often. And sometimes they might find comfort at the beginning and then it all falls apart. So there's, you know, I think Gen.G played great right now, but are they going to be able to maintain that is yet to be seen. You know, but you do see that across the world in the other regions and other things that the teams that stick together for years and just kind of make a go for it have been the teams that are now consistently winning their regions. You know, you think about Northern Lights in Europe, the Sonics and, you know, STK in Americas. Like, these teams that have just kind of, like, stuck with it, stood pat, are typically doing pretty well.
Yeah, building that kind of camaraderie, that kind of synergy and chemistry over time, that kind of teamwork, that's how you win championships. And we're going to go ahead into game number 3 here, right? Last one here on Miramar. Let's get out the crayons.
We both need the crayons today.
Let's do it. Last game here on Miramar. Can't wait to see what we got in store. Let's see if Gen.G can pull another rabbit out of their hat, man.
You know, I kind of wish that I had brought crayons today so I could, like, draw on one of our pieces of paper, like, hold it up when we're on. Yeah, game 3. Or, like, draw a picture and it's like Inonix. Like, it's like a guy with a gun who's, like, smiling. It's like a figure.
A PCS Asia coloring book would be so cool.
That would actually be
pretty nice.
Neat. Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely I definitely draw outside of the lines on that one. You know? Okay, well, playing path a little bit different than our first couple games. This one is going to stay north of the equator of this map, of the middle of this map. So a little bit of a different playing path here in terms of where people can go.
But Miramar, it always feels like there's always something in play, you know? There's always a lot of places to drop for these teams. Unless you get something absolutely wild, it's kind of par for the course. And looking at the map now, I'm not seeing if we have too much early action. We have seen today a lot of teams setting just 1 or 2 players off to try and get some picks out of other people's landing spots. But besides that, not anything close to what we had on Erangel on day 1 with multiple teams hot dropping the same locations like Gakko or West Yasnaya.
Well, I feel like a lot of fans, when I was watching EU yesterday, were complaining that the beginning of the games weren't as exciting in EU because nobody was hot dropping and nobody was fighting early.
Yeah.
And like they were like, we want some fighting, like be more like Asia. And now today I'm like, well, you guys, eventually things just kind of settle in most of these regions. Yeah, a little bit west on this one.
Yeah, that's quite west.
It's probably going to keep going that way. It could go north. It could go a lot of different directions, actually. This one isn't settled in stone or doesn't have like things that I would consider super likely that it's to do just yet. You know, Monte maybe in that area. So Jufu can just kind of take whatever territory they think is best around there.
Yeah, and Gen.G dropping here in Pozo is going to be very happy with his circle. I mean, day 1, even with all their top 2 finishes, you might think that if you hadn't watched the games, oh, well, if you're getting all those finishes, surely luck must factor in to some significant degree. Like maybe they're gifting circles on compounds or something like that, but that was not the case in day 1. Gen.G, they were one of the teams that was traveling the most out of everybody to get to those key positions. So it's kind of nice for them today, you know? A little bit of reward for all that.
Well,
yeah, from game 1.
They just made a great phase 2 move, or, you know, I think it was just circle 2, phase 2 circle move.
Yeah.
That just, you know, again, a lot of this is kind of divining what the circles are likely to do on Miramar. That's really what a lot of this map comes down to, is kind of, you have to play the percentages. You have to gamble a bit, but you have to make a calculated risk on this map. And that's what the good teams do. That's why Tyloo has been consistently, even when they were TSG, so good on this map, is because they really understand how the circles are likely to be moving and the positions they can put themselves in to pick up kills at the very least.
Oh yeah, every game we go into on Miramar now, I'm just watching the map as the circles close in and see what Tyloo is doing.
Right.
Because it's just something special every single time.
You want to know how to play this map, just watch Tyloo. Just watch them.
Absolutely. In the meantime, right now, we got Gen.G. They're in first place right now. 44 kill points, 38 place points. That adds up to 82. That is a lot of points here, considering we haven't played that many games. I mean,
we're going to upgrade you to colored pencils now.
Really?
Yeah, you got some good math there.
Am I gonna get like the color pencils from Walmart, or are you gonna get me the artsy one?
No, we're gonna get you like the big, like 82 color box or whatever. Yeah, we're going all out. Yeah,
All right. I'll practice my shading.
Yeah. All right. Tyloo is as a HAR team, so they do drop one member pretty far out into that triple warehouse, or I think it's 2 warehouses and a bricks where she is.
Yeah.
Right here. Yeah, 2 warehouses and a bricks. But they've got a bit of work to do on this one. They, a lot of the circles have been in that northeastern quadrant, but this time around it's west. So going to be a little bit interesting to see how they attack this one. Typically, I think they wait early and then try to attack later. Like they try to find their moment to take the space they want.
And I like that approach. I feel like they're one of the best out of that.
Yeah.
Especially here on Miramar. So I would expect them to make a nice little transition later in the game as Jufu's XYZ tries to take some shots on a buggy. He does land a body shot, but not able to get the knock, and some return fire pushes him back into his building. And
I swear to God, USG thought about this. USG thought about crashing this fight. Not gonna happen. X left 1 HP. Gonna get that kill, but
the players were so stacked on the map that for a second I thought those were his teammates, and I was like, oh, he's just trying to take some pot shots, and now he's going back. He's going back to safety.
Just having a little fun. Yeah.
No Parasol in there. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah. So Jufu, kind of not anticipating correctly how desirable these central spots would be around Monte. A lot of teams are clustering in here early to try to take these, because, and here's why, because the area around Monte Nuevo is extremely flat. So if the circle goes to Monte and you have a compound that the circle is drifting towards, you are in a really good spot.
Yep, you're going to rack up kills, and you're going to be pretty safe while you do it, too. There is some elevation a little bit further away from Monte, but yeah, if you get pushed into the city, it's so tough trying to make that...
To get out of that city, it's so hard.
Yeah, it goes both ways.
Especially going north, trying to go north into that field. Forget it. That's one of the flattest, stupidest fields in the game.
It's basically a crater field, too, It's like a fishbowl.
It is.
Literally a fishbowl. There's a rim that goes around it where people can just melt you.
Oh, it's actually maybe the worst field in the game. I can't think of any that I'd rather not be in.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point.
There's like
struggling.
one shack in it. It's just garbage.
Back before we had the new Erangel, Pachinki fields were pretty garbage.
Yeah.
Now it's quite a bit more playable.
Yeah, at least the fields on Erangel have some level of soft cover, so you can hide. Yeah.
They made a lot of improvements there.
We could use a little bit more of that on Miramar. I do like a lot of the changes to Miramar in the update, but it still could use a little bit of love here and there. Even though I absolutely love this map and I think it's the best map, fight me, but...
I'm not going to fight you.
I know you won't.
It's all right. I love Erangel, but to each their own,
That's fine. I
just like
get
the trees, I feel like I'm in a national park when we're playing on Erangel. It's very beautiful.
Okay, Teddy Roosevelt.
All right, Maru making the long journey back into the circle now. Where exactly are they? They are east of El Pozo. So we see a lot of these teams rotating in and really centering up here. USG Donuts, they got a lot of friends around them.
And I will say that right now, look, this circle is, you can't exactly judge where it's going to go because there's a lot of unplayable stuff in it. Like, actually, especially with that cliff face over on the west side, like all of it's still in. It was really funny in Americas on the last week. They had a circle that like hard shifted over to this and had like half of that ridge in it, and it was just like this circle actually ended right by the road over here. It was absolutely one of the worst circles I've ever seen.
That's comical. Guarantee you, like the players don't know the spots there out of like. Of all places, like that's not the location you're gonna know, right?
You're like, well, there's like dips on both sides of the roads, and like you're just kind of guessing from there.
Yeah.
Oh, he hit the headshot.
Oh,
come on, do it.
One more.
Do it.
No sight lines anymore. That was a nice shot, though.
That was a sick shot. That is not easy.
He tried one more.
Yeah. Well,
if only.
Genji's in a pretty big split. They're trying, if this goes north, like hard shifts up towards Pozo, Genji probably just going to fall right back into the edge of the Pozo city.
Yeah, they're going to pounce.
Yeah.
They're going to move immediately because as bad as that field is, like looking at the map right now, if Gen G were to move north like that with a hard shift, if they're the first ones to do it, then you're not in too much trouble. It's just those late rotations are absolutely deadly, as we see Four Hungry Men trying to post up over here in Chubasera.
Gen G, actually, the only real problem Gen G's going to have is if this hard shifts southeast. That's where they're not going to be able to really find much space to maneuver.
Yeah, but
otherwise,
I mean, there really is like no Goldilocks position that has easy rotations anywhere the circle goes.
That's true,
right? Like
yeah.
every team is kind of playing the odds in some way or another right now. And Gen G, I kind of like their spot right there.
I would say of the spots on the map, it's one of the better ones.
Yeah, especially with a 2-2 split. I mean, that's what Gen G does best, is fan out and control territory.
Absolutely.
Oh,
All right.
Doc.
Oh, man. Maru is just like getting shot every time they try to go somewhere.
Is he still 1H from Max Zora giving him a heady, or is that?
I don't think so.
Like, surely he must have healed, right? Like,
Why
did
is
somebody else dink him? What?
Why is he here? That's a really dangerous place to stop to heal.
Yeah, she was probably wondering that too. He's like, okay.
You're going to lose the tires. Yep.
Yep, good luck getting out of there now.
We were just talking about how awful these fields are out here.
Yeah, they are not good.
It's not the best. All right, GEX. Non. New Happy. You know, again, quiet so far in this. Part of that being the hot drops on Erangel. But Miramar, they've been quiet. They haven't really had hot drops. They just haven't been able to get deep in any games.
I really think that the hot drops on, that's a hard shift to the southeast.
Yep.
My goodness.
Yep.
Get ready for the mass exodus of teams from the northwest trying to get in on this one, because it's tough. But going back to what we were saying with New Happy, I feel like those first 3 games really knocked the wins out of their sails. You know, it's tough to recover kind of, I don't want to say emotionally, because I don't think it's too much of an emotional thing, but psychologically, like that does eat away at your confidence, you know, having such a rough start.
You have
Ciao,
to
Bay.
Well, Danawa has prime real estate in this because this circle is extremely likely to keep going south, probably southwest, because the mountains underneath the power grid have some of the unplayable terrain in it. So this is, Danawa's got to be sitting here feeling very, very good about this. A lot of teams are going to be making their way to try and take whatever real estate they can around that Monte Nuevo road. And this is what I was talking about for Gen G. This is really, really challenging. In fact, they're in a fight already.
Yeah, Maru's actually surrounding them right now as we see Anonix stuck between his Murado and a tree. He's going to try and smoke to create some space, but this is deadly as D-Lax going to be rolling up there. He's the turret. He mows down Anonix, and now the fight's going on. Spear goes down as well as him and Yaka clean that up. Things are falling apart here for Gen G.
Gen G was just in transition in their rotation, and they get caught by Maru doing something a little bit unexpected, I would say, trying to come up towards Gen G territory. Now Max Zora trying to see if he can make Maru pay. That grenade going to be far off the mark as he's taking a bit of damage from Maru himself. That sends him backing.
Yeah, and these hay bales are not the best position to be in, but meanwhile, Pero, they hear this action and they want some kills. They're rolling up on both Maru and Gen G, and this might work to Gen G's advantage right now if they can survive. Max Zora just got knocked again, and right now it's only Renba.
Okay, here comes Milt. He's got one, looking for a second, but at that range,
that
barrel spray is so hard.
My goodness.
That's where if you got the 3X in the bag, you switch to it and see if you can give it a go. Aches left up on the front on point here, sort of, with Ming. And he's going to let a grenade fly. They do see some inside of those hay bales. Sung Young waits in the smokes. Those grenades aren't going to get close. Renba's like, yeah, nah.
See you later, Max Zora.
Yeah, you guys have fun. I'm out.
Can't blame him. I mean, that's as tough a position as any to be in.
And this is tough because he just has to gun it somewhere and hope he can stay safe. I guess this works, but it's not ideal.
Yeah, he's just going to try and pick up any points he can along the way. I mean, smart decision right here. Gen G, like you said, they just got caught in transition from an unexpected Maru engagement, and the pieces just fell really quick.
Yeah, he's able to get to a decent position in the circle, but because they've lost everybody, so what?
Yeah, maybe he'll be able to steal some picks. You never know.
You never know. I mean, I always hope that a solo player can do something crazy. That's the best games, right? When one player just goes absolutely bananas.
Like the Hansia Secret Agent game.
Well, that was a different kind of going bananas.
Yeah.
That's just sitting upside down in a car where nobody noticed him for approximately 10 minutes.
But I mean, there is a lot to be said about playing for every single possible point you can. I think
sure.
Champions League was decided recently by, I think, like 4 points. Like 17 was so close to beating
won by
4
like 4 points.
Yeah, so I mean, like if he can steal even 1 or 2 points, and if that happens in a couple of games, it adds up really quick. As it is right now, Pero, they had their little skirmish there with Maru, weren't able to clean that completely up, not the third party they were hoping for, and instead they're going to be rotating past Monte Nuevo into the circle, as is Ghibli. And Ghibli right now, Adder's taking a lot of damage and driving through quite a few occupied compounds here.
Yeah, Ghibli's got to try to find something in the hillsides, some dips. There really aren't. There's sort of a compound above Danawa available, and that's it. But getting into that, that's tricky business.
Yep. Luckily for Adder, everybody's kind of channeling their inner Stormtrooper here because he gets all the way across that road with 1 HP. But between a rock and a hard place right now as the Freaks are right up here on this hill. Ian does get knocked by a DMR.
Well, that gave just enough breathing room here for Ghibli to take the side of this compound. So they're able to get in here when they probably shouldn't have.
Ella's got a Groza.
He does. I'm jealous.
Oh. All right, so Danawa's going to try and hold this compound right now. Off screen, Rex does get the initiation on Lambu, does get a knock. Helen right now holding with a Groza, does so much damage. He takes only 1 hit, and that's going to be a knock for Adder. But actually, a great play by Heaven with a shorty on the handrail. He knocks him out.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah, that was a brilliant play, really using his brain there.
That is unbelievably smart there. And now Danawa is going to lose Helen and that Groza for this.
My goodness.
Well, okay, now they're going to make a go at this.
Yep, Salute's going to come in and try and salvage the situation right now, but it might be too little too late. Ghibli, they're already healing up right now, and Rex and Heaven, they're in a good position right now.
Well, now you're giving some open space to a team to come underneath you because you gambled on this 1-3 split. A grenade there from Heaven. Gets 1. Heaven still trying to do everything he can. He's been playing marvelously so far in this fight.
Yeah, Danawa trying to make something happen. There's so much chaos going on right now. It's hard to see who is who and where they are, but Heaven right now going to go for the res on Adder. It is important to get as many guns as you can in this situation. In the meantime, New Happy in a little bit of trouble themselves as GEX is throwing all their utility. You see frags, smokes, molotovs flying, and Salute actually caught unaware.
Gets hit by his own grenade. It bounces off of Evan and hits him. Oh my goodness. That was awkward.
Was wondering where that was coming from. Like, wait.
He was cooking a grenade. Now, there goes B7. Adder not able to escape his death. And that's going to be Danawa in a very long, bloody fight. Winning it, but at what cost? Because here comes Jufu. They saw that fight over. They know there's going to be a res going through. They're trying to capitalize on where Danawa was. Danawa making him pay for it along with some help from other teams.
Pero, 17, Maru, everybody's just wailing into Jufu right now, man. They try to run the gauntlet to get in on this, but you look at the mini-map and it's just lasers. There's so many lines being pointed, all coalescing on that location. Oh, poor Jufu. In the meantime, New Happy, they did end up cleaning GEX with minimal losses. They're going to get the res.
Yeah, Ming coming up big there. We didn't get to see it on screen, but finally some signs of life from the MVP at times of the PCL. Ian there going to pick up Salute, so Danawa loses yet another player in a very long, bloody battle for the center of this circle.
Right now, Longsker with an 8x mini. He knows Tyloo is posted up in this compound, and he's trying to get some intel for his teammates, but there's so many long angles right here. You see Xiao Lu up there on the hill with a, I think that's a Mark 14, try to take some shots. He's truly proven to be a thorn in people's sides right now. I mean, that is Miramar, though, right?
Right. That's what you do on Miramar. You use that terrain to your advantage. You try to get angles that he hits a heady onto Lin with that Mark 14 as well to make matters worse there for Infantry. Infantry has an unbelievable difficult fight. They're going to be watched by 4 Angry Men. At best, they're going to get into a fight with Tyloo, and I don't know if they can win it. So instead, they're going to be like, okay, well, 4 AM spread out. Let's try to, pick this apart one by one.
Oh, this is a distraction, too. You know he's trying to create space for Volleybear and Longsker right now as they're running up. Xiao Lu seems like he's aware of this. He's running away. Barrel is out, but he's going to be exposed right here, and he sprays him down. Really nice shooting right there by Volleybear.
This is what makes Infantry so good, is decisions like this. When things look really bad, that's just really good shooting here from Tyloo. But when things look really bad, they're able to make something out of nothing. And now they're going to try to wrap right behind the rest of 4 a.m., who have settled up ahead as their 3-man left. Sits in front of infantry, but this is going to be a little bit tough. Longskir's sitting in the phase 4 blue. That's not ideal.
Yep, here we go. Everybody's coming in on this position right now. Trying to throw a desperation frag, but his teammate Zhao Hai actually gets the knock right there on Lin. Caught unawares though, and he's going to be sprayed down.
Zhao Hai getting beat up. I think Tai Lu might be getting involved in this as well, as he is trying to throw some stuns. Yep. Here they come. The side shots just a bit off the mark there for CC. Wang Zai able to get Zhao Hai, but now he's in the blue and going to get clipped in the side of the head. And now he is knocked, so just LZ left for 4 Angry Men, and he sees Longskir.
Yeah, the 3P is real. These fights are so tough because these players are so skilled. It's hard to clean them up quickly. And if you're stuck in the blue like this and trying to get into the circle, you just know these teams. They're so thirsty for kills. They're going to roll up on you and kill them off. Just like Tai Lu did right there.
Yeah, but Tai Lu took a bunch of knocks here. And, you know, LZ is trying to capitalize on this. He knows it. I mean, of course, there's the, you know, the dead bodies of his teammates to grab the heals and stuff, so he's going to start popping first aids. But again, phase 5 blue ticks very, 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 very fast. I think it's 5 damage per second, if I'm not mistaken. So
I think you're right.
You're not going to last long out there, even with all the first aids in the world. His new Happy did win that fight against GEX. Going to try to push forward, and it's poor old Renba still with that motorcycle.
Yeah.
Hanging it out in this shack. He got an AUG, though.
How did he get an AUG?
Oh, no. There was a crate that dropped by that gas station. Show and Soul as well getting involved. Donowell with 5 kills and still 2 up. Still in this one. Not out of it by any stretch of the imagination.
And just look at the mini-map. Everybody's laying into the freaks right now. It's so tough on Miramar, especially in a circle like this. You see how much flat terrain there is, and these, especially these 2-story buildings, the vantage point they give, the sight lines are just absolutely huge. Anybody that's outside of hard cover right now is just basically living on borrowed time as Tai Lu tries to find some way of getting in. You see the shots coming in right now from Soul and Rex.
If you can work hill to hill here on the edges, you can maybe get this done. But the further north you have to go, the worse this gets.
Right.
So it's going to be really challenging. You can see USG going to have to make a move here themselves, and that shack is the only thing offering any kind of safety. So they're going to lose their vehicles for that at best. Maybe their lives as well.
Yep, Americano's going to go down for sure. I think he actually just got hit by his teammate, if I'm not mistaken. There is Aches left. A little bit of friendly fire right there, and a lot of smoke on that shack. I'm not sure how long the Donuts are able to hold, though. That is a dangerous position between the shack and Murado.
Well, it's all they got.
Yeah?
That's
what are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, you can see from this angle that we're watching Tianba's push. It's tough. It is definitely tough. Yacha, for Maru, the last player alive on that team, trying to, just prone inside of that shack and stay alive as long as he can. Eke out his... Oh, wait, no, there's Gok still left. They're spread out. I see this now.
Oh.
I just caught this. We didn't have the player tracker up on the top left, so I
Yeah.
wasn't sure.
I thought he was all by his lonesome.
I thought he was too, but actually Gok is on the edge of the circle waiting, maybe going to try to put some kind of pincer maneuver here on a Tianba. I mean, if he had a grenade right now, if he could get in a range of it, he could just end their round.
Looking at the minimap, it actually seems like he's going to rotate counterclockwise and try and find some position in by Lash. I guess they're kind of giving up on Yacha's position, I would think.
Wow.
There you go.
That was fast. That was really good shooting from Gok. Going to put Lash down, trying to come through the hill. I think he's got enough here that he's going to be okay. I think.
There's just enough play here, I think, with these ledges. As you can barely see from this angle with Gok. I mean, those are some really tight sight lines. This is a precarious position, but he's making it work for now. And wow, 17. They got to be so happy with this.
Oh, yeah.
That's a goated circle right there for them.
It's pretty unbelievable. There's not going to be much other than maybe the hills on the other side of the road and a few of the hills out on the outskirts of this compound that people are going to be able to hang out in. So it's going to be pretty difficult for a lot of these teams to get anywhere near 17 territory. I don't know if anybody has vehicles decent enough left to make a crash. Maybe New Happy does.
Yeah, we see Tai Lu right now. They have 2 vehicles right here. New Happy as well with a buggy and a Murado. And I think probably what's going to happen is sometime between now and the next circle, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw multiple teams try and crash that compound and take that position, because it feels pretty much unwinnable unless you're able to take that compound, if I'm not mistaken. Unless there's like a hard shift to the south or something. I'm not sure how much of a ridgeline there is on that road.
You know what's funny is there's still 9 teams left. So
yeah.
You're still out of the placement points if you die, if you're the team that goes out here. Now, Tianba tries to make a move immediately. 2 of them taken out by Ixleft and Show. Now the other 2 trying to come down this hill, trying to find some kind of space, and Xiaobei gets 1 Tong alive, but beat up, and a good grenade will end his round here. Xiaobei cooked it. If it's on point, oh, he's just shy of getting the knock. There it is. Oh, no, wait.
He's still up. It was
he's still up. That
was
was his teammate. 7-7. Oh, Lin Chun.
Oh, my goodness.
How are they still alive?
I don't know. They're making it work.
This is wild.
I love the moving cover right there. Hits the handbrake and stops that, but yeah. I don't know how they survived that, man. I thought those nades were going to take him out.
I thought so, too. USG is going to have an opportunity to maybe backstab this fight. Meanwhile, Pero probably just going to stay on the other side of the road, I would assume. And Genji's Renba still in that shack, man. He's probably gonna get points, at least placement points, if he doesn't go out, because there's still 9 teams.
Yeah, there's actually a little bit more of a ridgeline than I thought there would be on the north side of that road. So maybe a little bit more play. Maybe we won't see teams too eager to dive that compound. Have to see what this next circle does, but Gok finally gets cleaned up there by Donovan. Oh no, at what cost?
Oh, that was...
Line them up, boys.
That was... Yeah, tried to go for the motorcycle and was immediately punished for it.
Renba,
he's been spotted, but...
Oh, poor Renba.
Oh, he's done. A good molly here.
I hear the Korean
I
crying.
know. But he at least got a placement point out of it.
Yeah, it's worth it, man. Those add up.
Maybe 2. That's fine. 17, though, is just going to make life a living hell for everybody around them. Oh, that's actually Mill here from Pero. New Happy just doesn't have a lot that they can do. They tried to see if they could establish a beachhead behind that shack. It was immediately swatted away, and now they're stuck at that crossroad.
And, man, Tong and his teammate, Linchin, they're somehow still alive by that little, by those 2 destroyed vehicles they've got. It's a miracle that they haven't been naded down into oblivion by 17 yet. And this circle's going to end up shifting north, so a little bit playable for Pero right here. The question is, what is New Happy going to do? Are they going to try and contest this position over here by Pero? They might after that initiation on Ixleft. They do get a knock.
Oh, what a grenade from Lin Chun. He finds 2 of 17. That's huge. That could be a game changer for this round. But now Tai Lu, they want to put some pressure. They want to capitalize on this. And Lin Chun, for that great grenade, is going to pay the price and get knocked.
Everything is falling apart for 17 right now. I don't know if they have the time for the reses. They got to defend this position. Tong's right now throwing mollies. He's trying to set up some kind of space in here, trying to clear these doors. But I don't know, man. This is looking really precarious here for 17. I think Show might be going for the res, but
that grenade.
Oh, that
good.
nade?
It's
wow,
perfect.
What a bounce.
It's perfect, right on top of Zhao Yang. Now he's going to go for the follow-up, hoping somebody was upstairs. That one I don't think is going to quite connect. Suju trying to push forward, trying to gain some ground, but it's Sia who's going to shut Shu down. Now going to go for the flush with his own grenade. 17, get the reses. Shu not flush just yet. Lil Ghost trying to come in to see if he can get it in, and it looks like he's going to be able to get it.
Yeah, that's going to be a clutch res if they can pull it off right now. Tai Lu not able to get the bag completely here. They do a lot of damage to 17, but they don't clean it up.
Got to stay safe. That fire is oh so close, but not quite for the opponents here. Now, New Happy is able to take quite a bit of space off of this. Pero's kind of stuck now with nothing but very slim margins and slim angles to work with.
Yeah, New Happy really capitalizing on that initial knock to take this kind of beachhead, as you put it, by that shack. And right now, they really want to be the only team on the north side of this road. They want to clean up Pero so they can control this side of the map.
And you can see they know there's not many places that Pero can hide at this point. So they're going to time the grenades, throw them together. Mill takes quite a bit of damage, but that second grenade hit the front of the tree.
Yeah.
Didn't really get much out of it.
That molly might be right on the tree, though. That's beautifully done.
Perfect. That's Mill knocked.
What a Molotov right there.
Oh, they even are shooting at him, too, to make matters worse. Oh, he didn't get knocked. He
did
it? Yeah, Ixleft did, but Mill must have gotten the heal off in the middle of all that.
Yeah, somehow surviving at 1H, but living on borrowed time right now as NH close position on him. In the meantime, Tianba's Linchin taking some nice sprays there. Oh, he gets Show with a headshot. Lil Ghost on 1H, he's going to go down as well. Linchin doing a clinic right here in the open. Dodging shots left and right too by Sia. What a play!
17's gone. Tai Lu was able to capitalize on the back of that, and Lin Shun making it work. That early double knock with the grenade, he's able to stabilize over the long run. Tong, his teammate, still knocked though, and the pressure now coming from both Tai Lu and New Happy on the other side of the road. Lin Shun just trying to hang on for dear life, stuns out, but this is going to be really tough for him.
Yeah, he's making it work right now, even with no armor and no meds. Such a tough position. In the meantime, New Happy, as you said, they're trying to apply some pressure on this position now. They know there is a skirmish going off. They're trying to get any picks they can. But for now, things kind of calming down. A little bit of a standstill. Not too much utility on these teams. No frags going off just yet. Lin Shun will be able to get the res. Such a difficult position.
Yeah, you can see Ming Ming has the AUG with a 3x to spray. And that means Tai Lu's just got to kind of chill. The center of the circle, I think, is actually right on the middle of this road. I think Phase 9 is going to end right on the middle of the road. So a slight advantage then to New Happy, maybe. But it looks like there's maybe enough of a dip on the other side here. Oh, Tongzi taking a whole bunch of damage.
Yeah, that damage matters a lot, too, even if he heals it up. Because I don't know what the armor situation is in that building, but I think that's a 3-vest. It's like almost gone now. And you really want to have some armor here for the final fights. This is such a dangerous position. These teams, I mean, they're broke. Like, there would be frags going in here if they had them.
Lin Shun, though, still some way finding enough space. He hears the footsteps coming out, and he's waiting for it, looking for the heads. But it's Ming Ming. He's going to open up with a little bit of damage of his own. So Tai Lu wants to push this angle, but it's actually New Happy that's buying a little bit of time for Tiamba.
Tiamba really just holding on by a thread. I think they actually might have found, no, it's not a frag, it's just another smoke.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Yep.
That is huge.
See with a great peek there on Tong, but Lin Shun's been the clutch one, but no! Ming Ming spraying him down! That's going to be it for Tiamba Esports right now, and it's 3-on-3.
All right, here we go. New Happy getting some opening damage. Tongzi able to heal up. Going to switch over to that barrel. He had grabbed a shotgun in there as well. You see Zhao Yang down to 1 first aid kit and some bandages, and that's about it. You still have Sia out on the wide flank. Nan's going to be an important part of this for New Happy if they're going to find their first win.
Yeah, this is such a precarious position right now. This road is just a no man's land between these two teams, and it's kind of a matter of who's going to be able to get the first headshots off when they peek. That's why that Sia position is critical, and I think New Happy knows that they're trying to wait for the blue to push him out.
I think New Happy just has a slightly better angle on this. Oh, Tongzi, if he's able to get over the road, that's going to be disaster here. Zipian spots him out. Ming Ming trying to shoot him down as well. Has to keep his eyes on Sia. Zipian's going to do 1, make it 2 with the transfer and the finish for Ming Ming. New Happy finally going to put themselves on the board.
Finally for New Happy, man. We knew it was a matter of time. They were off to a terribly slow start here at PCS6 Asia, but finally clutching out a win with 2,400 damage.
Huge game for them, and we said they just needed one good win, and they're right back in it. And they are going to be somewhere in that top half for sure now.
Oh, yeah, that was a lot of kills they racked up there at the end, and they played that road beautifully. I mean, establishing that beachhead, as you call it, there on the shack that Renbo was trying to survive in for so long, taking that position away from the other team, and then just holding that road. I mean, we saw Tong go for a beautiful play, trying to sneak around on the outskirts and set up an angle and catch them unawares, but he got spotted. New Happy just with absolutely clutch play, very good situational awareness, great gunplay, fantastic win for them.
Yep, exactly. So this is what we were expecting eventually out of New Happy, and we'll see going over to Erangel what the hot drop situation is going to look like.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, after a win like that, you got to be feeling pretty confident. And Danawa, I don't know. I know they were coming into this pretty committed to that fight, because they feel pretty confident that they're going to be a team that will be in all of the global events this year, is Danawa, and, rightly so. They play very, very well. But, if you're not getting PGC points in this event, then going forward, it can get a little dicey.
Yeah, you never want to be in a position where you need to clutch out tournament wins late in the season. You want to get those points in the bag as early as you can. That's why this tournament is so important, man.
Yeah. Exactly. This grenade here was just, so good. Lin Shun
really was like, he's like pulling rock from a water. You know what I mean.
Water from a rock.
Pulling water from a rock.
Yeah,
it was such a tough situation, but he was making it work. He was mowing people down. He was landing clutch nades. He was all by himself, keeping Tiamba and his teammate alive.
It's pretty easy to pull rocks from water. It's out there. So there's a lot of them in there.
Well, it's easy when Linshin does it.
Yeah.
That's
He makes
the point
it
I
look
was
easy.
making.
No, absolutely. Pulling water from a rock, absolutely. Linshin he's just one of those guys who's just got it, man. He's been good for a really long time. You know, in the PCL, in the PCSs. The guy's just an absolute superstar. He's, you know, a great leader for that team as well. So, you know, Tiamba doing the best they can in a very bad situation, to be frank. The fact that they're able to hold on that long is super impressive.
That was definitely the worst position any team had there going in the final circle. I mean, they have basically no cover. They have one slope to play with, and miraculously they made it work for a long time. You know, they got a lot of knocks. I'm not sure how many points they got out of it, but it was such a valiant effort. You know.
We'll see. We get to see that, actually. They're going to show us how many points they got. I'm kind of curious, too. I mean, it's going to be decent. It's got to be close to double digits, I would think. I don't know. Look at Tyloo's travel distance. Huge.
Yeah, 33,740 meters is pretty crazy. Not as much as we had last game. That was like, what, 40K plus or something?
Yeah, for Tiamba, it was like 40K plus.
Absolutely nuts. Been all of that utility. For a game with so much utility usage, it was just kind of surprising there at the end because, you know, the position that Tiamba was in, it felt like no one had any utility whatsoever because otherwise they would have flushed them out ages ago, right?
Right. It was a bit awkward there, but you could see Tiamba really only threw 3 frags and 3 mollies. That's a lot less than it feels like because the frags they threw connected.
Yeah, they got some value frags there, but really a poor man's game. And I mean, that just kind of happens sometimes if you're getting kills that you can't loot and you have to maneuver around along on the map. I mean, they traveled 18,000 meters. That's tough.
Still, all things considered, not that bad for Tiamba. 17 continues to have a good run on Miramar, but those knocks, that damage that Tiamba was able to do, opened enough space for Tyloo to get into the backside of 17, and they weren't able to hold that compound. And that's probably something they're going to kick themselves a bit for. You know, you feel pretty good when you saw those circles that, you know, I'm sure chat was all, 17 wins, 17 wins. Well, guess what? They didn't.
If it was a smaller compound, it's a lot easier to defend, but that's one that has a lot of surface area on the perimeter, right? And if you got multiple teams trying to come in from different angles and take that critical position away from you, it just takes one knock for all the dominoes to fall and everything to come apart, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, still a not bad game at all for 17, and we'll take a look at the end circle here with, I think all the last 5 teams were Chinese teams, and
oh, that's right.
They were so good. Yeah, Peril goes down, and then the New Appy has complete control over their half of the road. Tyloo, though, to their credit, able to finally, you know, deal with the pesky Tiamba team, and then it's a 3v3, but the angle just slightly better on New Happy's side of the road. And and that's why you have to see Tongzi make that move to try to push the other side.
That was such a smart play. I mean, it was really close to getting an angle on, I think it was, ZPN right there.
You can see it's no smokes.
Yeah.
This is just...
Can't make it happen. Just get spotted out, and then the sprays come in, and everything falls apart. And really smart also by New Happy. They know that Sia, in that building, he has a really nice vantage point with hard cover. And that was their strongest position on the other side of the road. So just wait for the blue to come in and flush them out of that, and then everything just falls apart.
Yeah, it's just good, steady, disciplined play from New Happy, and it's why they've won PGC. It's why they won the PCL Spring. It's why they're, by most people's account, the best team in the world right now. Ming Ming with a 7-kill performance here, and this is why this is the best player in the world.
58.3% of his team's kills. Absolutely nuts. 709 damage. Really great game out of Ming Ming. Beautiful sprays. I mean, this team mechanically so gifted. They just got to get the ball rolling, and they're going to be a threat to win this thing.
I mean, give him an AUG. I mean, he's great with a barrel. You just give him an AUG, and it just makes matters worse. 709 damage. What a
lot of damage.
Wow, what a performance for my fantasy team. Thanks, Ming Ming.
22 points there for New Happy, man. You said it. They just need one win with a lot of kills. They did it instantly. No Caster Curse this time.
I was able to reverse Caster Curse.
That was a blessing.
I know. How did that happen? That's not right.
And Tyloo, once again.
Can we check outside? Are there pigs flying? Is it are cats and dogs living together out there? I'm not sure.
Tyloo, man, every single one of these games, especially on Miramar, they're finishing somewhere in the top 4 in points, and they're not really winning a lot of these.
Literally every game.
But they're racking up kills, they're getting deep, they're playing so smart. I don't know if it's the coaching, if it's the play calling, I don't know if it's the gunplay, but whatever they're doing, it's working, and they're now first place, 87 points, and New Happy, they went from, I think, 15th to 7th.
Unbelievable. I mean, just what a jump here for New Happy. And now they're right in the mix. Now they're a team you can start talking about. I mean, yeah, Gen G and Tyloo are pretty far ahead in terms of points above even 17 Gaming, but it's not insurmountable. There's still a ton of games to be played. I mean, even just today, we have 2 more games with 2 more Erangel.
Yep.
And then tomorrow, we still have 5 more games to round out the week, and then we have another week.
Yeah.
So, look, anything's possible. The New Happy can definitely start heating up and getting it done, but Tyloo, you know, they're Miramar, so strong, and I don't think they even got a win.
No, I don't think they have a win yet. They've gotten, like...
They're just kicking everybody's butts.
Top 2s, top 3s, and they're just racking up the kills.
It's unbelievable. I mean, but you just watch them. The way they maneuver on the map is so smart. It's so methodical. You know, they take their time. They make sure the right angles are clear where they can then make a move. They find great timings to third-party things. They know that map so well.
And Gen G were going on Erangel. I mean,
yeah,
they got top 2 in every Erangel game so far.
Pretty good.
I'm feeling pretty good.
It's pretty good.
You know?
They could get another one here. And that's crazy to think that Gen G has 3 wins and Tyloo's still ahead of them.
Yeah, that's what's crazy is Tyloo, just every single time they play, they're getting, I want to say top 4 and a ton of kills. They're like 1, 2, or 3 on the kill leaderboard. They're just so consistent. It's incredible. And Danawa Esports, this is one of Korea's strongest teams. We're not having the great performance here so far, but again, we're only a handful of matches in. We have a lot of games ahead of us.
Are they going to hot drop? Probably.
Yeah.
My gut tells me that we are not done with the Yaz drop. I don't know about the Gatka one. That might be done.
We'll see. We'll see. B7, they weren't doing too hot, were they? Am I mistaken? It was
they were
Donuts that were winning it. It's hard to remember. We've had so many hot drops on Erangel.
I can't remember now. Yeah, there was so much going on at the beginning of those Erangel games.
Yeah.
But I think B7, since they backed off the San Martin fight, they might be the ones backing off the Gatka fight.
I think that's a smart thing too. I mean, B7, they are a talented team, but they're not one of the big dogs here at this event. And you know that if you're setting yourself up in those hot drops early, unless you're absolutely dominating them and you have the confidence to execute every single time, don't hamstring yourself early. Don't give yourself a handicap. Just drop someplace safe, even if it's not your best spot, even if you're not as practiced with the rotations out of it. At least you'll have your full fighting force, right? And put yourself in a position to succeed in the mid and the late game.
Yeah, I agree. I would rather see that. I think that's definitely the wiser play. GEX has been quiet. I think definitely a disappointing performance for them based on what we saw from them at the end of the last year, especially at PGC. Really shocking everybody with a very strong performance at that event. Not just getting into the final lobby, I think they got 9th place or 8th place overall. And that's really good in a stacked lobby that PGC has. So, definitely not the event that I was expecting out of GX, to be honest.
I will say, though, that their defense and their crisis management has been impeccable so far. We saw it multiple times on Miramar and on Erangel. Them getting crashed by one or multiple teams and just holding their own and doing a great job and taking minimal damage. But yeah, like you're right, they haven't really had that killer instinct. They haven't been making the smart plays in terms of maneuvering and rotating around the map and setting themselves up in position to get really deep in these matches.
Agreed. Peril as well, a bit of a struggle, especially yesterday. They were really off. Today they look a little bit better. Aches Left has gotten some decent moments, and overall, though, they're still making a few head scratchers of decisions. AZ is apparently the shot caller on this team, so it seems like they're struggling a bit, but they came alive late in the PCL to make this, to qualify for this, so, maybe they can do that. Them and Infantry both came alive kind of late. Infantry actually just barely qualified for this in the very last game of the PCL.
China is just such a stacked region.
It's crazy.
It's insane.
There's so many good teams. It's just ridiculous. Like, literally every event, I'm like, no, any Chinese team can win this.
Yeah. I mean, like, coming into this one, I was personally unfamiliar with Jufu and them. They didn't show up, but it's like, oh, it's a Chinese team. They're going to do well, and yeah, like they're putting up a really respectable performance right now, and what I think is their international debut, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they're a brand new team. I mean, yes, a few of the players are former subs for some really good teams.
Yeah,
like, Gray from Pero and others, but even though Gray isn't even starting today, but they've got 2 rookies as well, just brand new players that are, and they qualify. I mean, they're insane. I mean, the talent level is so deep, it's just crazy.
It's why Asia is the best region in the world in PUBG.
That's right. Absolutely. Preach it. Spread it. Tell your friends and family and your dogs and your cats and your grandparents. I don't even
get a
tell
tattoo.
Everybody. Yeah, get a tattoo. Asia best region.
I cannot wait to get here in Erangel, man. I am excited. I want to see if we got hot drops. I really want to see it.
We do. There'll be at least one. I think the Gatka one might be done, but I don't think the Aznaya one's done.
Yeah, but I mean, you said it already. Like, it doesn't make sense that we're both landing like West Yaz and going for the fight. Like, you can still land Yaz and make safe rotations out of it. There's a lot of room to maneuver out of there. Like, you got the fields to the south, you got the hills to the north.
Yeah, there's enough room for 2 teams.
There's definitely enough room for 2 teams.
But I don't know why those 2 teams can't, settle that score. I'm not sure.
Why can't we just be
our
friends?
Diplomacy has fallen apart, yeah. Not sure why.
The Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah.
This is another team that I think really has the potential to, light a fire and come alive here in these next couple of days. They're a really solid team, one of the best teams in Korea. And right now, I mean, we were thinking that Danawa and the Freaks were going to be the teams really repping Korea here. Genji was a little bit of a wild card given the recent roster upheaval and them making the necessary adjustments with Inonix being new IGL. But right now, Genji's kind of carrying the torch for Korea. Besides that, it's all China.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it shouldn't be too surprising to anybody that the Chinese teams are starting to pick up steam. Here we go. We go to Erangel for the 4th game of the day. The 9th match overall?
9th match
overall. Oh, did it. All right.
Get out the colored pencils.
Let's go. Erangel time, people. We got 2 more games today, and then we will be done for the day. So, let's see what the playing path will bring us as we move over to the grassy pastures. And yeah, okay, right over Severny, heading down to Ferry Pier. So a little bit of a western playing path. The Yaz fight's still very much in play, though. So if it's going to happen, we'll know. Danawa at least is going. New Happy is as well. So it's happening. Well, this is kind of interesting. Who's got the better drop here?
Yeah, New Happy kind of dropping a little bit earlier than you would think.
These are very different drops.
Yeah, from this distance, usually, I mean, like, I'm not very good at this game, but from this distance, I'm looking at the map and I'm like, oh, I kind of want to like start my drop about 90 degrees perpendicular to where Yaz is. We'll see who wins that race. And actually, I think we do have a hot drop, but maybe it's not what we expected. It's this compound to the
GEX
northwest
wasn't
of
ready.
Yaz.
They weren't ready.
Now it's GEX that's going to play against New Happy and
it's Mini Yaz. Oh no, GEX. Oh, they can't even get the vehicle. Oh my. Oh, he's gonna run him over.
No, GEX.
He's gonna run him over. I mean, you got the tree. What are you doing? You got to stay by the tree. Why? Why did you stay by the tree, Yanli? Oh no. Oh no.
I think we do have one GEX player in this compound, if I'm not mistaken. These colors are quite similar to that. Yeah, we definitely do. And that's Xenon going down.
Well,
rough start for GEX here. And
they weren't expecting this.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have done this.
Poor guys.
I think they were expecting, I think they assumed this was either New Happy or Danawa, but I think they also assumed that they were going to be dropping to go for Yaz, not for this
I mean, New Happy dropping really like that. I mean, we were immediately wondering, like, is this actually a Yaz drop? Because
it's not the ideal. I didn't think it was the ideal one, but I was like, I might be wrong. New Happy knows better than me.
Yeah, actually, Nan, is he coming all the way over here to East Yaz? Is this bad blood not over?
Oh, that is.
All right, okay.
This is like just mega confidence.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was gonna say for a second, like, if that's the play that you're going for.
I don't even think like professional wrestlers have this much confidence when they come out onto the stage. Like they've got all this bravado, and this is like so confident to even sniff at Yaz at this point.
Yeah, instead they're just gonna be fanning out a little bit here to the north side, and you can't blame them. We have a very northeastern circle here, given the playing path. I gotta say. We'll
see. It's very likely to end up south of the river, at least, but you never know. Crazy things do happen from time to time. Previous match here, V7, just absolutely not doing well on Miramar today.
No, they've had a really rough go of things.
It has not gone well.
Is this just them getting sprayed down? I'm trying to recall this
infantry
moment.
Just 2 times, I think, across 2 different maps. I think V7 died to infantry. Oh, they just prone and waited. Oh, this was all while Salute was blowing himself up with a grenade on accident.
Oh, that's why I don't recall this exactly. Yeah, this is
So this is a good replay because we didn't really see it.
Yeah, these vehicles are going at like 10 miles an hour. That's brutal. I was gonna say I really don't recall this at all, but
that's why, because we didn't see it.
Yeah.
It's off camera. See, those are the replays I like. The ones that we didn't get to see because we were busy watching other stuff.
I also like it when it's a different map because that way I don't get bamboozled.
Yeah, that too. That you don't get tricked.
I don't have enough brain cells to really decipher what's going on, right? Like they could if like the last map was Erangel and like somebody had like a Groza and an and we're 3 minutes in and be like, oh my god,
yeah,
how are they doing this?
Yeah, I didn't hear any planes.
They must have found a secret room.
Yeah, in the secret rooms, yes. Were there flares? I don't know.
Ming Ming. Fantastic
crazy,
game. 7 kills, 709 damage. Actually, Show almost racking up 4 digits, 955 damage, only 4 kills to his name. That was a great performance.
Yeah, that's a ton of damage.
Well, you know 17 was just laying down the hurt on everybody surrounding that compound, right?
Right, exactly. I mean, they can just, pepper people for days from there. All right, well, I am seeing some... What is that? Why are we showing the... Are they listening to us? Are they like, see, there is a plane coming in? And I'm like...
There's a plane coming.
Usually they listen to the Korean casters, and we don't get any say in what the observers look at.
It was a beautiful shot. I mean,
Hold
it
on.
reminds me of...
Let me try something. Pero's making a rotation right by 17. Boom.
Oh, wow, look at that skill. Actually, 4 AM is there, too. This is kind of chaotic. Pero Ming is going to shoot down 4 AM right there, and... Uh-oh, LZ right on the other side of this wall. Does 17 realize? No, they don't!
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness, LZ! He sprays down Show. Is he going to get another one?
If he gets Suju here... Oh, nope. It's the drive-by by Lil Goes to Xiaobei.
What an insane engagement happening right now.
Oh, they're just able to get here in time now. LZ had a grenade cooked and it gets Little Ghost. He had a grenade in his hand state. What is this fight?
One of those players was like... I don't even know what was happening, man. We caught wind of that a little bit too late. I'm so confused.
Xiaobei. Ooh, that's a lot of damage that Lu just took getting out of that car. That car got absolutely flung into outer space. Show very weak. If this connects from Xiaohai, he's knocked for sure. Oh, what a jump spray.
That's with an AUG.
Yeah, see, are we sure this is in the previous match? Oh, Lu. It's a good grenade onto Xiaobei here. And now... This is just absolutely brutal for both these teams. I think Xiaohai's gone. Nope, the heal came through.
Wow, yeah, look at that. That 12 damage would have knocked him. Instead, Petrichor Road, they're going to be getting in on this now. Of course, they did have that vehicle drive by, so they're aware this battle's been going on for a while now. Xiaohai throwing another Molly, not going to be able to connect with Show as Mill just continues to lay down the hurt.
Well, this is just great for Pero. They're able to just kind of watch this, pick up the pieces where they can. Don't overextend on anything. Another grenade in there. Show, though, is in the other room, so he's not going to take any damage off of that. Lil Ghost is sandwiched between 2 cars. I don't think 4AM even cares. They just either don't know or don't care that he's sitting there. What? Now, okay, now infantry's showing up to the party.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Pero, they originally had a nice little surround on this compound trying to get as many kills as they can. Instead, they're going to have to be pushed off there by infantry.
4AM, yeah, gone.
Here we go. Kind of a surprising result. That was an awkward skirmish. We only caught it kind of was the beginning because it was a really long battle, but the initiation must have been so weird. I mean, we had a situation with 2 players spraying down a passing car, and then a player right next to them from an opposing team also spraying, and the other 2 just think it's their teammate shooting, so they don't notice.
Well, it's 3 teams at once, and that causes a ton of chaos.
Yeah.
That's what, everybody's not sure what's going on. Grenades are flying everywhere. Pero's trying to watch the fight from afar, and then at the very end of that, infantry even showed up briefly to see if they could pick up any pieces. But infantry actually had to back off. They got swatted away enough by Pero that they weren't happy to try to commit to that fight.
Yeah, and at the end of it, 4 AM, they're out of this map, and 17, they're down to half their manpower. Kind of a rough start for a lot of really good teams.
Just one of those weird timing things. Nobody was gunning for that fight. except for Father Time. he was interested in that fight.
He absolutely was. Agent of Chaos him.
Yeah, but for what it's worth, you know, nobody wanted to take that fight, but it had to because of what happened in the beginning. Because like you were talking about, those initial sprays, and then, you know, if you're Pero, you're seeing this fight, and you're like, well, maybe we can just fan out and take some pieces of this.
Yep. Meantime, a lot of these other teams just making rotations into this circle. Not too much chaos going now. Got that a little bit out of the way. Where's Gen G rolling up on? This is the same compound that we had all this action on, right? Yeah, 17 right there posted up on the left side. Gen G safely rolling through here. Not too many teams in the vicinity.
No, it's pretty spread out. You know, that early fight actually opened up a bit of space as well, with one team completely gone and a couple players. There's a little bit, just a little bit of extra room to breathe. Not much, but enough that Gen G, it looks like they've stopped for now. Kwangdong is just chilling on the outside of the shelter, coming out of the military base. But there's plenty of space on the southeast side, and the circle's pretty likely to start going south in some fashion, or east, but because eventually it's going to want to move away from that river. But we'll see. It doesn't have to. We can hope for super spicy, and that it just like goes right by the river.
Yeah, we had a distinct lack of bad circles. You know, I want some really messy ones, man.
Yeah, it's been unusual for me. I'm so used to just awful circles in Asia. But here at PCS6, I guess it's just not our time.
All right, here we go. V7 Gomp rolling in here on New Happy's Nan. Nan with a really smart nade initiation. He actually gets a second one there on Pudding. That's Pudding down.
Oh, look at just New Happy swarms like bees on top of this. They are just, you know, they want to protect the queen, and that's not right now. Oh, V7. Okay, well, they got one. They got ZP on.
Yeah, 2-star with a nice spray there, catching ZP on unawares. Ooh. Nade's going to get him back, though, and Ming Ming actually getting decked. Golf coming through with the AR right there, spraying him down, trying to go through the vehicle, but not quite. Oh, Nan, right on top. Beautiful angle. Gets down Gomp. V7's down to what, 2 players?
Yeah, it's not good. They do get the knock on to HS, so now it's just Nan here for New Happy. Oh, he gets in the vehicle. Janggu, almost had the angle. Not quite.
He knows exactly where Pudding is, too. Pudding's going to get the flush there on Ming Ming. Just Nan and Pudding now.
Pudding's going to go for the res. That's going to give Nan enough opportunity to go for a few. Oh, he heard it. He knows.
Yeah, he knows.
Oh, that grenade just went too far.
Going to get the flush himself, and then I think try and clear this out.
The res came through, though.
Oh, it did?
So this is now a little bit trickier.
This is a tough angle. In the meantime, Anonix actually crashing this to help out Spear. Spear's going to take down Longster. In the meantime, Nan does clean up Pudding.
This is the Alamo here being fought over. Gen G is looking to win that battle. Veronica 7 is going to go down in the long run. Here comes the reinforcements for infantry, but they're already suffering. Oh, what an angle there for Spear. Just perfectly lines it up, takes him down. And you can see Tai Lu in a fight with everybody's fighting out here.
Yeah, my goodness.
Infantry is going to go down, but Spear's down as well. He got hit by a molly. Mutually assured destruction.
We've had so many players fall in the last 30 seconds. This is absolutely insane. Americano now over here on Tai Lu. What chaos. It's hard to keep track of this, man.
There's like so much space on the southeast side of this circle.
Yeah, like if you guys have the map open on a second monitor or on a second tab, go take a look. Like all of this destruction in the early game has created so much space. We only have 37 people alive.
I don't know what's going on in this game. Everybody's angry, and I don't know why.
Why does Seoul have no vehicle? What is happening?
He's trying to run to the Tianba house. I think he's trying to sneak up underneath the Tianba house and throw a grenade in it, maybe. I don't know, dude. This game is bananas. It is already off the rails, and it just seems like the further we delve into insanity, the better it gets. See, he's gonna throw a grenade in this window from the side corner, I think.
If you're Tianba, you're not expecting this.
No
Guarantee
way.
that.
Yeah. And okay, yeah, just get full boosted. Oh, nope, they're getting in vehicles. So he's too late.
Aww.
He's too late.
You know, he was thinking about this for a long time, too. He is going to get the nice angle here. Not able to connect.
Ooh.
Some close shots, but not able to get the headies.
You don't see Soul miss those too much.
No.
That was not the hardest shots to land in the world in relative PUBG terms.
Yeah. Usually see Soul land those. Instead, Tion gonna be able to rotate out to the northeast. Anytime New Happy taking some pops on themselves, and yeah, Nan's landing some of those shots.
He's been pretty good so far here for New Happy. Already 3 kills.
A 7-7 all the way down to 5 HP, but he will safely make it to this haven with his teammates.
Got to be careful you don't hit that wall too hard and knock yourself. I've done that. We all been there. We all been there. All been there.
It's a rite of passage.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. You cannot play PUBG for probably even 60 hours without knocking yourself at least once in a vehicle.
Yeah, I was I'd never really played an open world FPS like this before in my life. And I don't really play a lot of FPS with vehicles. And I remember one of the first times I played PUBG, and actually hold that thought as we have Petrichor Road coming in here on Ghibli. Not too much action, but I didn't know how to honk the car. One of my teammates told me it was F.
Oh no. Oh no.
Did not go well, man.
Yeah, yeah. I can imagine not. You're like in full speed and you're just out of the vehicle.
Yep.
Now, speaking of out of vehicles, it might be New Happy here shortly as they try to make a drive around the mansion. There's some dips, but not much going on. SSR able to get him low, but not out. Maybe they found enough space. Just barely for New Happy.
Yeah, Ghibli now making a rotation in here, but they're going to find 17 in a bit of a pickle. I'm not sure if GBL wants to crash this, but they do. And actually, Suju getting a lot of damage in right now. Sho's going to take down Lambu, but Suju, he's already low HP.
Well,
what a situation we got Gluru in here. My goodness.
Yeah, Ghibli just not really able to get enough damage. Lambu's going to go down to his teammate's grenade as they're trying to call, he's trying to call in the artillery strikes.
Yep.
Finally, something's going to land here, but it's actually going to be Jufu's Hanghang from afar, sitting out in the museum, just hammering down as Jufu takes the real estate that Genji and Infantry gave up when they killed each other.
Yeah, Pero hears this too, and they're trying to get in on the action as Jufu is also going to take a forward position here. They want to get these kills, and that's going to be a nice nade coming in. Does it have the distance?
Perfect.
Wow, what a nade! That's
Perfect.
like max range right there. That is perfect.
Yeah, Xiao DD with a great one there. Just in and out. Quick as you like. That's what you love to see. Those kind of maneuvers are what set the best teams apart.
Yeah, Jufu kind of in their debut right now. I mean, they are 4th on the leaderboard, 57, and the top 3 teams are out of this map already, so there is a bit of a gap, but man, they're gaining on everybody. Some great plays coming out of that team.
Really, really good plays. That right there is just as clean as it gets and well handled by them. Now Ghibli here, Heaven, that car is already blown up, so it is now static cover. It will not move much, and he's able to just sit behind it. EN, long range shots there onto Pero, and if you start hitting those, then you're really feeling it.
Yeah.
That's ambitious.
Well, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be EN with how well he's been shooting lately.
But they've got the Sky Garden.
They do. They have Sky Garden. This is not Heaven. Do
yes.
not be confused. This is Sky Garden.
Yeah, we don't have Heaven here. Okay, this is Asia. We have the Sky Garden.
Yeah, the Sky Garden.
You got to deal with it.
All right, now things kind of quieting down a little bit as we see the spread here is quite large. All that early action gives a lot of room to these teams, and Sky Garden still in it, as is the corner of Mansion.
Well, this is weird, but if Jufu can hold the southern edge, if this shifts away from Sky Garden, a lot of times teams that can hold that, there's just enough of a ridge that's in the middle of this circle that you can kind of get away with being the southern team, but you have to win the southern battle cleanly. And that's where things get tricky. Otherwise, the teams out of Sky Garden and Mansion have some decent opportunities because they're able to keep vehicles safe and hold on to utility and those kind of things. So just kind of curious to see where this one's going to maneuver going forward. Yacha is going to hear Rex in that vehicle. Are they going to be able to find enough of an angle? Salute's in trouble.
I don't know. I think Salute's aware of this. I think they might have been trying to bait out some shots because he's walking around with a barrel trying to find an angle.
He's going to need help, though, State.
Yeah, Rex is here. Soul is here. I think they want to take this fight.
Yeah, I think they were going to maybe leave this fight, but I think you're right that Salute heard this, and that changed Donowa's opinion on what the situation was. Look at this. Maru's like, nah. Never mind.
Yep, if we can't catch you driving, we don't want to take the fight pretty much. And you can't blame him. I mean, blue closing in, you really want to get out of this edge and you want to try and maneuver into a better position here. You do not want to get bogged down in a fight as some fire is raining down from Sky Garden. Tion having a rough go of things. A 7-7 is going to be taken out, as is Lin Shun after a great performance in the last game. The Freaks just laying down a lot of hurt right here. And now Danawa, hearing all this action, they know attention is diverted. They're going to roll up.
So you can, fit a couple teams on the outside of the Sky Garden there.
Oh.
And it is going to be Ghibli finally taken out. Heaven there tried to hold on as long as he could, but Maru's going to show up, and here comes Pero. Hang from Jufu as well, putting some damage into Maru. Now, Chui is very, very weak, and En is trying to figure out where he was. He's going to hear that shot. Tang gonna have to land a heck of a grenade. Even gets hit in the head. He does shoot Hikari. That grenade so close
under
to
the
ending.
car.
Yeah, so close to ending Maru's round there. Another grenade right in the back of D-Lax. He is almost down. Aches left trying to find the last member of Maru. Just cannot quite see it.
Yeah, Aches left out of frags now, but I think his teammate might have one. That's going to flush Gak. D-Lax still up, as is Sunyoung. He's got to get the res up if he can, but this is such a tough position right now. And Pero, they're going to back off. I think they're out of frags. Not quite able to finish the deal. Sunyoung actually does bleed out.
For Pero here, they're just fine staying up. They did enough damage that it's pretty unlikely D-Lax is going to be too much of a problem. Now, Tianba, on the other hand, does get to the other side of that hill, so they're surprisingly safe there. A lot of people don't realize that spot is actually pretty safe until the team from the Sky Garden has to come down on top of you.
Right. And hopefully for them, I mean, Danawa might prove to be a problem for the Freaks, and if they're able to 3P that on the entrance into the circle, there's a lot of potential there in that position.
I tell you what, that Tianba today is really just...
They're ratting it out.
Yeah, they are mega ratting it.
Not in a bad way either, in a very good way. This is like a nice New York street rat. It's in the subway, it's got a slice of pizza, it's very happy.
It's got a little bit of the mutant gene inside of it,
It's got character.
It's teaching Ninja Turtles how to fight, that kind of thing.
And Lash with some great shots right there. Actually, USG is getting teared apart by everybody. I didn't realize Jufu was landing some of those knocks as well.
Jufu's just got so much open space to do whatever they want.
Yeah, and I mean, they've already proven to be dangerous.
Nobody's contesting it. So I tell you what, Jufu's probably going to win this game.
Yeah, you were talking about how the team that can secure the south side, the difficulty really is in securing the south side. And then after you have it, it's very playable in the late game.
Yeah, south or west sometimes, but usually south.
Like you said, no one's really contesting it. We got 2 players from New Happy all the way on the east side, and the northeast is quite contested.
Dude,
Tiang.
Lash has been hitting some nasty shots up here with this SLR.
Yeah.
It's absolutely nasty.
I want to say last time we checked in on him, he had 130 bullets in the bag, and now he's got 28, so he's been busy. He's been very, very busy.
Putting it to good use.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what we like to see.
Rack up those points, man.
AZ's got a bolt. Okay, now I'm rooting for Pero.
Let's do it, man.
We're done. Everybody else in this lobby's dead to me. We're rooting for AZ. I want AZ to win this game. How about that? I don't care about the rest of Pero.
Oh, interesting play here from GEX. They hear KDF rolling in, and instead of staying on that south side of Sky Garden, they're going to rotate over to the east and hopefully bait out a fight.
This is going to come down to timing for the Freaks. If Danawa and GEX kind of hit them at the same time, they don't know this is coming. They have no idea GEX is back here.
Yeah.
This is disaster for the Freaks. They're going to get headshot once, fake it twice. GEX is absolutely ripping Kwangdong Freaks apart. You still have a COD and EN, but now they got Danawa. Danawa might fight Pero on the other side, but this is not easy at all. Danawa just drives by Pero, takes him down. They've got a couple making 3 big kills. AZ out here with the barrel. Can he get any more?
I don't think so, man. That was a beautifully executed drive-by right there. They just melted, and now Petrichor rode on their last legs. AZ tried to hold it together. He's got a good spray down on Rex, but he got him. Look at that.
He got him.
That was crazy. What a fight.
Rex kind of got caught in a weird position where he's trying to throw grenades, and AZ just started pushing. I don't know how much time AZ has. Oh, he does have plenty of time. This is right on the edge of that circle, so they're going to be able to get the reses. Meanwhile, Jufu just going to do Jufu things and watch everybody else in this circle.
Yeah, Jufu for somehow, I don't know if it's luck or maneuvering. I think it's a little bit of both. They've been finding these positions where they can just lay into absolutely everybody and rack up the kills.
Yep. Nobody ever messed with them. This is the whole thing. If you have the south side of these circles that are outside of the museum, you have control over so much territory. Because especially if you have the Alamo still, where Jufu is, that building there, forget it.
All right, AZ back with the Car 98.
And that's why we're rooting for him.
That's why we're rooting for him.
That's it. There's no other reason. I just want everybody at home to understand, I am not Pero biased. I am Car 98 biased. Okay?
We really have not seen a lot of bolts so far.
No,
I mean, like, it's not...
No dedicated bolters here in this lobby.
Yeah. XYZ trying to get some shots over here on the Freaks. The Freaks trying to do the best they can to salvage the situation with some kind of soft cover from all these vehicles. They will get a crate. No, the Shadow deceptively far. All right.
DX was still alive.
Yeah, he's been holding down there for a long time. Arrow just kind of left him alone.
That's a point. Oh, Kane. Oh, no. He gave up. Ran himself over. I think he took off in the car and then did what you did. Hit F.
I like how that's what I do now. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Jufu not quite landing these shots right here on the Freaks. It is not the easiest angle in E-end, as we've seen from earlier today. It's just absolutely nutty with a DMR in this lobby.
And there aren't enough smokes in the world. There just isn't. Oh, God, don't shoot your teammates. Oh, God, oh, God. That makes me so nervous. Watching his teammates' like heads just pop right in front of that crosshair.
Yeah, it just keeps happening.
Ah, there you go. That's what I like to see. Reposition. Nan just might as well just send it home. There's no reason.
I would run to the Freaks, man. Guns blazing. Just try and make something happen.
Oh, I would.
There's no.
I mean, yeah.
No smokes in the world to cover this.
There's just no reason to get points.
There you go.
Yeah, no reason.
Off into the blue yonder he goes. Goodbye, Nan.
Godspeed. GG, well played. All right. 4
Some
teams.
anticlimactic.
Yeah, 4 teams left. That is Jufu with 4 players. Everybody else at 2, 3, or 1. Tianba somehow still kicking in this one. They just are so good at finding ways.
Oh, Jufu.
What is Jufu doing? Oh, okay. They're getting ahead of this. The next circle is very likely to move away from that compound. So, you know, they're gonna lose this UAS at some point. You might as well set it up in a position where you feel comfortable now to turn it into, static cover.
Right, yeah, getting hard cover out of that is nice. And they do have a little tiny bit of slope, just enough to play with this. It's flat enough that no one really has the elevation to take advantage of that. And unfortunately for them, the circle hard shifts a little bit more than they might have anticipated all the way to the northwest.
Well, this is actually a problem now. When I was talking about coming from the south, there's actually still too much of this hill that Pero's on inside of this. So they've got a little bit of a awkward position to be in. They got to kind of hope that...
Oh, so many cars.
Yeah, they got to kind of hope that this is like the remnants of infantry, Genji, and others.
8 vehicles there.
Yeah, but Jufu's got to hope that now that somebody does some damage to Pero, because it's going to be a little bit tricky, actually. There's just too much of that ridge still in this.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for them. I mean, they do have a number of vehicles. Some of them do have good HP, and as you see, there is a little bit of elevation they're here to play with.
Just enough. Okay, so they found something.
Yeah, this is playable. This is playable for now.
And I think it's like just outside of Pero frag grenade range, and maybe you could bounce a really good one in there, but I think it's just too far away. KDF has to make a move, and the Freaks, let's see what they can get done. Chewy's still here, and well, never mind.
Not for long.
Sorry, he's gone. Oh, traded 1 for 1. EN, the last one up here. Jufu now getting involved. EN here, still alive. It's actually XYZ who's going to knock Mill there. EN cooks the grenade. If he hits AZ with it, it's GG. Oh, it's just a bit too far.
This is mutually assured destruction right now. It's just AZ up for Pero, and Jufu is all 4 men. They are all converging on this position. It's just a matter of time. AZ is going to try and survive valiantly, but the nades are coming in. That's it. What a brilliantly played game by Jufu. Really showing up here today, man.
I'm telling you, it's that south end of that circle. It's so powerful. There's so much to work with compared to the rest of the teams that are in that. And they play it to perfection. Well handled here by Jufu. I thought for a moment they might have some trouble with that last circle shift. But they navigated it perfectly. They found the side of that hill. They waited for their moment to strike. and they nailed it. So hats off to them.
Yeah, they even got ahead of it, going the wrong direction. We're still able to salvage the situation, rotating back around clockwise. That was, yeah, really great play there by Jufu, man. I've been so impressed with their shooting, with their spatial control, their rotations. Everything has been fantastic. What a debut.
Yeah, huge. You love to see it, and it's just, if you've been watching PCS, it shouldn't surprise you too much. There's just always these teams that come out of the woodwork from China that are just absolutely nuts.
PCL is stacked.
It is. Dude, it is so stacked. It's crazy. Well, Jufu, gonna take our first Erangel. We have one more Erangel to go, folks. We're gonna eventually here in a little bit take a short break, but don't go anywhere, because we'll be back, and I'm curious to see who's gonna take this last Erangel. It's been a pretty China-heavy day. I mean, other than Gen G.
Yeah.
It's been rough for Korea today.
Yeah, Gen G had one win, and the rest, I mean, even in terms of top placement, it's just been China. Like the Freaks and Danawa, they've been getting knocked out kind of early. I mean, the Freaks had a good showing there in that last game, but China really stepping it up.
I think the Freaks, in my opinion, misplayed the Sky Garden position a little bit there. You actually, in my opinion, the best way to play that is to just sit on the top of it until you absolutely can't.
Yeah.
I think wrapping around to that bottom, they either completely misread GEX's position or didn't expect it somehow, because that completely ruined that round for them.
Yeah, I think when they came down, they were expecting to immediately come on top of GEX. Weren't expecting GX to rotate back almost into the blue.
Yeah.
To come around and just hamstring him. So, yeah, unfortunate situation there for the Freaks. GEX got a lot of damage done, maybe even scored a couple points out of that maneuver.
Yeah, sure.
But, yeah, you're right. That Skyguarded position is really powerful in those circles, but you got to play it very carefully.
Yes, exactly. It is kind of a tricky dance you have to play. So we'll see as we go to the next Erangel what that's going to look like for GEX as well. If you think about the beginning of that game when they lost 2 of their players, very, very early to New Happy, who
that was right. Yeah,
hot drop them. I guess you could call that a hot drop. It was kind of awkward, but
it was an unintentional hot drop.
I think it was intentional from New Happy.
I think they were like
trying to die. I think they were sick of fighting Danawa. And we're like, let's go fight GX. There's no way they're going to expect this. Poor GEX like gave up on the Impala fight to infantry, and they're like, okay, now we don't have to worry about hot drops. And New Happy's like, oh,
yeah,
you thought wrong.
That was a good play. That was kind of a crazy early game, honestly, as we see Jufu. Right here, your MVP, 4 kills. 10 kills on the game for Jufu. That's pretty solid. That's a 20-point win, ain't it? That is good.
It's good. You take those. Yeah, Xiao DD. With a very nice game.
What, 200 damage and 4 kills? That is efficiency.
That's pretty. That's letting a lot of other people do some damage for you, and then you cleaning up what they started. It is efficient, absolutely. Yeah, 20 points. You're absolutely right here for Jufu. Petrichor Road not too far behind, making a strong run today. The Freaks some much needed points. So 12 points. You take those games. You absolutely take those games every time. And New Happy, you know, after a win, 9 points, you take that as well.
Yeah. Solid performance all around. I mean, we need a lot of, we need more Korean teams here in the top, if any of them are going to take this away from China, because historically, it's always China running away with PCS. You know these Korean teams are hungry for a win. Gen G's been showing up. It's time for Danawa and the Freaks to show up as well.
Yeah, I mean, that game right there really felt like an opportunity for Danawa since they weren't messed around with in Yasnaya. But guys, we got to take a break before our final game of the day. Match number 10, it's Erangel. We'll be right back here at PCS6 Asia.
I know what you really want. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Welcome back, everybody. PCS6 Asia. Only one more game to go today. It's only day number 2, though, so still plenty of PUBG to be found here in Asia. And yeah, Europe's coming up later, so you got that to look forward to as well. But I'm paper thin. This is State, and we're excited for this. It's one more Erangel to go here today. And, you know, right now, Tyloo is on top despite never winning a game. They're just, they were rocking and rolling on Miramar again, and so they were able to take a lead. The real question is I think for me, after all the Erangels are done with again, as we roll through 5 of these in a row, are they going to be able to maintain that?
I don't know, man. It's interesting. Like, we've had Gen.G win so many of these Erangel games so far that it's just very impressive the play they're coming out. Jufu at the same time is doing fantastic. They're showing up in a way we didn't expect. New Happy is starting to come to life. We'll see. We'll have to see. There's a lot of potential contenders here.
Yeah, and speaking of things you can contend for, you can go for the Pick'em Challenge and try to win yourself some sweet in-game swag. You know, of course, there's the items available to just purchase if you feel like it, if you're so kind. You will support the players, of course, as well. All that money goes into the prize pool.
Yeah.
But also, you know, you get some sweet items out of it. And if you just want to try to, you know, win some pick'ems and those kind of things, you can participate in the PUBG client. There's a tab up in the top right. It's got a little Esports. It's got the PGS, or the PGC logo, I think, and a little bit of a voting coupon there. So get up there, make some votes, get some prizes if you win. And I don't know who to pick right here. I mean, dude, if I had to pick right now, even if you like put a gun to my head, I'd be like 17. I don't know. Like for some reason, it feels like 17 might just end up running away with this in the long run. But
in the long run, you mean, not in this upcoming map? Yeah, man. I'm feeling 17. They were on fire in PCL coming into this tournament. It took them a little bit of time to adjust here, but they're having some more good performances today. I think they got a lot of skill. I think they can take it. But at the same time, like, Jufu, this is a team that I'm not personally very familiar with. They're just making their international debut, and, like, what a splash it's been. Yeah. They've been killing it. They've been getting so many kills. You're navigating circles really well. There's so much talent in this lobby. It's crazy.
Exactly, right? Top to bottom, this is just an unbelievably stacked lobby. I mean, you look down at the bottom of it, and there's teams like V7 and Ghibli down there.
Yeah.
I mean, really good teams. So, you know, you got to come through. You got to perform here. And, you know, if you've had a slow start, now's the time to turn it around. We've already seen New Happy do it.
Right.
You know, put up a big win. Maybe it's time for Ghibli or V7 to put up a big win. You know, get those points on the board and see if they can bounce back a bit.
Yeah, I want Danawa and the Freaks to come back as well. I don't feel safe with only Korea's flag being held by Gen.G there at the top, you know? Chinese teams have won so many PCS. Let's go. Let's make it a fight.
Yeah, I agree. Well, you can see how the pick'ems are going, and pretty one-sided.
2.4%.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly, right? New Happy's like literally half the votes. So ridiculous. Well, there's good reason.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah.
Beaming is just insane. This entire team from top to bottom is so mechanically gifted.
Yeah.
And it's not just gift, it's talent, it's practice. They put the dedication in. You give them a barrel with a 3x spray, they'll shoot you down by like 500 meters. It's crazy.
500.
It's crazy.
Let's not get crazy there.
It's crazy, man.
That's a bit further.
Ming can do it. I'm telling you, man.
You know, actually, I would love to see it, but I would love to see a player try that just to witness it. But
yeah. But Pero, they've won like what, 2 PCSs in a row.
Yeah.
And they're only at 7%.
Yeah, think about that.
There's so much skill in this lobby. It's so exciting. This is my favorite region to watch. I'm so excited to cast it. There's so much skill here. And Tai Lu right now, 88 points. Of course, kills are the tiebreaker right now. Right ahead of Gen G, and then Jufu, man, they're sneaking up on everybody with 74, and 17 Gaming also 73. These teams are just a stone's throw away.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, anything can change in these. Anything can change. So you just got to be ready. It is still a ton of PUBG to be played. So
oh, yeah.
We're not even, whatever.
We're almost a third of the way through. We got
Yeah,
6
you're
days,
right.
and we're about to finish day 2.
Yeah, so we're almost a third of the way through. So still a lot of points to be found. Those teams at the top, you never know. They might not be able to do well. You can look again at the bottom of that right-hand half of that leaderboard.
Any of those guys could win.
Yes.
It just takes a couple good days. That's
Exactly.
all it is.
Yeah.
We could have one team just come to life in the second weekend and absolutely walk away with this thing, you know?
That Maru's only here because they were able to put up a bunch of points on like the last day of the PWS Grand Final. So anything's possible as we get into the last playing path of the day. Match number 10 here at PCS6 Asia. And we find ourselves with a fairly generous playing path. It's not the end of the world here.
Yeah, we've had a really vanilla bean playing paths today.
I like vanilla beans. How dare you?
Nah. Not exciting enough, man. Give me some weird Ben and Jerry flavor ice cream circles.
See,
That's
now,
what I want.
Oh, okay. You want some of that, you know.
You trying to think
Rocky
of one?
Balboa road.
Oh, yeah, that
See
sounds nice.
See what
or
I did
maybe
there?
some Americone Dream.
Americone Dream?
Yeah, I think it was Stephen Colbert's ice cream
Oh, is
flavor,
that what
if
it
I'm
was?
not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is happening.
Oh, it's happening again.
Here we go.
Let's go.
All right. Well, Ming Ming has a gun, and he's chasing him down.
Oh,
He's going to get
God.
one. That's okay. Salute got one. He's got 2. So it's a 2 for 2, making a 3 for 2.
Helen
All
with
right.
the Vector. So
Oh.
sick of these situations.
All right. Well, let's see if they can get any more out of this. Helen is going to get the flush. Actually, it is a 2 for 2. I'm wrong.
Yeah. Donovan with 2 knocked and New Happy with 2 dead. I mean, we talked about this on day 1. These teams are just absolutely cannibalizing each other with these hot drops here. Zippy Yan's going to finish off Rex, I believe. Yeah, that's a finish.
Helen got knocked. So now Donawa on its last legs. And look at this circle. It's so juicy for a Yaz team normally if they come out of this. Oh, they got the res on his soul, though. Salute's holding the angle. Only 5 bullets left in that clip. He's afraid to go for the reload.
Yep. Doesn't want to give New Happy any room to maneuver. Oh, look at that. What a shot. Iron sight right there with the AKM. 5 bullets in the chamber. Only needs 4.
I would have shot my teammate there.
I would reload now with 1 bullet left.
Well,
That's
yes.
what I would do.
Absolutely. That's the better play, especially since Ming Ming has a level 2 helmet. You're not getting that instant knock.
Right. We'll see, though. I mean, gonna go for the res right now is New Happy. Soul's still on 1H. He has no meds, the fact that he's running around like this. He's trying to find out where Zapian went off to. They know that they got the knock. They know they're going for the res.
They got to hear these footsteps is what's going to give them the cues they need. So Salute hears it, doesn't like being outside for it. Feels better being in the safety of these windows, but Ming Ming's going inside.
And he's got a pump.
Oh, God. This is so scary. Soul finally going to be able to get the res. Salute's not.
He has a broken vest, too, with a pump. That's a death sentence, man.
Yep, no helmet. Forget it. 1 shot is all it's going to take, probably. Unless, like, a bunch of those pellets hit the window bars.
This is
Something
Ming Ming,
really
though,
weird.
we're talking about.
Yeah, I know. This is tough for Donawa.
Does he know that Zapiana is prone there? It seems like he does. He's just holding this one angle as Helen.
They don't know where the second player went. And that's so they assume it's on the outside of that fence line. They know where Ming Ming is because they're going to hear that door.
Right.
You can see Salutes trying to figure out. You can jump that, maybe? I don't know. I don't think so. No, he's
Yeah,
just
I'm
trying
not
to get the
sure.
angle. No, he's just trying to get the angle. Oh,
1H.
Ton of damage.
These early game fights with minimal armor are so brutal.
Yeah, it's one little mistake, and it's just GG. I mean, Donawa in a good position, but, you know, this is New Happy.
Right. 3-on-2 right now. Donovan, they do have a double barrel now as well. Gonna be able to get some heals up. And I like this. Soul's going and getting some loot during all of this. They know that they have New Happy pretty much cornered here in this house. So Soul's gonna be able to get the res that they need. Maybe get some weapons, some ammo, some armor, some meds. I mean, we've already seen situations this early where these players simply cannot heal.
Yeah, that's smart. This is smart from Donawa. you know, trying to maximize their potential in this situation. Zepion hears those
footsteps.
Ooh, Helen! Helen! Ooh.
Good thing that was a crouch peek.
Yep, exactly. He was expecting the standing lean. Salute here, trying to hold the angle just in case somebody, I think if somebody pushes that window, he might just get enough vision.
Such a precarious position here.
This whole thing's just a mess.
I can't believe, I thought after they dropped GEX that we would be done with this. That's what I was thinking, but no, New Happy, I mean, I guess they're feeling it and they're like, we're going to go back to a hot drop here in West Yaz. And once again, I mean, even if they win, it's a Pyrrhic victory. They got 2 players down.
Right.
Donawan nearly lost 2 as well. They're already down 1. Just a mess.
I agree with you, State, but the players, well.
Yep.
They got things to prove.
I respect it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. I totally understand it.
I can't tell through the X-ray if he actually has an angle on Ming Ming. He does. He does.
Saw the gun. He sees the tip of the gun.
That's not a hitbox, though, unfortunately.
No, it is not. You can get the hand. The hand is. But the gun is not. Oh, that's such a good angle. Oh,
wow.
Soul.
Very close there with that
Soul's
shot.
been a little bit off today. He is not. He's normally pretty good for those. Oh, that's good shooting. Shoots the door out because he knows he has to come down the stairs.
So smart. So smart.
So good. Well, Ming Ming's just like,
my God,
stuck behind the door.
I wonder how much, how many healing resources they have left. I'm guessing very few, considering Yan is bandaging right now at like 30% HP.
Yeah, can't be much.
Even Helen right now is at 5 bandages if he gets decked, and 15 bullets too. This is such a difficult battle.
Yeah, it's very true. Let's see. Still trying to find the, you know, just trying to make sure that they can't comfortably leave that room. They're trying to basically eliminate any exits.
And they're doing a very good job of it as well.
And Salute's been looking for the mollies or the frags.
Yeah.
Found a molly. So this is going to be the attempt to, you know, get them out of this room. And then the crossfire's in place. So Donawa, let's see if they can execute this successfully.
They should know exactly where these guys are on the 2nd floor. He hears the footsteps now as well.
One of them got out of the room for New Happy.
Oh, did they?
Yep. Let's see beyond. You can see he got in the closet.
They can only molly one of them now. Helen.
I think he was going for the ledge grab.
I think he was.
Well, I thought they were going to throw the molly and then just try to play off of that, but they haven't done it yet.
They might hear that the 2 of them are separated now, and 1 knock might not be enough to go in, because you really don't want to get one of your players full flushed, right?
Yeah.
And the way that Donawa is setting up this surround, they are succeeding in containing, but it's tough to break unless you have full force there to trade. And Pero,
they're gonna see this.
Yeah, they know.
They're gonna make life miserable for both.
Deservedly.
Oh yeah.
These players, you got to be punished for these hot drops, man. I mean, it can be exciting as a viewer, but these are 2 teams with unbelievable potentials. We see a little bit of a skirmish here. Zhao Yang trying to drive through. Actually, finally finishes him with that spray.
Good shooting.
Yeah. In the meantime, this standstill still going on. Not sure what Pero's sightline is on this. I mean, they're moving on the southeast side of this building, so shouldn't be able to get sniped.
Yeah, this is funny because there's enough obscured here that Pero can't really do much about this. Is that good? I don't think so.
Almost.
Ooh, almost. Though. Yeah, just kind of toeing the line there is Ming Ming. But here they come.
All right, this is it.
Shotguns abound. Helen not able to get enough. Okay, there we go. Soul's got the crossfire. More damage done to Ming Ming. And this might be Donawa taking it. They are going to. So Donawa, after a very long, protracted battle, is able to come through with the win.
And at some point, Infantry was also trying to get in on this, maybe? Because Longskirt got taken out by Pero there.
They were trying to drive to those beach houses, the lake houses, and Pero was just waiting.
Yeah, they probably weren't expecting this. And
no.
Yeah, I mean, Pero probably wouldn't have stopped unless they heard this protracted battle going on in the first place. Just really see how one bad decision cascades into a series of unfortunate events for a lot of people involved.
The PUBG butterfly effect.
Yep. Oh, what an angle! Xiaolu. Nice catch there on Gok.
Right into his arms.
That's a free one.
Yep.
Take those.
Yep, absolutely. And now Maru's just like, wait, what? Like, well, we didn't think anybody'd be out here.
Oh!
Now, Yacha He's got Xiaolu, good response. Let's see if he can get the finish. He's peeking. He's actually going to opt to throw that grenade at Xiaohai instead. Xiaohai, though, has a little bit better angle, but hey, it's Sungyoung out-dueling way less. Ooh, got the headshot. The grenade follow-up, so good here. 4 a.m. on their last legs.
Man, these battles are brutal. 4 a.m. and Maru now, both down to 1 man. All these early game fights on Erangel, it's not really what we expected going into this. I mean, love to see the action.
Oh,
I thought he was dead. I thought LZ was dead to rights with that nade.
It just bounced a little bit too far to the right, but
that's got to be it. Yep.
There it is.
There you go.
Hey, what a recovery here from Maru, though.
I mean, yeah, but again, Pyrrhic victory, 2 players left alive. And when you're in the bottom of the rung here, Maru at 13th place and 4 a.m. at 12th, you don't want to have these situations where you're losing men early. You want to set yourself up to get kills. And wow, what a hard shift. I mean, we got to remove some water, but
gross.
We are dead on Yaz. I think we might finally be getting some bad circles.
You know what's crazy is we don't have to remove water until like 2 more circles. So the next circle
is that true?
The next circle doesn't have to remove water. It probably will, but it doesn't have to. So it could hard shift towards the water
one
again.
then.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And it just usually like does because it's going to go that way anyway. The circles just kind of want to do that.
The way that it's generated, like the final destination is predetermined, right? Or does it happen after every?
No.
Gotcha.
It picks a final spot and then it builds circles out from there. And there's like an algorithm that if it can't make the circle from that spot for whatever reason, it redoes it. And then it finally picks a spot. It's really kind of weird.
Interesting, though.
Yeah.
All right, so Donovan right now, a little battered and bruised, but they've had time to get some resources out of Yasnaya. There's plenty to be found, especially in pro mode with the loot these guys get.
I can't decide if I'm Donawa, if I'm happy or sad that this circle is continuing to drift towards Yaz. Because on the one hand, you're in it, you have a little bit more time to mess around. But on the other hand, that means more and more teams are going to keep piling their way into Yaz. And that just makes your life even harder getting out.
Yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword, isn't it? You really don't know what you want there. All right, V7. Oh, no, almost runs over Zen, not from Gex. Instead, Gex is going to be fighting back. Jonggu now on his last legs, 1 HP, able to drive away there as Gomp is also getting lit up from the hill. Oh my goodness, V7 counting their lucky stars to get out of that alive. Oh, Zenon though, great connection. Was that a red dot spray from like 200 meters?
That's pretty good.
Nice shot.
Absolutely amazing.
Oh, poor Lambu.
Salute. Sneaky snaking. Oh, but Heaven, though, is quick on the response, and he's going to get flushed for it. So Lambu might be resable here.
Fantastic situation awareness. That was such a quick reaction.
Yeah, really, really good there from Heaven. He's looked really solid today, even though things haven't gone great for Ghibli. Now Gomp shows up with 7 HP and an AK and a dream. And he has enough time for the res, I suspect. I don't think anybody's going to be able to get a grenade in there or anything. Genji, in the meantime, is coming off of...
not sure where they're coming from, but
the museum
they lost a man.
Yeah, they're coming from the museum. They lost Spear somewhere along the way. And there's plenty of space for them on the southeast corner of this. It's just...
Yeah.
The next circle is going to tell us a lot about what this kind of situation is going to look like going forward. Because again, it doesn't have to leave the water. That's the wild part. I mean, I would welcome that western shift just like right towards the lake.
Just right on the beach house.
Please. Please.
It would be nice.
We need a crazy circle. We haven't had one.
We haven't had one. This is the 10th game, ain't it? My goodness. Give us a crazy circle, please.
Yes, it's been very mild, which I know the players are very happy about.
But we are not. We demand blood.
Yeah, exactly. Blood for the blood gods.
What is with driving today, man? We've had so many flipped vehicles.
Yeah, it happens. That's
one of those days.
It happened. That should be recoverable, though. They're not going to try to knock it back
it?
over? I would. Well, I guess you're kind of in the middle of GEX, so...
Yeah, you want to get out of here, especially in the circle.
Yeah. Normally, that's recoverable. You just need to hit it.
We're just going to center up.
This is weird. So it could just go northeast. It could just go east, southeast.
I'm telling you.
It could be a Yaz finish.
Jufu's licking their chops right now, man. If they can continue to control the north side of this,
yeah.
And if the circle goes anywhere other than the city, oh boy.
Back-to-back wins, potentially.
Not even wins, but, I mean, guaranteed points. You know they're going to mow people down. They've been doing it all day. Even Maru right now actually might be exposed from some angle from Jufu. It is a really long one, though. We'll see.
Maru's just in a tight spot. But the good news is nobody's leaving. Oh, well, Ghibli is out there just making their life miserable. What I meant was nobody's coming from their north. Ghibli is coming out from, the apartments to try to do some damage. They're going to grab him. Oh,
wow.
That was...
Saving Private Ryan right here, my goodness.
Yeah, really. Saving Private Yacha. And that molly's not close enough, so they got away with that. Yacha's not a private, though. He's been around for a long time, so he's like
What's his rank?
He's at least a sergeant.
He's a sergeant?
Yeah.
Sergeant of Corporal? I don't know my ranking.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, Donawa V7 and Ghibli all kind of holding these apps right now in Northeast Yaz. In the meantime, USG happily taking the northwestern corner.
Everybody's settling up on the eastern edge of Yaz, knowing that that's likely to be where the circle's going to end up.
Yeah, Donuts were finding some crates from the early skirmishes, too, and being like, my goodness, what happened here? New Happy and Donawa just shedding men over there on the western side.
Yeah, that's one of those things you stumble upon in PUBG sometimes where you're just like, huh.
There's a story here.
Yeah, there's a story here, and I didn't get to be a part of it. Oh, short.
Yeah, that's not...
Yeah, your arm's not strong enough for that.
Got to be an Olympic javelin thrower to make that throw.
I'm pretty sure the PUBG guy might be an Olympic javelin thrower, like in terms of capable throwing distance.
Oh, these got to be genetically engineered humans. You see the speed at which that they swim?
Yeah.
I remember reading a Reddit post about this years ago, and it's like the average speed is like faster or almost as fast as like Michael Phelps.
Yeah. No, it's crazy. Like,
and it still feels slow when you're doing it, that's the thing.
The speed at which you run and the distance that you can go for is just ridiculous.
Such lore.
These are peak humans. Absolutely.
Peak humans. Sent to the pits of death.
Yeah, that's why we do that.
Yeah?
For our entertainment.
All right.
They're just going to chill on this dip. They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of space over here on the southeast side, and honestly, given the way things are going right now, like there is a bit of elevation in the fields. Not much, but a little bit in South Yaz that you can kind of make it hard to spray you down in, as you're driving past. So rotations out of here, as long as it's by the edge, not too bad. And yeah, it's going to go all the way here on the east.
Yeah, Yaz fields finish, it feels like. But it could be in Yaz, but it's not as likely.
Yep.
So it gets a little spicy in there. But you can play from a couple different angles, and there's that ridge line that runs right on the edge there.
Yeah, I got a good shot of it right there.
Yeah, that's pretty playable sometimes.
Depends. It depends on how much space there is to the northeast, because if you got teams stacking up around there, it's just a death trap.
Yeah,
it's really only a spot. It's only room for one team, It's too open on the side of the ridge.
Yeah, exactly. There isn't a lot to play, basically, is what it boils down to in the Yaz field. There isn't a ton. And we'll just kind of see. I mean, we might get a city finish. We might be blessed with that. I don't know. Tai Lu has SSR angling for some grenades. That one did a pretty good amount of damage.
Yeah, good connection there by SSR. He's got a good vantage point on this, too, and GEX. The rest of them are on the eastern side, opposite the road.
What do you think? One frag grenade for 2 first aid kits worth it? What do you think?
I think it depends on how many frags you have in the bag.
Yeah.
Frags are they are powerful, man.
Yeah, I say if you only have 1, no. But if you have like 3, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I would say 3 is the breaking point. 2 is kind of eh. We'll see, though. Zenon with a good connection there. He's going to get tongues and walk away on 1 HP.
That's pretty good. GEX needs to clean this fight up. What a response here from CC. Savior and the rest need to get involved in this. You can't give any breathing room, any recovery time for Tai Lu. Stuns out on top of the hill as well, slowing things up. There's
Savior.
SSR. Very nicely done here by GEX. They're going to take Tai Lu out.
Yeah, they just clean it up with great utility usage. They will lose Zenon to some fantastic nades from Sia, but you take that. Lose 1 man to secure a very valuable position here in the northeastern side of this circle. And Jufu right now, they're trying to cause some trouble. All the way on the northern side. See Hong Kong taking shots there on the remnants of GEX. In the meantime, Hikari scoping out Gen G, who's made their way into not the nicest house.
I hate that house. Just to put it mildly.
Real estate value not very high there.
No. That one's probably even avoiding inflation. Ooh, what a grenade there. Gets AZ knocked. I don't know if Tiamba can really do much. I mean, I guess they have to because they're on the bad side of the circle. It's extremely likely that it's not going to end anywhere near them. So they might need to push off this knock or I mean, they're waiting.
I don't know. It's so tough to push off this, though. I mean, it's no man's land between this wall and those houses.
But you have no other choice. Where are you going to go in the long run? Look at where they have nothing.
You're not wrong, but if I'm Tiamba, I'm going to at least wait until the circle pops to make a final decision, because whatever decision you make is, like, deadly. It's like 5% chance of success.
See,
it
now
better
you gotta
be
go.
the best choice.
Now you got to go, right?
No,
oh my God, the
I
circle
guess
just stays
not.
on him. Okay, well, never mind. Just wipe all that off.
All right.
I thought for sure we were leaving Yaz.
I think by odds, you're probably right, but sometimes things go this way. In Tiamba, they're playing it right.
Yeah.
They will get Ming as well.
I mean, that's just some sick nades. That's a lot of points. So
the problem is that you're using a lot of utility to get that one kill, and if this does end up being a Yaz City finish, utility is just everything.
Yeah,
nades and mollies are everything.
The Freak's going to take one of those suburb houses. Wang Zai looking to harass it as best he can from the mansion there on the edge, but there isn't much he can do now as the Freaks are firmly inside. But again, that's another one of those houses that is rather precarious. If anybody gets close enough to you to get grenades inside of there.
Oh, you're dead. You're gone
dead.
for it.
Well, let's see. Is GEX going to go for that?
I do like this rotation by GEX going really wide here, just skirting around the blue. The angles aren't too wide from these houses. You see it right there. Volibear probably has the best vantage point of anybody right now. He's taking some shots on SSR. He does get a body shot in there for 21 damage, but not quite able to track it properly. Lin Shen then gets a little bit more damage in, but GEX are able to safely make this rotation to the south side, and now Tianba have some neighbors.
Well, okay. Volibear is going to get SSR. Yan Li got knocked by a grenade. So it's just Savior left here for GEX, and they didn't have many great options, trying to make the best of it. Poor Jufu had a great position up on top of that hill all to themselves, and the circle just did not want to be there anymore.
It happens.
Absolutely.
Just the way it goes sometimes. It's why we play 30 games.
Oh, Renba. Oh, no. The side seat gunning of Hong Kong. Timing there just a bit off for Gen G. Oh, whoa. Adder hit his head.
Yeah, Hong Kong goes down as well. Should be able to res, though. Really nice getting knocked right into a smoke that's already popped, you know? Of all the places to get knocked, that's a nice one. Very convenient.
That ain't bad. Oh, Genji, this is so challenging. There's so many teams shooting at him. They're just trying to go for whatever they can. That actually came close.
That was a legendary nade, man.
That actually came closer than I thought it would.
Yeah, it's like something out of Michael Bay film right there, where the car exploding too. Just needed that to connect. Valiant effort there by Genji. They will be out, but right now, sitting pretty with 88 points after day 2. Pretty solid.
Well, now you just got to hope that Jufu or 17 doesn't win, and you're feeling pretty decent.
Yeah, Jufu, I mean, they have a pretty defendable spot, and they have all 4 men up. It's not ideal. Like, moving out of this position is terrible, but if they get lucky with circles, it might have some play.
Yeah, totally. Well, it's that one ridge we talked about where there's enough room for one team.
Yeah, if you look at the map right now, like, look at that. It's just Jufu.
Yep.
Just Jufu here in these fields. Of course, it will become problematic if it does go this way and the Freaks or somebody decide to rotate back onto the field.
Oh, it's go City, go City.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
If Jufu could hold that ridge, man.
Dude, can you imagine if this ends in one of the apartment buildings?
We can have a heal off?
That is almost certainly what will happen. And those are so interesting, actually. Like, because they happen so rarely. I know they sound stupid.
No,
like,
they're very technical.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
There's a lot of interesting timing and other things.
Who gave Xiaobei an MK14? Oh, boy.
Somebody who's very mean.
Well, barely. He just sees Hikari's bag almost. He sees the butt of the gun.
Yeah. It's gonna be a little awkward now. So Tiamba is gonna have to make that move. I don't know, man. I think they should. You know, I know it looked like for a moment I might have been wrong, but now I'm right again.
Yeah.
I think they should have pushed Pero. I think they should have done it. I think that was probably the only. And now they might be able to just backfill off of Pero leaving, but I think that was a pretty good opportunity, especially after the second knock.
I wonder where their smoke situation is, because if they have a reasonable amount of smokes, they might be able to make it across the road either on Pero's side or 17's and make something happen. But yeah, you're right. It's not a good situation.
No, it's hard.
Not in their favor.
It's hard no matter what. The donuts are gone. Goodbye between like 3 different teams.
Yeah.
Including themselves.
Picked apart somehow.
Yeah, well, they were on the edge of the circle. It was just not going to go their way. So now, you know, Donawa, we joked about this, like, do they want to be in Yaz or not? Like, do they want the circle coming here? Well, if it stays in Yaz, then sure, that's fine.
I mean, holding these apps with limited manpower is possible, and Tian actually going to make this. Wow, look at that. They got 2 across already. I'm not sure if any more are going to go through the smoke tunnel they've created. But for now, yeah, look at that. 3 men already across into the restaurant. Not bad.
Yeah, you'll take that. And if you can get this knock, oops. Well, I'm not trying to jinx you. There you go. All right. Chewy going to get Mill knocked here. Afrika trying to make kind of a leapfrogging maneuver here. 1 out on foot, 2 in the vehicle.
Still throwing more smokes, I think, yeah.
They're going to have.
How many smokes do they have?
Hopefully a lot if they're going to get any further. Because Jufu is just going to absolutely tunnel on this fight. And you might get some harassment from Ghibli in the apartments as well.
Yeah, they even have more after this. Not bad, but I mean, Jufu right now, like you said, when they tunnel in, it's going to be deadly. They're clown carring it right now, and oh boy, here we go. Hong Kong taking some shots off, gets 57, 58. The Freaks, though, able to find some kind of defensive position.
That's a
salvaging it.
That's a great spot to park your car because there's enough of that hill in front of it that you could fit a COD up there. These grenades, though, if they're good,
wow,
they are. And knocks start coming. A COD has been knocked. Hikari just thinking about going for some throws for his own. And Jufu's going to make a push off of this.
Xiaoyang now going for the spray. Great shot there on Ian. He gets the headshot. More nades coming in right now. Jufu just doing some great damage, but KDF fighting back. Hong Kong does get knocked. More frags coming out.
See what Lash can do. That is almost a flush on the backside. Hikari still holding the point. Wants to go for this res desperately, but can't. The pressure's too strong. There's one. Immediately prones down. He's going to get the flush on it as well, but Xiao Didi on top gets knocked as well. Lash here doing some good covering fire. Oh my word.
Up to Xiaoyang right now. Hikari's going for the res. Xiaoyang, he's blocked off by the smoke, but actually no! The nade gets it! Didn't even see Hikari throw that one. So confident he was already going for the res, just lands it. And the Freaks, man, we thought they were in a terrible position. We knew Jufu was tunneling in on them, but Jufu botches it. They don't get the spray on the transfer over with the car. Hikari and his team, they make the transfer, they make the rotation, they clean up.
Hikari's reaction so good.
All 4 men alive.
That's insane. That is actually insane there for the Freaks. What a play for them. That should be a huge confidence booster for them. That is a well-played fight. I don't think Sung Young has much hope of getting too much further here. He is down to literal 1 HP, and he does get the first aid. Going to keep bouncing. Nobody actually shoots at that, so nobody spots that maneuver. There you go.
Oh, now he's spotted. Yeah. Now he's gone.
Now he's done.
All right, that's going to be it for Maru Gaming right now as circle closes in. We'll see where this next one pops, but I'm liking the Freaks' position.
It's fine for now, but everybody's in. Nobody has to move. Look at this circle. Nobody's got to go anywhere. So things should, you know, if everybody's rationally making decisions here, just not doing anything. But it's a tense moment. You know, you can see Wang Zai is peeking angles, just seeing if anybody's coming at him, and he might get shot for that. There's things like that that can happen here.
He's the last one up for infantry too.
Yeah.
You know they want as many placement points as they can get, and city finishes like this, if it does end up going apps, city finishes are the best way to get placement points when you have just one man standing. All right, now Wang Zai still trying to find an angle. He is surrounded by Tianba on the west side, and the Freaks just kind of biding their time, and this is, as Paper Thin said, kind of the quiet before the storm. Nobody has to really go anywhere.
Yeah, so we're likely to be mostly waiting. Maybe there'll be a knock and something will cascade out of it, but not yet. It is going to shift away from the apartments, so no inside of the apartment finish, but V7, if they can maintain control of that building, should be at the very least picking up some kills because it's flat ground outside of there. Well,
you would think, but they just got a knock.
I know. I said I
Caster curse, man.
I done did it. Yep.
All right, Ian coming in right now, too, trying to get some shots in. Adder is going to finish off 2-star with a nade. V7 has 1 man up right now holding that, and that's going to be it. Heaven walks in with a shotty, takes him out. Ghibli now in firm control of this app.
So if
oh my God, Ellen with
oh my God, Ellen with that DBS just went absolutely bananas. If the Freaks can hold off Tianba out of the south, I think they've got this. But Tianba could break out and just kind of break through that line. Now, Wang Zai is still there from infantry as well to kind of add a element of chaos into this situation. But Lambu outside, I think.
A lot of DBSs in here, man.
Heck yeah. They're amazing late game. They're absolutely amazing. Like that is maybe one of the most desirable guns in a situation like this.
Oh, absolutely.
Just
no fear of missing that first shot. Just keep going at it, you know?
Yeah. You can left click.
Oh, great nade. This is why utility is king in these city finishes. These close quarter fights with frags are absolutely critical right now as Helen's knocked out. That's the DBS gunner on Donowa's side. Soul does have a double barrel, but he is barely dodging those mollies. Is that right? He didn't get hit.
Yeah, he was able to step back far enough. They are going to clean out Helen, so now Soul is playing for his life. And Ghibli, I mean, the fire is actually buying him a bit of time, but that grenade probably going to be good enough. Not quite.
No.
Soul on the sink. It's the literal kitchen sink here. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's
he
it.
blows himself up.
He was already dead to rights. With a double barrel like that and 3 men up, you cannot trade.
I think
you
he
get
was
2 shots in and
expecting to get pushed and was just trying to take him down with him.
We'll see now, infantry. Wang Zai still staying alive all by his lonesome. He is in the top 4.
Again, if the Freaks can just keep Tianba out of this flank, they're good to go. But they got to be real careful peeking this hill.
I'm curious what their utility situation is right now. We see that Hikari has 1 frag, 1 molly.
I wouldn't use
You will be using those.
The molly, yeah, but I'd save the frag.
Yeah, I agree with you.
The
Actually,
molly's-
wow!
Yep, that's fine. Now you've got Wang Zai basically done.
That's going to kill him, ain't it?
Yep.
Goodbye.
Okay, that's worth, but there's that grenade. This is what I'm talking about. You can't all bunch up on this corner because now you've given Tianba some breathing room. There is Heaven helping out the Freaks here, though, from Ghibli. And that might be enough breathing room here. Grenades are going to be being traded back and forth for Tianba and Kwangdong. As you can see, Tianba trying to go for that res onto Lin Shun. I think they're going to have just enough time to get it.
Akkad going for the res at the same time, and Ian in a nice position all the way over there on the north. Getting up with a nice split here. Adder actually gets shot there by Ian. Maybe didn't expect him to take that forward position. Tianba now rolling in. Lash hears him. He tries to take the blind shot in the smoke, but doesn't get it. That's 2 players down for KDF. Akkad and Lash going out.
Oh, no. Disaster. The Freaks, they just split off so much and overstacked Tianba's side in too tight of a spot. They needed to... I know it's tough. It is because of the way this circle's closing. There wasn't many other great options. You kind of had to hedge your bets here, trying to rely on EN as a solo hero, but Tianba able to brute force their way through that angle.
If anyone can do it, though, it's Ian right now. He's army crawling through, but no, he gets spotted there by 7-7. That's going to be it for Ian right now. The Freaks are out. It's just Tianba and Ghibli, 4-on-3, and Ghibli, they are all stacked up in this house, and Tianba know exactly where they are.
Yeah, Tianba should be good to go here, especially with that molly out the door, because they have to come through.
Oh,
just spraying with it. Yes,
F12K.
Oh, wait, okay, they break out. There's an opportunity. Oh, the pump gonna shut it right down, and there it goes. Tianba gonna take the final game of the day in a very wacky and wild final game.
I like that circle. We finally got a weird one, man. That was a pleasure to cast. Tianba with some really nice moves there right at the end. Break down the Freaks. They kill that 2-man squad.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, that pump at the end, too. Got some real range on it.
Yeah, it's huge. You know, you could see they just dropped everything, went for shotguns, because they knew it was going to be nothing but up close and personal at the end. And the Freaks there they had to hold that Tianba push, and they just couldn't. They couldn't quite get the grenades and the shots to land. And Tianba going to be the ones to walk away with it because of it. Very nicely handled by them.
Maybe if the Freaks had all 4 men on that south side to hold off Tianba, but I don't know. It's tough then, because if a team decides to rotate in from the north on your ridge, then you're exposed, you're lined up. It's so awkward.
I get why they did what they did, but it just was kind of an odd formation they set up on the edge of that hill.
You would have had them like further back, you think?
Maybe. I might have tried to like throw, I don't know how many smokes they had. I would have to go back and rewatch it.
I know that one player had 1, one player had 0, and that's half the team. So their utility was in a really bad spot.
That actually changes the equation. So I guess they did what they could. That was tough. That was tough no matter what.
Nice one by Tianba though, man. Those circles, remember, we thought they were dead to rights when they couldn't get across that road.
Well, I thought they had well, once they got like a couple of those knocks on Pero, that actually gives them enough breathing space so they can do what they got to do. Again, I thought maybe they could have pushed on that a little bit sooner, but regardless, they won. So I'm not going to question it.
Right?
Well, I did, but I'm not going to now.
Not anymore.
No, that's fine. It worked out in the long run. And, Tianba is more of a kind of grind it out on the edge in these late games. Like, they try to just rat it out.
That's the perfect strategy for City Circle 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, they only moved when they really had to. It's pretty much their game plan right there. I mean, you saw it there where they're on the south side of the road. Only when the circle was absolutely 100% going to push them out did they make a smoke bridge and go ahead and cross that all the way to the restaurant.
It's what they've done all day.
Yeah.
You know? Just to hide on the edges, you know, in spots where they can just barely fit in and wait it out. So, well, good. Congratulations to them. You know, a big win. Again, another team that started today pretty low on the leaderboards, and they're going to be shifting positions for sure.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of a mix-up now. I can't wait to see the overall leaderboard.
I'm curious.
Because at this point, I mean, coming into today, we had a pretty clear lead between like the top 4 or 5 teams and everybody else, but now there's been a little bit of chaos. We've got a lot of new teams coming up, like Jufu just went absolutely crazy today. They racked up so many kills. They got so many points on the board.
Yeah, dude,
some of the top teams
today.
Yeah, some of the top teams didn't do that hot.
No.
It's become a very close race here after day 2.
I mean, Gen G had a win, but they were pretty quiet otherwise.
Yeah, and their win, I don't think it was a very high kill one. They didn't pad that lead too much.
Yeah, it wasn't like an explosive, massive one, no doubt. Donawa is able to win this fight in Yaz. I don't know.
Right.
I don't think that means, if I'm going to be completely honest, I don't think that means diddly squat for what New Happy will do tomorrow on Erangel. I think New Happy is going to continue to go in the Yaz, and Donawa, you know, well, maybe they can keep winning it. But again, if history is any indicator, the Chinese teams don't back off of these hot drops. They just don't. They don't care. They are happy to absolutely tank an event if it means that they don't have to give up their drop spot.
Yeah, and if you're, I mean, if you're them, you know that you're probably going to be going to the global finals. You have so much talent on your roster anyway, right? That you might just want to do exactly what you said and play for that position, not give it up. Because even if you're winning, like, and I mean, we know that New Happy is better than winning 40% of those, but statistically, even if you only win 40%, does anyone really want to tank 40% of their Erangel games fighting you?
Right. I don't.
Like, if you're stubborn enough, it might just work, but we might just see these two teams continue to cannibalize each other. It's rough.
It is, exactly. It is very rough. All right, player of the match is Chui, and that's 5 kills. Pretty good one for him. It's a little bit less than half of the kills there, so a very good round for Tianba, and for him in particular. Big damage numbers.
Yeah, 600 damage is a lot.
Take those. You take those.
Absolutely do. It's really hard to stack up the kills too in those cities finishes. Usually, like when you get a high kill count game, it's usually when you see a team like Jufu, for example, when they got posted up at the south side of Erangel on that last circle, and they just like everybody melts, right? Because you hold that south side and it's just shooting fish in a barrel.
Right.
It's hard in those city spots where it's so closed off. And Tianba going to get 21 points there. Ghibli walking away with 14, the Freaks with 11, and Donawa with 10. So a little bit of a mix-up. A lot of these teams aren't all the way at the top of the board. I think, in fact, none of them are, right? None of these are top 4 teams going into this match.
Guangdong was close.
They were close, like 5 or 6, I want to say.
Yeah, it sounds right.
Yeah.
But definitely not Donawa, Ghibli, or Tianba.
Yeah, so. Donawa's had a little rough go of things, considering how good their PWS performance was.
Yeah, it is a bit tough, for sure. All right.
All right.
Here's the end of the day leaderboard. Tai Lu at first, just barely over Gen G. Jufu 11 points behind that. The Freaks only 1 point behind Jufu now. So things pretty even here at the top of this leaderboard, all things considered. And then it gets really heavy with China teams. 17 Tianba, Infantry, and New Happy, right? And then Petrichor Road as well.
Just a wall of Chinese teams following Gen G and the Freaks. Absolutely crazy. And 17 Gaming, they're turning it up too. I mean, they're kind of very quietly adding up the points because it didn't feel like today they had any particular match where they were just crushing it. They've just been solid. They've been getting placement points. They've been getting kills. They've been playing consistently. And this is a team that we know from the Champions League can absolutely pop off on a weekend.
Yes, exactly. I mean, 17, if they catch fire, then everybody else needs to look out because they will start just putting up like back-to-back massive kill games where they start putting up 16, 17 kills and just running away with things at times. But we'll see. They're only 1 point behind the Freaks even.
Yeah.
You know, so anything can happen. You know, we've got 5 more games tomorrow, and then we're done for this week. But we still have another week after that. So plenty of PCS6 Asia for you guys. You know, you got a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, 4 more days of action. That's right.
Yes.
Man, I got to go back to the crayons.
Yep. Your colored pencil privileges have been revoked. Back to the
Past
crayons.
my bedtime.
You only get 8 colors of crayons. You don't get all 16.
No! Give me the big Crayola box.
Yeah, no.
I deserve it. I
no.
gotta learn.
We give you the small one, the really thin one.
Oh, man. But what a fantastic performance from Tyloo. They haven't won a map, have they? Did they win that Erangel game? I'm a little bit...
No, I don't think so.
A little bit jambled in the brain.
I don't think they have. Okay, guys, we've got an interview here for you, so stand by. We'll get that going for you right now.
Just a moment.
Wait. We're working on it. We're trying to get you an interview.
We will get you an interview very soon.
We promise.
Until then, you have to stick with us.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Fortunately.
But seriously, though, Tyloo with 60 kills. No other team is 50. Just been absolutely nuts.
Yeah, they're bonkers.
So impressive.
It's all that Miramar stuff. They're just crazy good on that map. And that's, if you're just so much better than everybody else on one map, that can do it.
Especially on Miramar, because Miramar is the one where, like, if you're playing well, you stack up points.
Yep. It's a real snowball map where if you know how to play it, you can really roll one down the hill.
There's so much soft cover on, like, Erangel that it's really tough to get a lot of kills, but as you said, it just snowballs. You get like some elevation on a good circle and everybody's dead to rights.
Yeah, it is weird. Okay, I think we're ready for the interview now. Let's go to it.
PCS6 아시아 Day 2의 주인공이
Day 2 of PCS6 Asia has ended. Congrats on winning on the second day, Tyloo. We'll have an interview with Tyloo's Xiaoyang. Congratulations on your win.
정말 오늘 미라마 3개 매치에서 꾸준한 포인트를
You guys stacked up a lot of points during the 3 Miramar games. Could you tell us how you feel being the first place right now?
场比赛之后，你们拿到了很多分数，获得第1名的感想如何呢？
其实都是打好了自己该得的吧，然后就是每一局都做到尽力，就拿到了现在的分数。
저희 선수마다 이제 각자 해야 할 일을 최선을
We individual players had our roles, and because we were able to succeed on that roles, I think we were able to show our great performances today. It's very rare that you guys won today and being the first without a single chicken win game, where you guys, mechanically dominated games. What do you think is your biggest team strength that you could tell us about it?
那你觉得骄阳选手你们的Tyloo的优点是什么？
我觉得我们每个人都有一些就是意见吧，包括每个人都可以在每个圈型，然后进行一波转移，然后我们的进圈的路线就比较好。
일단 저희 선수들이 다 의견이 있어가지고 그 의견을 합쳐가지고 더 서로.
Our individual players all had thoughts and comps together, and by combining those thoughts, and we were able to show off our great performances today. I think.
오늘 미라마 3개 매치에서 2등을 했습니다.
You guys all placed second place in all 3 Miramar games. It was very close to all the games. Could you tell us maybe which one was the most disappointing match that if you guys look back and see, which one was the most disappointing match for you guys?
就每一局都尽力了吧，就是其实也没有说很遗憾的，就可能就是有一些枪法上没有打过对方吧，没有说很遗憾的局。
일단 모든 매치에서는 사실 저희는 아쉬운 경기는 없었다고 생각합니다.
We think that we didn't have any disappointing moments throughout the games, but definitely there were some good points that we could encourage to each other about it.
8번째 매치에서 타이루가 17게이밍을 잡는 동선과 판단이 정말
During the 8th match, your movement and timing against 17 Gaming was really phenomenal. And it could have been really dangerous because of 17's Gaming's position. But what were some of the comms that went on with you guys? What were some of the orders that went on through that game?
17交战能力提高了很多，所以可能会有危险。那在这时候，你跟你的队友说了什么？
其实他们在和敌人交战，我们其实是一个第3方吧，就是其实打的还是比较快的。 就很有信心打的。
저희는 일단 저희가 빠르게 저희가 판단을 했고 그래서 서로 소통을 하면서
We think that we made early decisions to move around the circles, and because of that, we were able to succeed in getting a lot of points and accumulating all the points for today.
내일도 점수 굳히기에 들어갈 텐데.
You know, you guys will compete a lot for tomorrow. And could you tell us, you know, preparing for tomorrow, you guys must definitely want a chicken win. Any last words that you guys would like to share?
我觉得吃鸡不重要，然后我们尽量多拿更多的分数，夺冠才重要。
일단 치킨 먹는 거는 저희한테는 그렇게 큰 중요하다고 생각을 하지 않습니다.
First of all, I think winning a chicken is not a big, great deal, but for us, it's more important to accumulate points for the overall ranks. Congrats on winning again, and thank you for the interview.
All right, well, it was interesting to hear from them. They didn't feel disappointed with anything. They just want to encourage each other.
I like that.
That's way different than most of the answers I hear, where a team most teams are just ready to just throw themselves under the bus and be like, oh, we really messed up on this moment. Like, we could have done this better. But they're like, no, we played pretty good today.
Gen.G did that too yesterday. They're like, oh, well, we only won 2 out of the 3 maps on Aaron.
Yeah,
we
right?
could have played better. We should have won that 3rd one. But these guys are like, no, let's encourage each other. And I like that.
I'm against that. I just throw everybody under the bus. Okay, well, that's going to do it for us, guys. Thank you so much. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. EU's coming up in a couple hours. We'll see you later. Take care.
Take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, can't believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 muscle, get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah, believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, can't believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no.